Chapter 680. Deputy Bureau Chief Song, is anything the matter? Ling Tian asked. No. Song Billion shook his head. He felt strange. Did the two of them really reconcile? How was that possible? Alright, what about you, Deputy Bureau Chief Zhang? Ling Tian asked. Me neither. Deputy Bureau Chief Zhang shook his head. He was the weakest among them. Every time he was the messenger. Naturally, he wouldn't have too many requests or suggestions. After the new year, Deputy Bureau Chief Yang, go back to the Northeast Branch. Rest for a few days, Ling Tian said to Xiao Qin. Do what you need to do here. Alright. Xiao Qin was overjoyed. This way he could go back to Songning for the new year. He thought he would have to stay in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau because of this incident. After the meeting, Xia Shibin heaved a sigh of relief. He thanked Xiao Qin and Xia Zhili profusely. He felt much more comfortable now. Yang Jianan was overbearing and hard to please. On the other hand, Xiao Qin didn't have much to say. In Xia Zhili's office, the three of them sat across from each other. Xiao Qin, you can go home for the new year first. Then you can take care of Su Chusha's matters. Xia Shibin and Song Huawu are in charge of the Northeast Branch. You don't have to be there often. I'll cover for you, Xia Zhili said. Thank you, Deputy Bureau Chief Xia, Xiao Qin quickly said. Xia Zhili was very satisfied with Xiao Qin's attitude. Although they were on equal footing, Xiao Qin still considered himself a junior. He didn't show any disrespect. No need to thank me. This is what you deserve. Yang Jianan is so rebellious. He really pisses me off. Xiao Qin, you and I will be partners in the future. You weren't my subordinate before, so you don't have to be so polite. After knowing Xiao Qin's identity, Xiao Qin was still so respectful towards him. Xia Zhili was indescribably happy, but it was also because Xiao Qin was not the Yang Jianan that he had brought up. Speaking of which, Xiao Qin had helped him, so he really did not take care of Xiao Qin. Therefore Xia Zhili was not stupid. He knew that Xiao Qin was not an ordinary person. If the two of them were to cooperate for a long time, he could not be too overbearing. In any case, Deputy Bureau Chief Xia has helped me solve a big problem. Once there is a demolition in the future, I will not hesitate. Xiao Qin said seriously. Let's not talk about this anymore. That Outer Star Inc. meteorite helped me break through to Marshal General, but there's still a small piece left. When you break through, you can take it and use it. Xia Zhili said, speaking of which, it's all thanks to this treasure that I was able to avert danger and kill Yang Jianan. Without this treasure, I wouldn't have been able to successfully advance, and I would have died here today. Next, I plan to study the 5 Poison Secret Manual that you helped me get back. Forget about that book, there are some problems with it. Now that Xiao Qin had a good relationship with Xia Zhili, it was naturally impossible for him to harm him. I have also studied that 5 Poison Secret Manual. Before cultivating, I need to take a special pill. Now that I have the secret manual but not the pill, it's easy to cause problems. There's such a thing? Xia Zhili was slightly stunned, but he still nodded and said, previously I have been breaking through to Marshal General for many years without success, so I wanted to improve my martial skills and study the use of poisons. Now that I am a Marshal General, there is no need to study these things. You are right, then forget it. Right, how is Huawu now? Xiao Qin had been thinking about Song Huawu before, but because of Yang Jianan's matter, he could not visit her. She has been discharged from the hospital and is resting in the dormitory. Let Xia Shibin take you to see her. Xia Zhili said. Okay, then let's go over now. When Xiao Qin heard that Song Huawu was nearby, he could not wait. After bidding farewell to Xia Zhili, the two of them went out together, got into the car, and went to the villa where Song Huawu was. Xia Shibin pressed the doorbell, and after a while, the door of the villa was opened. Song Huawu did not ask who it was. After all, those who could enter the dormitory area were people from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. However, when she saw that the people outside the door were Yang Jianan and Xia Shibin, her face suddenly turned cold. What are you guys doing here? Let's talk inside. Xia Shibin lowered his voice. Although there was no one nearby, it was better to keep a low profile in case the walls had ears. Song Huawu frowned. Are you guys trying to assassinate me in my house? How could that be? Xia Shibin was stunned, then smiled bitterly. Huawu, don't you trust me? Song Huawu did not answer, but looked at Xiao Qin, meaning that she did not trust him. Huawu, let's talk inside, Xiao Qin also said in a low voice. And? When Song Huawu heard Yang Jianan's voice, she was slightly stunned. She nodded and moved aside to let them in. Xiao Qin closed the door and said, Huawu, it's me. Are you trying to lie to me? Song Huawu asked coldly. Lie to you? Xiao Chen was stunned, but he immediately understood what Song Huawu meant. He said, "It's true. Yang Jianan is really dead this time and I'm back." Song Huawu did not believe it. She looked at Xiao Chen warily. "How can you prove it? How do you want to prove it?" Xiao Chen was a little speechless. "Then change back to Xiao Chen and let me see." Song Huawu stared at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was wearing a human skin mask. If he wanted to change back, he would have to take it off. If that happened, it would be difficult to explain. He simply transformed back to his original appearance and said, "Is it okay now? You're really Xiao Chen?" When Song Huawu saw Yang Jianan turn into Xiao Chen without warning, she was a little more certain, but she still had some doubts. "Ahem. A few days ago in the hospital I went back to treat your injuries and then you woke up." Because Xia Shibin was at the side, Xiao Chen could not explain some details too clearly. "Oh." Song Huawu's face turned red. This time she completely believed Xiao Chen. "It's really you. That's great. What happened?" "Actually, this is what happened." Xiao Chen told the story from the time Su Chuxia and Tian Wangshou came to find him to the time Xia Zhui killed Yang Jianan. "What? Yang Jianan was killed by Deputy Director Xia?" Song Huawu was really shocked after hearing this. She did not expect so many things to happen while she was recuperating at home. Yang Jianan and Xia Zhui had already broken up, and the conflict had reached this stage. "Yes, that's why I came back to take over. Currently only Deputy Director Xia Shibin and you know about this." "Don't tell Song Billion," Xiao Chen reminded her. "I won't tell him." Song Huawu shook her head. "Are you alright?" Xiao Chen asked. "Your injuries should have healed, why are you still recuperating at home? Is there a problem?" "There isn't." Song Huawu suddenly smiled. "I didn't want to see Yang Jianan's face, so I recuperated at home. No one else knows the inside story, so naturally they won't suspect anything." "Alright, when are you going to Lan City?" "Why are you going with me?" Xiao Chen looked at Song Huawu. "I'm the team leader of Team C, so naturally I have to go back and take up my post. Team C's office is in the northeast branch, which is between Lan City and Songning, so it's on the way," Song Huawu said. "That's fine, but I'll go back to Songning for the new year first." Xiao Chen said, "You and Xia Shibin can go back to the branch first." "Okay." Song Huawu nodded. "Then I'll go to the headquarters in a while and cancel my sick leave." The real Yang Jianan was dead, so Song Huawu didn't have to worry about seeing him. After making the decision, Song Huawu and Xia Shibin went to the northeast branch first. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen took a plane back to Songning. He did not intend to fly back using his primordial qi if there was nothing important. "Hey, brother, where did you go today? I didn't see you during the day." Xiao Xiao saw Xiao Chen and asked curiously. It was really strange that Xiao Chen disappeared for a whole day during the new year. "Oh, nothing. I felt that I seemed to have signs of a breakthrough, so I practiced for a day." Xiao Chen smiled and dodged the question. "By the way, I heard that you're back. You Xiaochuan and Tang Tang came to pay a New Year's visit today, but they didn't see you. They were a little regretful. They left the gifts and asked me to tell them that when you're home they'll come again," Xiao Xiao said. Xiao Chen nodded and asked, "Who else came?" "The Xie family, the Jin family, the Lu family and the Zhu family all came." Xiao Xiao said, "Our Xiao family hasn't been as lively as it is now for many years. It used to be deserted, but now it's crowded. Brother, since the Qing family was defeated that day, the structure of our Songning has also changed." "Well, I see." Xiao Chen wasn't happy. Instead, he was a little worried. According to the character of Qing Zhongfan of the Qing family, he wouldn't give up so easily. This guy wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. Maybe he would find some powerful people to take revenge on him after he went back. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen was very eager to improve his strength. Before, the enemies he faced were all ordinary families. At most, they were at the level of the real martial arts family. There were no powerful masters. Therefore, when Xiao Chen was at the peak of the first level of the Foundation Establishment realm, he could look down on all the heroes. But now his opponents were from the martial arts sects, so his strength was a little insufficient. It seemed that strength really determined the level. The higher one's strength was, the different level he would face. "Brother, why are you unhappy?" Xiao Xiao saw that Xiao Chen was a little absent-minded. "How could it be?" Xiao Chen smiled and said, "It's impolite not to reciprocate. I'm also going to buy something and visit these friends of Songning." "Brother, should I go with you?" Xiao Xiao asked. "You stay at home. Maybe someone will come. There must be a junior at home," Xiao Chen said. "Oh." Xiao Xiao was a little unhappy. "You're going to find Sister Tang Tang. Are you afraid that I'll be the third wheel? Chapter 681. How is that possible? Xiaoqin coughed twice. Forget it. You go. Xiao Xiao smiled and said, I'm not an unreasonable person. Xiaoqin didn't want Xiao Xiao to go with him because he had other plans. He planned to go to the Qing family first. Although he was hostile to the Qing family, his relationship with Miss Qing was subtle. Xiaoqin also wanted to find out the attitude of the Qing family and make preparations as soon as possible. Especially Qing Tianqiu's attitude toward him. Previously at the family banquet, he said that he would betroth Qing Minjing to him, Xiaoqin. Now he wanted to see if he would acknowledge it. This also directly determined Xiaoqin's overall attitude toward the Qing family in the future. Out of courtesy, Xiaoqin bought some gifts and drove to the Qing family's mansion. There were also many people who came to the Qing family to pay New Year's greetings. After all, the Qing family was the first in Songning. Many people in Songning relied on the Qing family to make a living. Now the cars queuing at the door had already lined up outside the mansion. However, Xiaoqin didn't care so much. He drove the car directly to the front and parked the front of the car at the exit of the mansion. The cars were all queuing at the entrance. Xiaoqin didn't want to queue, so he naturally entered from the exit. The Qing family's gatekeeper was slightly surprised, but he knew Xiaoqin. During Qing Minjing's birthday party, Xiaoqin made a big scene at the door. They all saw it. Young Master Xiao, you are. The disciple knew that the Xiao family and the Qing family weren't on good terms. He didn't know why Xiaoqin came at this time. I'm here to visit Grandpa Cheng and Uncle Cheng. Please open the railing. Xiaoqin said faintly. This. The disciple didn't dare to make the decision. He went back to the security booth and dialed Qing Zhongming's number. Young Master Xiaoqin is here. He wants to visit you and the old master. What do you think? The disciple asked carefully. Xiaoqin is here? Let him in. Qing Zhongming hesitated for a moment before agreeing. After all, in the family, only Qing Zhongfan had a grudge against Xiaoqin. Speaking of old master Qing Tianqiu and Xiaoqin were his benefactors, so Qing Zhongming had no reason to stop him. Xiaoqin drove into the Qing family's mansion under the envious gazes of the cars lining up there and stopped at the door of the Qing family's main living room. In fact, not every guest of the Qing family could come to the main reception room. Before entering, the disciples at the door would inquire about the guest's identity and arrange a place for them to stay. They might be received by Qing Zhongming, Qing Zhongfan, or they might not see the important figures of the Qing family at all, so they just put down the gifts and left. The only people who could be personally received by Old Master Qing were the patriarchs of the other clans. However, Xiaoqin was an exception. Qing Tianqiu had already learned from Qing Zhongming that Xiaoqin was here, and Qing Zhongfan had also sent away the guests in front of him. As soon as he came to the main reception room, he saw Xiaoqin swaggering in. Uncle Qing, Grandpa Qing, Miss Qing, long time no see. Xiaoqin smiled and greeted Qing Tianqiu, Qing Zhongming, and Qing Minjing, but he deliberately ignored Qing Zhongfan and Qing Mingqiang. Xiaoqin is here. Qing Tianqiu's expression was a little unnatural. He looked at Xiaoqin and a trace of guilt flashed across his face. He already knew that Xiaoqin was Xiao Chang and that he was his savior, but how did the Qing family treat the Xiao family? Although he was a little rash and he was angry at the Xiao family for losing Qing Zhongqin, now that Xiaoqin was his savior, a life for a life. This way the Xiao family really did not owe the Qing family anything. And he had previously promised Xiaoqin that he would betroth Qing Minjing to him, but now, Miss Qing's mood was also a little complicated. Her hands clenched the corner of her clothes tightly. She really did not expect that Xiaoqin would come to the Qing family today to pay a New Year's visit. She did not know if Xiaoqin was here to cause trouble. In her heart, she really did not want Xiaoqin to have a conflict with the Qing family. However, some things did not go according to her wishes. The Qing family, step by step, was pushed by Qing Zhongfan to go against the Xiao family. However, what could she do? It was true that she was Xiaoqin's fiancée, but she was also a member of the Qing family. She was really in a difficult position. She did not want either side to be hurt, but who would listen to her? To be honest, when she found out that Xiao Chang was Xiaoqin, she felt a burst of joy in her heart. It was as if she had eaten honey. She did not know if she liked Xiaoqin, but she knew that she was very comfortable and happy when she was with Xiaoqin. Knowing that the Qing family had done a lot of things to let the Xiao family down, Miss Qing, who had always been arrogant, also lowered her head at this moment. She did not dare to look directly into Xiaoqin's eyes. Old Master Qing, I wonder if you still remember me? Xiaoqin asked with a smile. Ah, how could I forget? Young hero Xiao, how have you been? Qing Tianqiu was stunned and smiled awkwardly. Uncle Qing, Missy, Happy New Year. Xiao Qing greeted again. Then he pretended to suddenly discover something. Isn't this Qing Zhongfan? And your silly son? What the hell are you two doing here? A hint of anger flashed across Qing Zhongfan's face, but Qing Mingqiang shivered and lowered his head. He did not dare to look at Xiao Qin. He was too afraid. Seeing Xiao Qin gave him a psychological shadow. Xiao Qin, don't be complacent. Don't fantasize about anything. Your Xiao family is finished this time. I have already reported this to the sect. The sect will punish you. Qing Zhongfan stiffened his neck and simply stopped pretending. He shouted at Xiao Qin sternly. Of course, the louder his voice was, the more timid he was at the moment. Slap. Xiao Qin did not care. He raised his arm and slapped Qing Zhongfan's face, sending him flying. He landed heavily on the ground, twitched twice, and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. You. Qing Zhongfan rolled his eyes and spat out blood. He was speechless. Xiao Qin, you are too presumptuous. Qing Tianqiu flew into a rage. Even if you are the young hero Xiao who saved me, you are too unreasonable. Old Master Cheng, please calm down. I believe there are still some things you do not know. My father's disappearance was caused by Qing Zhongfan. It was done by the Quishan faction behind him. Xiao Qin smiled coldly. My father took the blame for him for so long. I believe old Master Cheng should understand why Uncle Qing Zhongqian also disappeared. Huh? Qing Tianqiu had never heard of such a secret before. He was stunned for a moment, and his anger toward Xiao Qin dissipated quite a bit. However, an unknown fire surged in his heart. Could it be Qing Zhongfan? How could this be? Qing Zhongqian's death was caused by Qing Zhongfan? If he did not know that Qing Zhongfan was so capable, Qing Tianqiu would not have believed it. But now, it seemed that Qing Zhongfan was so extraordinary that he would definitely not be willing to let Qing Zhongqian take over. He was a member of the sect, so he could not be the head of the family in the secular world, but his son could. Thinking of this, Qing Tianqiu looked at Qing Zhongfan and asked, Is what Xiao Qin said true? Father. He is slandering me. Qing Zhongfan roared. How could I harm my brother? Xiao Qin? Do you have any proof? Qing Tianqiu calmed down and looked at Xiao Qin. He. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. He took out his phone and played the recording. Our sect is called the Quishan faction. It's a devil cultivation sect. As for why, I don't know. They only told us to deal with the Xiao family as much as possible to lure out the person they are looking for. They won't tell me the specifics and I don't dare ask. Then what else do you know? What kind of training mission did my father go on? I don't know. The entire mission was arranged by the Quishan faction for my uncle. I only know that they went to the Blazing Mountain ruins in the Hakanamada Desert to explore, but I don't know the specifics. I didn't ask either. The conversation between Qing Zhongfan and Xiao Qin could be heard through the phone speaker. Qing Tianqiu's expression turned ugly. His entire body trembled as he pointed at Qing Zhongfan with bloodshot eyes. Unfilial son, unfilial son. So that matter was orchestrated by the Quishan faction. To think that I treated them like distinguished guests. So what if it was? With the evidence in front of him, Qing Zhongfan didn't deny it. He laughed maniacally. I'm not afraid to tell you that it was my uncle who did it. He's your brother and he's not a good person either. Old thing, you probably don't know, right? I'm actually my uncle's illegitimate son. You idiot, you don't even know that your own brother has slept with your wife? Gah. Qing Zhongfan's words came to an abrupt halt. He covered his mouth in horror and his eyes were filled with horror. Just now, he seemed to have subconsciously received a psychological hint, which was to admit it. He subconsciously admitted it, but even though he admitted it, he didn't know why the truth slipped out of his mouth, and he regretted it the moment he said it. Xiao Qin was also a little stunned. He had only influenced Qing Zhongfan's thoughts to admit the truth because Xiao Qin didn't want to waste time with him. Who would have thought that this guy would say so many things that he didn't know? What? Qing Tianqiu's body trembled uncontrollably. He almost lost his mind. Qing Tianqiu's brother, Qing Tiannu, was actually an adopted son of the Qing family. He was old Master Cheng's servant when he was young. Qing Tianqiu would never have thought that Qing Zhongfan was actually the illegitimate son of Qing Tiannu and his late second wife. He also didn't expect that Qing Tiannu would seek refuge with the Quishan faction. This truth made him blink. So what if I said it? I'm not afraid of anything. I'm not afraid to tell you, old thing. Now that the Quishan faction has chosen the Qing family, You can't refuse even if you want to. You can only admit it. Qing Zhongfan didn't hide anything anymore. He laughed wildly. If you dare to go against me, you'll be going against the Quishan faction. Chapter 682. Unfilial Son, Unfilial Son. Qing Tianqiu clutched his chest and slumped on the chair. This sudden and shocking news was too much for him to handle. He really did not understand why Qing Tianqiu and Qing Zhongfan would do such a thing when he had treated them well. I'm not your son, unfilial my ass. Qing Zhongfan could not stop laughing. Idiot, are you done laughing? Xiao Qin stepped on Qing Zhongfan's head and said calmly, do you know why I killed that senior brother Niu and not you? Qing Zhongfan's entire body trembled, the insolence from before had suddenly disappeared, and his face was filled with terror. He suddenly thought of something very important. The Kuei Mountain sect was indeed powerful, but this Xiao Qin never played by the rules. It seemed like there was nothing this guy did not dare to do. He even dared to kill senior brother Niu. Wouldn't killing him, Qing Zhongfan, be a piece of cake? Why did he not kill him before? It was not that he could not kill him. Qing Zhongfan understood that it was probably because of Qing Menjing. He was so scared that he almost wet his pants. From his previous arrogant image, he suddenly became a prisoner. He looked at Qing Menjing with a sad face and begged weakly, Menjing, although I'm not Qing Tianqiu's son, I'm the same as your father. We're both born of second madam. No matter what, I'm still your uncle. When Xiao Qin heard Qing Zhongfan's words, he almost spat on his face. Same mother but different uncle? What kind of phrase was that? Qing Menjing's expression was uncertain. Qing Zhongfan's words had obviously evoked the kindness in her heart. She could not bear to let Xiao Qin kill him. The eldest miss had always been a kind person. She treated Xiao Qin the same way and she treated her family the same way. Xiao Qin saw Missy's expression. Although she didn't say anything, Xiao Qin knew that he shouldn't have killed Qing Zhongfan in front of her. Even if the young mistress didn't say anything and didn't want to make things difficult for him, Xiao Qin didn't want to make Qing Menjing sad. Qing Zhongfan, I hope you don't court death. Xiao Qin lifted his foot and looked at Qing Tianqiu. Old Master Qing, I won't bother you anymore. Happy New Year. After that, Xiao Qin turned around and left the living room of the Qing family. He had finished what he should say and what he should understand. It was meaningless for him to stay here. The rest was the internal affairs of the Qing family. Second uncle. I hope this is the last time. Next time, I won't plead for mercy for you. Qing Menjing looked at Qing Zhongfan resolutely. Although she didn't say anything just now, neither did Xiao Qin, they both knew that it was for her sake. Xiao Qin has already left and he's not far from death. Qing family should be more honest and think about joining the Quishan sect. Qing Zhongfan glanced at Xiao Qin from the corner of his eyes and suddenly trembled. He stood up arrogantly, shook the dust off his clothes and said coldly, I hope Qing Tianqiu will consider it carefully and not make a mistake. After that, Qing Zhongfan pulled Qing Mingqiang and left. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, he didn't care about it anymore. As long as Xiao Qin wasn't around, he could continue to be arrogant. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Qing Tianqiu was furious, but he also knew that with his strength, he couldn't do anything to Qing Zhongfan. Father, please calm down. Don't be angry. Qing Zhongming was also furious, but because of his low strength, he couldn't comment much. Zhongming, tell me, am I muddle-headed? I actually believed Qing Zhongfan's words and went against the Xiao family. In fact, the Xiao family is also a victim? When Qing Tianqiu said this, tears streamed down his face. He felt that he was muddle-headed. Xiao Qin helped him time and time again, but he treated him like this. If it wasn't for Qing Menjing, Xiao Qin wouldn't have cared about him at all. With Xiao Qin's strength, it was enough to destroy the Qing family 10 times over. Qing Tianqiu even thought that suppressing him to become Qing Menjing's servant was a very impressive thing. Now that he thought about it, Xiao Qin was just giving face to Qing Menjing. Father, this isn't your fault. Who would have thought that Zhongfan would actually? Qing Zhongming was also speechless. He couldn't really judge his half-brother. Now we've made one wrong move after another. We've already promised Qing Zhongfan's junior brother to marry Menjing to his son. If we go back on our words now. Qing Tianqiu was a little worried. He seemed to have aged a lot all of a sudden. Xiao Qin, there should be a way, right? Qing Zhongming said. Xiao Qin. No matter how powerful he is, can he be more powerful than the people from the Quishan sect? When the time comes, if they send out a martial general level expert, how will Xiao Qin deal with it? According to my observation just now, Xiao Chen's real strength is probably only at the peak of the second stage martial arts master. I don't know how he killed senior brother Niu, but he's definitely not a martial general. Qing Tianqiu said. Qing Minjing was also a little silent. Previously, Xiao Chen told her and Jin Beibei a lot about his experience in the Hakanamada Desert. Currently, Xiao Chen's strength should be only at the peak of the second stage magic master. The reason why he could fight opponents of a higher level was that his martial arts skills were different from others. However, for some reason, Qing Minjing had an inexplicable confidence in Xiao Chen. After hesitating for a while, Qing Minjing sent a message to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, I want to marry junior brother Qing Zhongfan's son. Can you snatch me back? After sending this message, Qing Minjing's face was flushed. Although she was encouraging Xiao Chen, this almost like a confession still made her heart flutter. However, she thought that Xiao Chen was her manservant. Of course she should help him. It was not a big deal. Xiao Chen was driving to the Yu family when his phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was a message from Missy. Seeing the content, Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile. He could even imagine Qing Minjing pointing at him with her hands on her waist and a tsundere look, saying, "Humph, I don't want to marry him. You go and settle it." Hee hee. Xiao Chen replied, "A toad wants to eat swan meat. I will let him eat sh*t. When Qing Minjing saw Xiao Chen's reply, she giggled, and the uneasiness in her heart lessened significantly. Perhaps Xiao Chen really had a way? In fact, Xiao Chen had no way. But don't forget his current identity. He was already the deputy director of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Previously, Yang Jianan had given him a lot of inspiration. That was, if he couldn't win, he should use a gun. Why was the Supernatural Investigation Bureau so aloof and powerful? Even the martial arts world would give them some face? There was no other reason but because the Supernatural Investigation Bureau had guns. Xiao Chen didn't know if higher-ranked martial cultivators were afraid of guns, but martial masters were definitely afraid of guns. After he left the Qing family, he sent a message to Xia Shibin and Song Huawu, asking them to get a gun. He couldn't get more, but it wouldn't be a problem to get one in private. Xiao Chen didn't believe that he couldn't kill Jianghu with a gun in his hand. What could the Kuei Mountain sect do? The Great Xia Kingdom had a very strict control over firearms. The ordinary pistols on the black market were basically limited to martial artists and weren't very useful to martial masters. Therefore, it had to be the high-penetration firearms that Yang Jianan used previously. Even the martial artists couldn't easily get their hands on these things. Of course, even if they got their hands on them, they wouldn't dare to use them. If the Supernatural Investigation Bureau found out about it, they would immediately send out armored troops. That was something they couldn't afford. Even if some powerful martial cultivators could avoid it, most of the sects would still be destroyed. Sects were sects and they didn't want to touch these firearms. Otherwise, if the Supernatural Investigation Bureau determined that they were a gang, they would be screwed. They wouldn't even know how they died. A phone rang. Xiao Chen took a look at the caller ID. It was Xia Zhili, so he picked it up. Xiao Chen, I heard that you need weapons? What's wrong? Are you in trouble? Xia Zhili asked. Xiao Chen didn't find it strange. If Xia Shibin wanted to get these weapons, he would have to go through Xia Zhili's hands. After asking, Xia Zhili would know that it was what he needed. Xiao Chen didn't hide anything and told him about the Kuei Mountain sect. The martial arts sects. Xia Zhili hesitated for a moment and said, "These sects have an agreement with the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. As long as they don't run amok in the secular world, we won't interfere with them." This time, the conflict between the aristocratic families and the sects escalated, which led to the other party sending people to the secular world. As long as they don't interfere with things outside of this matter, it won't be good for me to interfere. Even if you and I bring it up in the meeting, it won't go through with Ling Tian. I understand. I only need a gun. I'll take care of the rest myself. Xiao Chen naturally understood the subtle relationship between the Supernatural Investigation Bureau and the martial arts world. Guns aren't omnipotent. This is also the reason why the Supernatural Investigation Bureau hasn't completely controlled the martial arts world all these years. These guns are still very lethal to martial artists, but the threat of guns is very small for a martial artist at my level. Unless I use things like missiles and rocket launchers, but once these things are used, it is very likely to cause unnecessary trouble. The director won't allow it. Xia Zhili said, "What's more, when you reach the level above the general level, even this is useless. If you provoke these people in the martial arts world, there will be more trouble, although people at that level will not come out easily." Xiao Chen was a little shocked when he heard Xia Zhili's words. Originally, he didn't know how powerful a martial artist was, but now that he said it, he realized that a martial artist was much more powerful than a martial artist. Think about it, I just broke through and was able to kill Yang Jianan. The difference between our levels is still very obvious, so you must be careful. If the other party sends a martial artist, try not to fight them head-on. The best way is to temporarily compromise. Xia Zhili said. I'll see how it goes. Xiao Chen's heart sank. Originally, he thought that the method he thought of was perfect. Who knew that the destructive power of these cannons would decrease? Didn't that mean he had to think of another method? Chapter 683. Unconsciously, the car drove to the Yu family. To Xiao Chen's surprise, the Yu family's house had more than doubled in size. He hadn't returned to Songning for a few months, and the Yu family had actually changed so much? Was it going to become the first family bigger than the Qing family? Did the Qing family not interfere with the Yu family's expansion? There was an unwritten rule among the aristocratic families in Songning. That was, no family's house would exceed the Qing family's. After all, the Qing family was the first family and they had to respect them. The Yu family actually expanded? And the Qing family actually did not say anything? This was really strange. Did the Yu family get the support of the Tang family? And the Qing family was busy with the Quishan sect, so they ignored this? In any case, Xiao Chen still had some doubts as he parked the car at the gate of the Yu family's house. Those who come to visit the young master line up behind. A disciple of the Yu family directly stopped in front of Xiao Chen, pointing to the long line of cars and shouting. Xiao Chen frowned. He didn't expect the Yu family to be as crowded as the Qing family. There were so many cars coming to pay New Year's greetings. It was much more than the Xiao family. Because Xiao Chen had run away before, there were not many people coming to visit the Xiao family. After all, it was not very stable. But what was so strange about the Yu family? Just when Xiao Chen wanted to ask, another disciple quickly ran over and kicked the disciple who had stopped Xiao Chen's car. The disciple fell to the side and then respectfully said to Xiao Chen, "You must be young Master Xiao. Please come in. You are young Master Kun's distinguished guest. Young Master Kun told me that whenever you come, I must report to him immediately." Well, Xiao Chen responded faintly, thinking that Yu Xiaochuan was quite loyal to him. He drove the car in and saw that the disciple was on the phone. Sure enough, as soon as Xiao Chen drove into the Yu family's mansion and drove to Yu Xiaochuan's villa according to the road signs, he saw Yu Xiaochuan and Tang Tang coming to greet him. Xiao Chen parked the car on the side of the road, got off and walked over. "Brother Xiao, you came to see us." Yu Xiaochuan's voice was soft and seemed to be a little shy. She looked at Xiao Chen, her face seemed to be slightly red and she was a little excited. "You've been gone for so many months. Tang Tang and I miss you." Xiao Chen looked at Yu Xiaochuan's appearance and felt an indescribable strangeness. Why did this guy cultivate the chrysanthemum treasure book like a woman? Besides, it's normal for Tang Tang to miss me. What do you mean by that? Tang Tang, Xiaochuan, are you all right? Xiao Chen nodded and said politely. Although Yu Xiaochuan made him feel a little awkward, some of the things that Yu Xiaochuan did made Xiao Chen feel that he was very reliable as a younger brother. "Brother Xiao, I'm fine. It's just that you're not in Songning. I don't have any other plans. I just cultivate to kill time every day." Yu Xiaochuan lowered his head shyly. "Of course, it's also thanks to Sister Tang Tang taking care of me. Brother Xiao, why don't we move to your villa?" "Tang Tang can go, but what are you going to do there?" Xiao Chen was stunned. "Besides, your Yu family has such a big mansion. Do you still want to go to the villa?" "I'm going to be a younger brother." Yu Xiaochuan shook his head and said with some annoyance, "Brother Xiao, it's actually boring for me to stay at home. Although my family wants me to be the young master, I don't want to do it. I think women. No, I think it's better for me to be a younger brother. I don't want to be the young master. But my family tells everyone about my strength and expands the Yu family. It's really annoying." "What's your strength now?" Xiao Chen suddenly asked. "I don't know. Maybe I'm a martial master?" This chrysanthemum treasured grimoire's cultivation level is a little different from normal martial arts. I don't know what it is either. In any case, a martial master from a clan that had a falling out with our Yu clan was accidentally killed by him. After that, our Yu clan's reputation rose. Yu Xiaochuan seemed to be talking about a very ordinary matter, but it made Xiao Chen extremely shocked in his heart. What? Yu Xiaochuan was already strong enough to kill a martial master easily? Although he could do it, he was a cultivator. Could it be the effect of the chrysanthemum treasure book? Xiao Chen thought. According to the rumors, this chrysanthemum-treasured book was a divine art that was as famous as the art of dragon mastery, which had been lost for a long time. It was indeed true. Yu Shaochuan was actually able to cultivate it to such a level in such a short period of time. Oh, anyway, it's so annoying. Let's not talk about this. Yu Shaochuan saw that Xiao Qin seemed to be very happy. Tang Tang, you talk to Brother Xiao. How about we go to his house for a few days? I don't want to receive those boring people anymore. It's too boring. Tang Tang naturally wanted to be close to Xiao Qin, so she looked up at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin patted his forehead. If Tang Tang went, of course he would welcome it. But with such a strange Yu Shaochuan, he always felt uncomfortable all over. There was a feeling of panic. Thinking that Yu Shaochuan was also his loyal younger brother, Xiao Qin reluctantly agreed. Then I won't talk to you anymore. You guys pack up and go over. I'll go visit the others. NN. Yu Shaochuan nodded happily. Tang Tang looked at Yu Shaochuan's appearance and couldn't help but sigh. She was Yu Shaochuan's closest sister. She was clear about what happened to Yu Shaochuan, but she couldn't say anything. Some things, if spoken out, would not be beautiful. It would make both sides embarrassed. It was better to pretend that she didn't know about it now. Maybe one day Yu Shaochuan could return to normal, right? Xiao Qin greeted the two and returned to the car. He drove away from the Yu family and went to the Lu family and the Zhu family. He had to visit the homes of these two younger brothers. The Lu family was flattered by Xiao Qian's sudden visit. In any case, the Lu family was the weakest among these families. Even the Lu family gang's consecrator was respectful to Xiao Qin. This person was merely a martial artist at the peak of Stage 8 inner force. He was probably a very powerful existence in the past, but following Xiao Qian's disruption, all the aristocratic families exposed or obtained strength that exceeded what they had previously revealed, and the Lu family seemed even more insignificant. Thinking of this, Xiao Qin was a little awestruck. Sometimes the butterfly effect was really serious. He had improved his strength, but he didn't expect that the other families in Songning would also improve their strength more or less. Some were hidden before and some were obtained later. In short, Songning would not be peaceful in the future unless there was another powerful family like the Qing family to restrain these families. It was the same for the Zhu family. Previously, Zhu Yingxiong and Xiao Qin's relationship was looked down upon by everyone. But now, the Zhu family still had to go to the Xiao family to pay their New Year's greetings. There was no other reason. Even the old ancestor of the Zhu family, even if he was a Stage 10 inner force martial artist, was not Xiao Qian's opponent at the moment. It was no secret that the Qing family found a martial artist at the peak of Stage 10 great perfection was killed by Xiao Qin. Compared to him, the Zhu family's old ancestor was nothing at all. How is Kerlin? After greeting the other members of the Zhu family, the rest was time for Xiao Qin and Zhu Yingxiong to get together alone. Fortunately, no one bullies her in school. However, I heard that her family seems to have encountered some difficulties, said Zhu Yingxiong. Oh. After listening, Xiao Qin asked subconsciously, what difficulties? I don't know. I asked her but she didn't say anything so I didn't ask. Zhu Yingxiong shrugged helplessly. In other words, she is still going to school normally? Xiao Qin breathed a sigh of relief after listening. Even if she encountered some difficulties, it was not serious. Otherwise, Kerlin would not go to school. And she is still going to school. Zhu Yingxiong nodded. Xiao Qin did not ask much. He planned to go to the morning market street after the new year. These days, the morning market street was closed for the new year. After chatting with Zhu Yingxiong for a while, Xiao Qin also stood up and said goodbye. He still had to go to the villa to see Yi Xiaoye, so he did not stay for long. Moreover, the Zhu family also had other things to do. Although the Zhu family was not as good as the Xiao family, there were still many people who came to pay New Year's greetings. As the younger generation heir of the family, Zhu Yingxiong also had to show up. After saying goodbye, Xiao Qin went to the villa. At this time, the villa was a little quiet. He did not know why it was lacking a kind of people. The eldest miss had gone home, but Yi Xiaoye and Jin Beibei should still be there. Xiao Qin rang the doorbell but he did not open the door directly. If there was no one, Xiao Qin would leave. After a while, when Xiao Qin was about to turn around and get into the car, Yi Xiaoye came out yawning in a daze. Seeing Xiao Qin, she was stunned. Xiao Qin, it's the new year. Why are you here? Just you? Xiao Qin saw that only Yi Xiaoye came out and did not see Jin Beibei. He guessed that it should be so. Qing Minjing and Jin Beibei have gone back for the new year. Naturally, I'm alone. Yi Xiaoye said in boredom, are you here to accompany me for dual cultivation? It's still daytime, isn't it? Xiao Qin was stunned. Who cares? Besides, what haven't you seen? Yi Xiaoye yawned indifferently. Are you coming? No, I'll leave after a while. It's just that it's the new year, so I'm here to see you. Xiaoqin found that Yi Xiaoye was becoming more and more casual with him, so he let down his guard. Aren't you afraid that I'll peek at you in broad daylight? You've been peeking a lot. Yi Xiaoye snorted and opened the door of the villa. Aren't you going back to the sect for the new year? Xiaoqin asked. Of course I'm going back. She's been urging me to go back several times. I told her that my strength will improve faster here, so Master agreed. Yi Xiaoye said, so, if you don't do dual cultivation with me, I'll be scolded when I go back. Okay. I'll definitely come when I'm free, Xiaoqin said and walked into the living room of the villa. As soon as he entered the door, a black shadow pounced on him and threw itself at Xiaoqin, giving him a great shock. He was about to make a move when he took a closer look. It was the super invincible dog in the universe. Chapter 684. Invincible dog? Why is it in the villa? Xiaoqin was stunned. It was in my room before. Now that I'm the only one in the villa, I'm so happy not to see Jin Beibei. Yi Xiaoye grinned. I'll have to do it for 2 days. It seems like you're being suppressed by her. Xiaoqin shrugged. That's because I don't want to lower myself to her level. Otherwise, how could she beat me? Yi Xiaoye said proudly, I was going easy on her. Actually, Beibei doesn't have any bad intentions. Xiaoqin smiled. Yes, if she was bad, I would have killed her long ago. Yi Xiaoye humphed and said, by the way, let me tell you something serious. Can you go back to the sect with me after Chinese New Year? For what? Xiaoqin was slightly stunned. Why would he go with her? Tell the people in my sect that I actually like you. I don't want to be the saintess of the demon clan and I don't want to participate in the special training for the saintess. I want to stay in the secular world. Yi Xiaoye looked at Xiaoqin and said word by word. Your master can't beat me to death, right? Xiaoqin widened his eyes. Are you serious? Of course. I might not like you, but who told you to see my body? I'm relying on you now. Yi Xiaoye rolled her eyes at Xiaoqin and said shamelessly, the saintess of the demon clan has to be pure. She can't even let others see her body. Otherwise, if the leader of the demon clan finds out, you'll die a horrible death. Think about it. Many people know about us. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. If someone goes out and does something, we'll both die. The leader of the demon clan is awesome. The leader of the demon clan hasn't been elected yet, right? Don't you want me to run for it? However, Xiaoqin did not think much of it. If he were to encounter these demon sect master candidates now, Xiaoqin would be able to send them to the southern heavenly gate with one slap. Aya, you haven't chosen yet, have you? It's just that I have to choose. It's actually very complicated. I only heard about it from my master recently. Before this, it wasn't urgent, so I didn't pay much attention to it. But now that I've asked around, it's not that easy to become a sect master of a demon sect. Also, there's someone who's manipulating things from behind the scenes. Yi Xiaoye lowered her voice. Holy *T, this thing can be manipulated behind the scenes? If I were to participate in the election, would they force me to lose to someone else? Xiaoqin was surprised. That's not it. Manipulating things from behind the scenes means that there will be stronger people hiding in the dark. When the time comes, they will amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. These demon sect master candidates that you see now are actually just cannon fodder. Yi Xiaoye said, our demonic star sect is just a small sect in the demon clan. There are real big sects controlling it. We're just pawns. When I heard that it's so serious, I didn't want to participate. What if I implicate you? Also, I don't want to cause trouble. Tell me what's going on with your demon clan. Also, what's going on with this demon clan master? Xiaoqin asked with a frown. From the looks of it, he seemed to have looked down on the heroes of the world. The few he had met were just trash. The pugilistic world is divided into the inner pugilistic world and the outer pugilistic world. You know this, right? Yi Xiaoye asked. Yes, I've heard of it. Xiaoqin recalled the Kai family in Lan City. Back then, Kai Wujin said that he was an inner disciple of the pugilistic world, so he was probably an inner pugilistic world. If that's the case, it's easy. Actually, our Devil Star sect is an outer pugilistic world sect. Outer pugilistic world sects have more or less contact with the secular world, so we're not completely isolated from the world. However, inner pugilistic world rarely operates in the secular world. Yi Xiaoye nodded and continued, To put it bluntly, the pugilistic world that we usually talk about in the secular world is the outer pugilistic world. People in the inner pugilistic world usually call themselves people of the pugilistic world to distinguish themselves from the outer pugilistic world. Then this demon clan's saintess election and sect master election, are they the inner pugilistic world or the outer pugilistic world? Xiao Qin asked. Listen to me first. Yi Xiaoye waved her hand and gestured for Xiao Qin to stop talking and listen to her. It's like this. This is actually organized by the outer pugilistic world's demon clan, which has the highest status in the pugilistic world. This demon clan is the Qishan sect. What? Xiao Qin jumped up from the sofa and widened his eyes. The Qishan sect? The demon clan with the highest status in the pugilistic world? It can't be, right? Yes, you know the Qishan sect. Yi Xiaoye looked at Xiao Qin with some confusion. Logically speaking, Xiao Qin and the Qishan sect did not have any interactions. It's okay. Go on. Xiao Qin was a little depressed. He was really lucky. Damn it, he did not offend them, but he offended the most powerful one. He really had nothing to say. Do you have a grudge against the Qishan sect? Yi Xiaoye suddenly became very nosy. Not really. Is the Qishan sect very strong? Xiao Qin asked. Actually, you can't say that the Qishan sect is very strong. It's just that the Qishan sect's backer is very strong. Yi Xiaoye's expression froze. She said, outer pugilistic world sects usually have a sect as a backer in the inner pugilistic world. Just like in the secular world, we have a martial arts family as our spokesperson. The martial arts family relies on us and we rely on the inner pugilistic world. Then what does the inner pugilistic world rely on? Xiao Qin asked. I don't know about that. I haven't reached that level yet. I don't even know much about the inner pugilistic world. Yi Xiaoye shook her head and said, the Qishan sect is not the strongest among the outer pugilistic world's demon sects, but it has the strongest backer. This can't be helped. So that's how it is. Go on then. Xiao Qin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not the strongest. As for the inner pugilistic world, they probably would not send out a master for such a trivial matter. Actually, in the outer pugilistic world, there was originally no demon sect master, because only the inner pugilistic world has a demon sect master. The outer pugilistic world is a bunch of undeveloped sections. It's actually not appropriate to choose a sect master. Yi Xiaoye looked at Xiao Qin and continued, there has always been a demon sect master. At that time, the inner pugilistic world and the outer pugilistic world would choose a sect master together. Then, they would be sent to the inner pugilistic world. The outstanding ones would become the inner pugilistic world sect master's wife or concubine. What about now? Now they're choosing the outer pugilistic world's demon sect master? Xiao Qin frowned. He had a feeling that something was not right. Wasn't this overstepping their authority? She was supposed to be the inner pugilistic world sect master's wife, but now she was the outer pugilistic world sect master's wife. What was going on? Was the Qishan sect stupid? No matter how powerful their background was, this was still a slap in the face. Seeing Xiao Qin's confusion, Yi Xiaoye smiled bitterly and said, you can tell too? So this might not be a good thing. Are you afraid that the inner pugilistic world will blame you? Xiao Qin asked in a deep voice. I heard that the inner pugilistic world's demon sect master has not appeared in public for many years. I heard that he has fallen. Currently, the backing sect of the Qishan sect is temporarily taking over the demon sect's power. Yi Xiaoye said, the demon sect's deputy sect master is in this sect. So for the time being, it's impossible to blame them. However, after I found out about the inner pugilistic world, I don't think it's interesting. The demon sect master will definitely be the Qishan sect. I guess it's just an excuse for the backing sect to unify the outer pugilistic world's demon sect. So even if you go to the election, you probably won't stand a chance. Oh? Do the other sects know about it? Xiao Qin was a little confused. If the other demon sects in the outer pugilistic world know about it, why would they still go to the election? Didn't they all give up? Of course they don't know. My master. Sai, let me tell you, don't tell anyone else. Yi Xiaoye suddenly looked at Xiao Qin with a mysterious and solemn expression. Well, of course I won't tell anyone. Besides, who else can I tell? Xiao Qin shook his head. My master also has connections in the inner pugilistic world. She's not the backing of our sect but someone else. Yi Xiaoye said, I don't know the details. She told me all this. She wants me to give up the election and not get involved in these things, but it's up to me to make my own choice. However, the sect hopes that I can become the saintess. After all, even the sect master of the outer pugilistic world is a very powerful existence. After all, we have to spend our days in the outer pugilistic world. Xiaoqian nodded. He suddenly felt that things were getting more and more complicated. Since the Quishan sect had such a strong backing, why did they still deal with the Xiao family? Did they have nothing better to do? Xiaoqian did not think that with the Quishan sect status, they would still be interested in the Xiao family. The Xiao family was not even a real martial arts family. It could only be considered a small family in a second-tier city in the secular world. The Quishan sect deliberately designed this kind of family. If there was no deeper reason behind it, Xiaoqian would not believe it. However, what was the reason? According to Qing Zhongfan, Xiaoqian wanted to lure someone out. However, who could be lured out by destroying his own family? His own parents were missing, and the Xiao family did not have a thriving population. It was really strange. Then, if you take me to your sect, you can avoid participating in the election? Xiaoqian asked. Well, if you say that you slept with me, I don't think the sect will take the risk to ask me again. If you only say that you saw me, they might kill you and let me continue to participate in the election. Yi Xiaoye threatened Xiaoqian. They have to be able to kill me first. Xiaoqian was speechless. You might as well say that they killed you. I can still be nervous. All right. Anyway, just treat it as helping me. How about it? Yi Xiaoye grabbed Xiaoqian's arm. Forget it, I'll reluctantly help you. Xiaoqian was really at his wit's end because of Yi Xiaoye. Since he had nothing else to do, there was no harm in going. Doing so might offend the Quishan sect, but Xiaoqian had already offended the Quishan sect. What was there to be afraid of? I knew you would agree. That's great. Yi Xiaoye was happy. Then go do what you need to do. I won't look for you for dual cultivation today. Chapter 685. Yi Xiaoye had actually planned to seduce Xiaoqian during the dual cultivation and act coquettishly to get him to agree. She didn't expect Xiaoqian to agree so readily, so she didn't force Xiaoqian. It seemed that Xiaoqian had a lot of things to do. Xiaoqian stood up and returned to his room. He left in a hurry and left a lot of things here. However, when Xiaoqian opened the door, he was slightly stunned. Xiao Yi, someone entered my room? No. Yi Xiaoye was also stunned. Was it Qing Menjing or Jin Beibei? Xiaoqian's room wasn't locked, but Xiaoqian looked at the mess inside. It seemed that a thief had broken in. It shouldn't have been done by the two of them. No, look. Why is it so messy? Yi Xiaoye walked over and looked into the room. Then she slapped her forehead and said, I remember now. The invincible dog went in and I brought him down from the house. He came to your room to play for a while by accident, and he's been playing in your room these days. Oh. Xiaoqian looked at the scene. It was really possible that it was done by a dog. He shook his head and walked in. He planned to tidy up, but he was stunned again. Damn, who touched my medicine dregs? Medicine dregs? Yi Xiaoye was a little puzzled. What medicine dregs? At this moment, invincible dog ran over. When it saw a bag of medicine dregs, it bit it directly and started eating. It ate with great relish. Xiaoqian and Yi Xiaoye were dumbfounded. Damn puppy, what are you made of? You can eat this too? Xiaoqian and his friends were stunned. This dog actually ate medicine dregs. Looking at the other empty bags, Xiaoqian found a few strands of dog fur. It must have been eaten by invincible dog. Yi Xiaoye was also a little speechless. She said weakly, Did it eat my medicine dregs too? Yours was eaten too? Xiaoqian was stunned. Yes, I brewed medicine. I put the remaining medicine dregs in the trash can, but invincible dog ran out with them in its mouth. I thought it was going to help me throw them away, so I didn't care. I always thought it was quite obedient. I didn't expect. Yi Xiaoye also covered her forehead with a face full of disbelief. No wonder it rarely eats when I feed it, but it is still energetic every day. Eat it, eat it? Xiaoqian shook his head. This thing isn't human. It's too magical. It's amazing. It's not human anyway. Yi Xiaoye said with a smile. My medicine dregs are enough for it to eat for a while. If you have more, just deal with it directly. Xiaoqian didn't care about it. According to Yi Xiaoye, invincible dog had been eating medicine dregs for a day or two. It was really an invincible dog. Yi Xiaoye didn't know what to say. Xiaoqian left the villa and drove to the Jin family again. It was also the last stop of Xiaoqian's visit. As for Lu Shuangshuang, he didn't plan to go there today. He would visit all the aristocratic families first. I knew you would come. In the Jin family, some people came to visit but not many. Therefore, Xiaoqian's journey was smooth. He met Jean Bebe and Golden Fur Lion King directly. As soon as they met, Golden Fur Lion King said to Xiao Chen with a smile, "Grandpa Jean, Happy New Year." Xiao Chen said respectfully, "Xiao Chen, you have been lying to me all the time. You are so powerful, but you have been hiding?" Golden Fur Lion King laughed and said, "Now, it's even more fitting for you to be my grandson-in-law. What do you think?" Xiao Chen didn't expect that Golden Fur Lion King would snub him with his first sentence when he came to visit. He blushed. Xiao Chen could only smile bitterly. "Grandpa Jean, please don't joke with me. We are still in school. Haha, a big family can get engaged first." Golden Fur Lion King said with a smile, "Besides, didn't you Xiao Chuan quit school to get married?" Well, Xiao Chen was a little embarrassed. "Okay, let's not talk about this. I won't joke with you. Grandpa Jean knows that you can come and show your sincerity." Golden Fur Lion King waved his hand and said with a big smile, "It's getting late. Go back early." "What?" Xiao Chen was stunned and a little puzzled. "Go back quickly in case something happens to the Cheng family," Golden Fur Lion King said as if he was referring to something. "Grandpa Jean, what do you know?" Xiao Chen was stunned. "Cheng Zhongfan went to find someone. Everyone knows that. He will definitely take revenge on the Xiao family. So, you'd better not go out these days. The Xiao family may be in danger if you are not here." Golden Fur Lion King reminded him. Xiao Chen was shocked. That's right, but he had just gone to the Cheng family and caused a ruckus, but he didn't find any clues. However, he still had to be on guard, so he nodded solemnly and said, "All right, Grandpa Jean, then I'll go back first. Bebe, Happy New Year." "Happy New Year, cousin-in-law." Jean Bebe waved her hand at Xiao Chen and grinned. However, Xiao Chen felt that she had something on her mind when he looked at her. "I will go back to the villa after the new year. Let's have some fun together," Xiao Chen said with a smile. "Okay." Jean Bebe nodded. Xiao Chen could tell that Jean Bebe was not right. However, since Golden Fur Lion King was here, it was inappropriate for him to ask more questions. If Jean Bebe told him that she was on her period, it would be even more embarrassing. Therefore, Xiao Chen could only ask her in detail after he went back to the villa. After bidding farewell to Golden Fur Lion King, Xiao Chen left the Jean family. Watching Xiao Chen's back, Jean Bebe sighed. "What, Bebe? You don't want to see him go? So, Grandpa, you won't do anything then?" Golden Fur Lion King looked at Jean Bebe with a smile. "How is that possible? I love adventures and sex the most. I can't wait." Jean Bebe waved her hands and said, "It's just 3 years. It's not a big deal. My cousin-in-law has graduated from college. He and my cousin are getting married. I will be the bridesmaid. La la la. Bebe." Looking at his granddaughter, Golden Fur Lion King sighed. Although Jean Bebe was wearing a cunning smile, Golden Fur Lion King clearly saw that there were tears of reluctance in her eyes. "I'm going to watch the TV series of Campus Bell." Jean Bebe turned around and ran away. "Maybe I won't see it in a few days. I wonder if the sect has Wi-Fi." Xiao Chen returned to the Xiao family, but the Xiao family was still in harmony. There was nothing wrong. Yu Xiaochuan, on the other hand, had come with Tang Tang. They were sitting in the living room. The moment he came in, Xiao Chen was pulled aside by Xiao Xiao. She asked in a low voice, "Brother, what's going on?" "Yu Xiaochuan came to our house with Sister Tang, claiming that you asked them to stay here." "What's the meaning of that?" "Nothing. Arrange a house for them. Isn't there an empty villa?" Xiao Chen had a headache too. He said, "Arrange a house for Yu Xiaochuan. Tang Tang can sleep in my room tonight." "No, I'm going to sleep with you," Xiao Xiao said. Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Xiao blankly. "What did you say?" "What?" "Some people set off firecrackers during the Spring Festival. I'm scared. You used to hug me to sleep when we were kids." Xiao Xiao said, "Are you forgetting your sister because of me?" "Well, how old are you?" Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. He wanted to spend the Spring Festival with Tang Tang, but Xiao Xiao said that. "I'm scared no matter how old I am." Xiao Xiao said affirmatively, "I've moved the bedding over. I'll stay in your room tonight." "Then, how did you spend the Spring Festival before?" Xiao Chen didn't know what to say. He felt it was very weird. It seemed that Xiao Xiao was hostile to Tang Tang. "Before. I didn't sleep all night. I was so sleepy in the morning." "You don't want me to be like that, do you?" Xiao Xiao blinked. "Okay." Xiao Chen couldn't refuse, so he had to agree. "Then will Tang Tang live with you, Xiaochuan?" "Haven't they always been living together?" Xiao Xiao asked. "Forget it." Xiao Chen thought that Yu Xiaochuan probably had no interest in Tang Tang at all. They didn't look like husband and wife but more like sisters. Moreover, Tang Tang was more manly. Xiao Xiao went to arrange the room. Xiao Chen told them about the arrangement. Yu Xiaochuan didn't care, but Tang Tang was a little regretful. She lowered her voice. Xiao Chen, are you kidding me? Xiao Xiao is so old and she still wants to sleep with you? Aren't you afraid that something bad will happen? How can that be? You think I'm too dirty? Xiao Chen actually felt that both of them were adults. They weren't children anymore. It was really inconvenient for them to live together, but Xiao Xiao insisted. Xiao Chen couldn't help it. You are very dirty. You just met me for a few days and you want to look at my photo. Tang Tang said. Isn't that a joke? Xiao Chen was embarrassed. It's okay, Tang Tang. I will sleep on the sofa or on the floor. Let Brother Xiao find a chance to come over. Yu Xiaochuan smiled understandingly. Right, Xiaochuan, you have the strength now. You don't have to be afraid of me. Why are you still willing to be my younger brother? Xiao Chen took advantage of the room not being tidied up and lowered his voice to ask the doubts in his heart. But I just admire Brother Xiao. In front of Brother Xiao, I have a feeling of wanting to surrender. Yu Xiaochuan said with some shyness, so for Brother Xiao I am willing to do anything. Xiao Chen's face was full of disbelief. It's better not to ask this. Although it's a younger brother expressing his feelings, but it's awkward. If it were Xia Shibin he might say the same, but it would become, I admire the boss. For the boss I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Although the meaning was the same, the feeling was completely different when it was said by two people. Okay. I know your loyalty. Xiao Chen nodded. You and Tang Tang go rest first. Okay, Brother Xiao, see you tomorrow? Yu Xiaochuan was elated. It seemed that it was a very pleasant thing to live in the Xiao family. Chapter 686. In fact, the Yu family didn't want Yu Xiaochuan to go out, but no one could stop him. Now the Yu family depended on Yu Xiaochuan. Strength determined the right to speak. The saying was true. Yu Xiaochuan's strength was superior. Naturally, his words carried enormous weight in the family. Night fell. Xiao Chen sent Tang Tang and Yu Xiaochuan to their guest villa. They sat inside for a while and then left under Yu Xiaochuan's warm escort. Looking at his villa from afar, Xiao Chen was a little hesitant. Although he knew that he and Xiao Xiao were siblings, it was a little inconvenient for them to live together. Looking at the fireworks in the distant sky and the sound of firecrackers, Xiao Chen sighed. He quickened his pace and pushed open the door of the villa. It was warm inside. There were festive decorations everywhere. But why did Xiao Chen feel that it was like a new house? Xiao Xiao was still decorating something excitedly. In short, the originally plain room was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Xiao Xiao, don't be busy. Why do I have to make my house so festive? People who don't know will think that I'm married. Xiao Xiao blushed and said, I'm just thinking that it's the new year, so I want to be festive. Well, you're tired. Go to bed early. Xiao Chen said because he saw that Xiao Xiao still wanted to light candles, which made him even more speechless. Wedding night? Oh. Xiao Xiao didn't continue. Brother, I'll take a bath first. Well, go ahead. Xiao Chen nodded, took out his mobile phone and played with it. There were countless New Year's greetings from everyone. It was a mess. Xiao Chen deleted some and replied some. Feeling bored, Xiao Chen turned on the television and watched a replay of the gala. He watched it with relish and was quite engrossed in it. Then he heard a noise from the washroom. He looked up and saw Xiao Xiao walking out with mist around her. However, she was only wrapped in a towel. Xiao Chen's eyelids twitched. Xiao Xiao, why are you wearing so little? Go back and put on your clothes. Xiao Chen's voice was unprecedentedly strict. He felt that Xiao Xiao was a little too casual. Even if they were biological siblings, she shouldn't be like this. Brother, don't you know that I never wear pajamas when I sleep? I'm naked. Xiao Xiao was stunned and looked at Xiao Chen innocently. What's wrong with me? You're my brother, what's wrong with that? Xiao Chen was stunned. Then he remembered that Xiao Xiao didn't like to wear pajamas when she was young, but she still wore panties. At that time, Xiao Xiao hadn't developed yet, so it didn't matter if she was topless. But now, looking at Xiao Xiao's innocent expression, Xiao Chen felt a little helpless. He stood up and said, I'm going to wash up. You can go to bed first and cover yourself with the blanket. All right. Xiao Xiao nodded. She lifted her legs and climbed onto the bed right in front of Xiao Chen. She lifted the towel and revealed a glimpse of spring, causing Xiao Chen to feel a little dizzy. He hurriedly turned around and walked quickly to the bathroom. He had made up his mind to talk to Xiao Xiao in a while. This wasn't a good thing. Both of them were grown up. How could they not have any taboo? Thinking about Xiao Xiao's matter, Xiao Chen quickly washed up and came out. Seeing that Xiao Xiao had gone to bed and got under the blanket, Xiao Chen was relieved. He walked over and said, "Xiao Xiao, I have something to tell you." Xiao Xiao didn't respond. "Xiao Xiao," Xiao Chen called. Xiao Xiao still didn't respond. Xiao Chen was a little puzzled. He walked over and found that Xiao Xiao had actually fallen asleep. This made him feel very helpless, but he was also relieved. He didn't have to face Xiao Xiao, who was wearing so little, so his pressure wasn't so great. He walked to the side and sat on the sofa. Xiao Chen continued to play with his mobile phone. Outside the window there was another burst of firecrackers. Because the place where the Xiao family lived was relatively empty, and it wasn't the most suburban area, there were many villas and industrial parks nearby. At this time they were all setting off firecrackers. On the bed, Xiao Xiao's body shivered and moaned, "Brother? I'm scared." "Xiao Xiao, don't be scared." Xiao Chen stood up and sat on the bed. He gently patted Xiao Xiao's back and comforted her. "Brother, I'm scared. You're protecting me?" The sound of firecrackers outside the window was getting louder and more intense. Xiao Chen cursed in his heart. "It's the middle of the night. It's not New Year's Eve. Why are you still setting off firecrackers?" But no matter how good Xiao Chen's martial arts were, he couldn't interfere with others setting off firecrackers, right? He was helpless. He could only put his hand on Xiao Xiao's back and comforted her. Okay. It's okay. Brother is by your side, and?" Xiao Xiao seemed to be talking in her sleep. Soon she fell asleep again and there was no sound. Xiao Chen watched for a while. He planned to stand up and go back to the sofa, but as soon as he took his hand away, Xiao Xiao moaned like a doctor. Xiao Chen had no choice but to put his hand back again. Boom! It was unknown which immoral person had set up a divine cannon or some sort of firecracker nearby. Xiao Xiao was so scared that she trembled and her hair stood on end. "Xiao Xiao, don't be scared." Xiao Chen was furious. F***CK, how can this kind of firecracker be set off in the middle of the night? Which child doesn't sleep and plays with this in the middle of the night? "Brother, I'm scared. Hold me." Xiao Xiao's body was shivering. Xiao Chen was about to refuse when there was another loud boom outside. Xiao Xiao's face was pale. Without a choice, Xiao Chen had to go to bed, but it was outside the quilt. He gently hugged Xiao Xiao, but he didn't dare to hug her tightly. After all, there was a difference between a man and a woman. Boom! Xiao Chen almost wanted to curse. "Can you do it again? Mother f***ker, if you set off one more time, I will burn your house." Xiao Xiao shivered and her body shrank down. The softness of her chest was about to rub against Xiao Chen's arm. Xiao Chen was also scared and quickly raised his hand. Whew! It was close. Xiao Chen almost touched a place that he shouldn't have touched. Xiao Xiao shrunk her body and fell asleep again. She seemed to be very sweet. After that, there were very few people who set off firecrackers. In the dead of the night, Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Xiao. He didn't sleep all night. Early the next morning, Xiao Xiao woke up in the sound of firecrackers. She yawned. "Xiao Xiao, you're awake?" Xiao Chen immediately asked, "How did you sleep last night?" "Not good," Xiao Xiao said stiffly. Xiao Chen was stunned, but he looked at Xiao Xiao's bloodshot eyes and wondered, "Why do you look like you didn't sleep well?" "The firecrackers were too scary. You didn't hug me. I woke up a few times in a daze. Of course I didn't sleep well," Xiao Xiao said angrily. "Oh, it's really annoying. If someone sets off firecrackers again tonight, I will go and find them," Xiao Chen said angrily. "Don't," Xiao Xiao said subconsciously. "And?" Xiao Chen was stunned. "Ah, it's New Year. Setting off firecrackers is also a celebration. How can we stop them?" Xiao Xiao quickly said, "Let's accommodate them. You can't stop others from setting off firecrackers just because you have the strength now. When you were young, you took me to set off firecrackers. At that time, Grandpa didn't allow us to set off firecrackers at home, so we secretly made a date at night." "What?" Xiao Chen's eyes widened. "We made a date to set off firecrackers. Of course, I only dared to set off fireworks," Xiao Xiao said. "Okay." Xiao Chen gave up. Can this be called a date? He didn't want to dwell on this topic. He found that Xiao Xiao didn't avoid anything when she was with him, which gave him a little headache. She was already so old. She should avoid these things. How could she talk and do things without a barrier? "Okay, wash up. We should go for breakfast." And then Xiao Xiao sat up, and the quilt on her body slipped down, revealing a snow-white skin. Xiao Chen was almost scared to death by her. He quickly turned his head. Xiao Xiao, can you be more careful? What's wrong? Xiao Xiao was stunned and somewhat inexplicable. You're not wearing clothes. Can you consider your brother? Xiao Chen said helplessly. Oh, you're my brother. What else could there be? Xiao Xiao didn't think much of it, but she suddenly said, brother, do you have some thoughts about me? Otherwise, why would you think so much? You must be a sis-con, right? I'm so scared. Xiao Chen was speechless. Am I the sis-con, or are you the brother-con? I'm going to wash up. Xiao Xiao skipped to the bathroom. Xiao Chen quickly slipped out of the villa. He was afraid that Xiao Xiao would turn around and come out of the bathroom naked. That would be even more awkward. He wanted to talk to Xiao Xiao, but looking at her state, he couldn't continue the conversation. She probably wouldn't understand, so Xiao Chen could only give up. Xiao Chen, why are you standing at the door? Where's Xiao Xiao? Xiao Hai was doing his morning exercises. He was a martial artist, so he naturally had to do some regular exercises every morning. He ran past Xiao Chen's door and saw Xiao Chen standing at the door in a daze. He couldn't help but be puzzled. Where's Xiao Xiao? Inside. Xiao Chen pointed to the villa. I'll go in and take a look. This child has been timid since she was young. Your second aunt and I can't do anything about it. In the past, it was your second aunt who accompanied her. Xiao Hai said and walked in. Second aunt accompanied Xiao Xiao? Xiao Chen was stunned. He was fooled. This girl said that she couldn't sleep in the past. Wasn't she bluffing? However, just as he wanted to say something, he saw Xiao Hai about to barge into the villa. He was shocked and quickly pulled him back. Wait, Xiao Xiao is not wearing clothes. Xiao Hai was stunned. He stopped in his tracks and turned around. He looked at Xiao Chen in disbelief. You can't be. Second uncle, what are you thinking? Xiao Chen's face was a little helpless. Am I not standing here? I'll wait for her to get dressed before going in. Chapter 687. Oh. Xiao Hai laughed and said, then I won't go in. I'll run a lap. See you in the banquet hall. Okay, uncle. Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He was almost misunderstood. After waiting for a while, Xiao Xiao didn't come out. Xiao Chen couldn't help but ask, Xiao Xiao, are you done? Brother, come and help me. Xiao Xiao's voice rang out. Xiao Chen pushed the door and returned to the villa. He saw Xiao Xiao wearing a winter cotton cheongsam. The zipper in the back couldn't be pulled up. A large part of her back was exposed. The snow-white skin made Xiao Chen dizzy. Xiao Xiao, you, help me pull it up. I'm exhausted. Xiao Xiao complained, alas, my breasts are bigger. I bought it last year, but I can't fit it this year. Xiao Chen was speechless. He pretended not to hear it. He walked over and helped Xiao Xiao pull up the zipper. Then he said as if nothing had happened, let's go eat. Xiao Chen also realized that the more he tried to avoid the topic, the more this girl would take advantage of him. He might as well pretend that nothing had happened and not continue the conversation. That way Xiao Xiao would not be able to continue the conversation. Sure enough, Xiao Xiao saw that Xiao Chen didn't pay attention to her, so she didn't say anything. But she still pushed her breasts left and right as if she was adjusting the position. Xiao Chen pretended not to see anything and walked to the door. Xiao Xiao followed him. The two of them came to the Xiao family's dining room. At this time, Yu Xiaochuan and Tang Tang had already arrived. They were sitting at the table waiting for others. Brother Xiao, you're here. I thought you would come to me last night. Yu Xiaochuan waved to Xiao Chen with a smile and a blush. Ahem. Xiao Xiao was afraid of setting off firecrackers yesterday, so I accompanied her. I didn't go to Tang Tang. Xiao Chen corrected. What do you mean go to you? What can I do with you? Well, it's okay. We plan to stay here forever. Yu Xiaochuan nodded and said with a smile. After a while, the rest of the Xiao family also came. In fact, it was just old Master Xiao, second uncle and second aunt. The Xiao family really didn't forget. Even if Yu Xiaochuan and Tang Tang were included, the whole table could not be filled. Xiao Chen, I already know that you went to the Qing family yesterday. You exposed Qing Zhongfan's secret. With his character, he definitely won't let you go easily. I'm afraid that he will make trouble for you. Xiao Yuanshan walked in and said worriedly. After all, this matter was not a secret and the Qing family did not plan to hide it. What? Whoever dares to not let Brother Xiao off, I'll scratch him to death. Yu Xiaochuan suddenly stood up, somewhat agitated. Young Master Xiaochuan, don't get agitated. Xiao Yuanshan was shocked. He didn't expect Xiao Chuan's reaction to be so intense. Xiao Chuan, mind your image. Tang Tang glared at him. Oh, okay, Sister Tang Tang. Xiao Chuan sat down, a little embarrassed. It's fine. We'll deal with it when it comes. The Quishan sect is recently studying the Demon Gate competition and the Saintess election. Maybe they don't have time to deal with Cheng Zhongfan. Xiao Chen said. And let's eat. Xiao Yuanshan nodded. Looking at Xiao Chen's expression, he seemed to have a sense of propriety. He was not so worried anymore and called everyone to eat. While everyone was eating, a disciple of the Xiao family came to report that there was a guest. So early? Xiao Yuanshan was a little surprised. There were many people who came to the Xiao family to pay New Year's greetings, but it was only 8 o'clock. Who would come so early? According to the rules of the aristocratic families, they usually came around 10 o'clock. Yes, they came from Tianfang province. They said that they are the relatives of the old master. The disciple stammered. What the hell? Xiao Yuanshan's eyes widened. He felt like he didn't hear it clearly. Say it again, what is it? They said that they are the relatives of the old master, from Tianfang province. The disciple said carefully. In fact, this disciple was also very strange. He had been a servant of the Xiao family for many years, but he had never heard of such relatives in the Xiao family. Xiao Chen's face changed and then he smiled bitterly. Grandpa, I know who it is. Do you remember Wang Fantian? Wang Fantian? Isn't that the kid who played well with you in junior high? You even brought him to our house as a guest. Xiao Yuanshan nodded to show that he remembered. It's their house. Xiao Chen said, it's a long story. Let's go out and have a look. As he spoke, Xiao Chen stood up. He was extremely depressed. This Wang family was really powerful. They came all the way to Songning. However, since they were here, Xiao Chen couldn't hide even if he wanted to. He thought that when he disappeared, the Wang family would give up. He didn't expect that they would still not give up and actually came after him. Xiao Yuanshan nodded. It turned out to be a guest and he was a former friend of Xiao Chen. Naturally, he should receive him. Let's go to the living room. When they came to the living room, Xiao Chen saw an old man who was scolding angrily. What's wrong? I Wang Chechio came all the way to Songning. No matter what, I am the master of the real martial arts family. What's the meaning of leaving me here? What's the meaning of this? Xiao Chen just walked in. When he saw Wang Chechio, he was stunned. Is this the master of the Wang family? Even the master of the Wang family came in person? This gave him a headache. He originally wanted to make up a reason to reject this marriage. However, who would have thought that it would be difficult to reject this marriage now? After all, the master of the real martial arts family was here. He couldn't reject it directly. This must be the Wang family, master of the Outlander Wang family. I've heard a lot about you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Xiao Yuanshan quickly walked over and apologized. After all, they were the real martial arts family and he was just an ordinary family. It wasn't good to let them wait. Don't say these useless things. Your grandson slept with my granddaughter. What do you think we should do about this? Don't talk nonsense. I don't like it. What do you mean I've heard a lot about you? What a fart. You definitely didn't know me before. Wang Chechio roared. Xiao Yuanshan was a little stunned and immediately felt awkward. He was just being polite. He didn't expect this guy to really refute it. Of course, these weren't the important points. Why did Xiao Chen sleep with Wang Chechio's granddaughter? He couldn't help but turn around to look at Xiao Chen. His eyes were filled with doubt and suspicion. Xiao Chen, what's going on? Grandpa Wang, I said before that this was a misunderstanding. Besides, isn't that Xiao Chang? How did you find me? Xiao Chen could only act shamelessly. T. Xiao Chang is you. Don't think that I don't know. Wang Chechio said angrily. Fan and you tell me. But, boss hee ha ha hee hee. Wang Fantian looked at Xiao Chen and laughed foolishly. He didn't know what to say. Where's Lan Xinxin? Call her over. We'll compare and we'll know the truth. Xiao Chen was a little helpless. It seemed that Wang Fantian wouldn't speak up for him. This kid was obviously trying to smooth things over. Xinxin didn't come? Wang Fantian said weakly. Boss, my grandpa is determined to win this time. Just agree or else, he will stay here and not go back. He will go back when you agree. You know that he's also a reckless man. Our personalities are similar. When our stubbornness comes then. Xiao Chen was speechless. This Wang family has such a good family background. It's not like they can't get married. Why do they have to rely on me? Isn't this too much? Stay here then. Anyway, we don't need people like you. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. The Xiao family is small but big. You're welcome to stay here. You're still arguing with me, aren't you? Let me tell you, I've never been afraid of anyone. I'll stay here. I won't leave. Let's see if you agree or not. After Wang Tietio said that, he looked at Xiao Chen smugly and smiled smugly. He looked like he was going to piss Xiao Chen off to death. Just you wait. I'll spoil it for you when I see you with another woman. I'll make sure that my granddaughter is yours. Xiao Chen looked at Wang Tietio, who was even more shameless than him. He didn't know what to say. He was really shameless and invincible. Grandpa Wang, do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. Wang Tietio snorted. Ah, you old thing. How dare you threaten the boss? Do you believe that I won't scratch you to death? Yu Xiaochuan heard Wang Tietio's nonsense as soon as he walked in. He was instantly angered. Brother Xiao can be with whoever he wants. Why do you care? I'm with Brother Xiao every day. What can you do to me? Why don't you stir things up for me? Wang Tietio looked at Yu Xiaochuan up and down. Are you a man? Nonsense. Yu Xiaochuan snorted. Oh, then do whatever you want. Wang Tietio ignored him. I don't think you dare to control me. Yu Xiaochuan was extremely proud. Is this person crazy? Wang Tietio looked at Yu Xiaochuan and shook his head. He looked at Xiao Chen again. Xiao Chen, let me tell you. You'd better make a choice as soon as possible. Otherwise you'll be in trouble. Grandpa Wang, let's talk openly. I have nothing to do with your granddaughter. Besides, I already have a fiancé. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. Oh, I've already investigated. Don't think that I don't know that you and the Qing family have fallen out. You beat up the Qing family before. Do you still expect to be engaged to a woman from the Qing family? Stop dreaming. Wang Tietio waved his hand and said, Men, you can't find a wife even if you want to save face. My Xinxin is much better than her. Xiao Chen saw that he couldn't make sense of it, so he could only give up for the time being. He said resolutely, Grandpa Wang, me and Menjing are our matters. The Qing family is the Qing family's matter. You can't confuse them. Oh, if you have to say that, I don't care. At worst, I'll let Xinxin be your co-wife. This is a common thing in our Wulin family. It's not a big deal. Wang Tietio looked like he didn't believe him. He had to settle things. Chapter 688. That Jinwu Shen family Shin Jingxian is also my girlfriend, Xiao Chen said. Are you kidding me? Wang Tietio squinted at Xiao Chen. It's true. Xiao Chen nodded. Then don't you care about Qing Menjing? Wang Tietio asked. I don't care. They are best friends. Xiao Chen said, I already have a second wife, so, 3 second wives? Well, it's decided then. Wang Tietio clapped his hands. In fact, he didn't believe it at all. He thought that Xiao Chen was making excuses. I say, Grandpa Wang, can we not joke around? I'm really confused. With the status of the Wang family, why must they look for me? Xiao Chen felt that Wang Tietio was really stubborn. Never mind that the Wang family was a Jinwu family, even if it was an ordinary family, even if his granddaughter was a promiscuous woman, she would definitely be able to find a satisfactory family for marriage. There was no need to be so stubborn. Our Wang family values our reputation the most. You slept with my granddaughter. Now everyone knows it. You can't deny it. Wang Tietio said, Is there any other problem? If not, both sides will proceed to the next step of the negotiation. Xiao Chen found that he couldn't talk to such an unreasonable person at all. However, he couldn't use violence to send this person away. Not to mention Lan Xinxin's reputation, he couldn't do that from Wang Fantian's side. Xiao Chen had a headache. Then Grandpa Wang, you stay here first. Marriage is not a child's play. Let's take it slowly. That's right. Show your attitude so that we can continue the negotiation. Otherwise, I will doubt your sincerity. Wang Tietio was very satisfied and shouted to his son, Wang Benbin, go and ask someone to bring the dowry in. Yes, father. Wang Benpai was also very helpless. Previously, he was still somewhat satisfied with Xiao Chen's identity as Yang Jianan. After all, the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's headquarters was in Tianfang Province, and Yang Jianan had a good future. As the son-in-law of the Wang family, he was considered a good match. But now Xiao Chen was just the child of a small family in a second-tier city, and this family was not that great. Even if Xiao Chen was stronger, he had a lot of enemies, especially the real Yang Jianan of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. The Wang family's actions were tantamount to finding trouble for themselves. He really didn't know what his father was thinking. However, Wang Benfen had no right to speak in front of Wang Qiqiu, so he could only gloomily agree. Otherwise he would inevitably be scolded. Brother Xiao, your family is... Xia Shibin arrived early in the morning. He went to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's Xia Zhili to get the pistol and rushed to the Xiao family in Songning. As soon as he entered the door, he saw people carrying big and small boxes inside. He didn't know what they were doing. Aren't you Xia Shibin from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau? Wang Benfen was directing the lifting of the boxes. He saw Xia Shibin at a glance and couldn't help but be stunned. Aren't you Yang Jianan's follower? Why are you here? Ah? Xia Shibin was stunned. Only then did he see clearly that the person directing the lifting of the Xiao family's things was actually someone from the Wang family. Moreover, Wang Qiqiu was also in the living room. However, when he saw Wang Benfen, he understood. This guy had fought side by side with him, so he immediately nodded and said, "We're all on the same side, right? I'm actually Brother Zhao's follower." Ah. However, Wang Qiqiu laughed out loud, looking like he knew Xiao Chen's secret. "Xiao Chen, this person is your underling." "Oh yes, is there a problem?" Xiao Chen asked faintly. Exploding Heavens knew about this a long time ago. They know each other. Looking at Xiao Chen's indifferent look, Wang Qiqiu was suddenly disappointed. "I'm going to rest." Xiao Yuanshan stood at the side and couldn't interrupt. He hadn't figured out what was going on yet, so he didn't dare to speak. However, since Wang Qiqiu wanted to stay here, he naturally quickly ordered Xiao Hai to clean up the room and let the Wang settle down first. "Brother, did you do another one outside?" Xiao stared at Xiao Qin and pinched the soft flesh on his waist. "I didn't do that, it's a misunderstanding." Xiao Qin gritted his teeth in pain. "Humph," Xiao said, "you solve it yourself." Sigh. After these people left, Xiao Qin looked at Wang Benfen. "Exploding Heavens, you should at least inform me before coming. Your sudden attack has left me at a loss." "I informed you through Weixin?" Wang Benfen said innocently. "Gosh, you don't know how to make phone calls. I haven't contacted Weixin for a long time." After listening, Xiao Qin knew that he couldn't blame Wang Benfen. He could only blame himself for not paying attention. "To be honest, even if I informed you, there's nothing I can do. With my grandfather's temper, he'll still come. Sigh, he's even more impatient than I am." Wang Benfen laughed. "But boss, what's wrong with my sister? Why didn't you agree?" "It's not that she's not good, it's that your grandfather is not good at making decisions for others." Xiao Qin said seriously, "Although Xian and I know each other, even if we have a good impression of each other, it can only be considered as a good impression, not love between a man and a woman. Xian may not agree to make decisions for her marriage so hastily. So, I think we should ask Xian about this matter. I think she should be against it too. My sister agrees very much." Wang Benfen interrupted abruptly. "Huh?" Xiao Qin was stunned. "Lan Xinxin agreed too? How could that be?" Xiao Qin felt that Lan Xinxin shouldn't be someone who had never seen the world. It was impossible for her to fall in love with every guy she saw. If that was the case, she would have already fallen in love with tens of thousands of guys. It wouldn't be Wang Qiqiu's turn to find him for an engagement. It can't be that Lan Xinxin has some problems, right? Xiao Qin was shocked. Otherwise, why would Wang Qiqiu want to have a marriage with a small Xiao family? It was impossible for him to know that he was a cultivator, and his strength wasn't that strong. At least, he wouldn't be noticed by a martial arts family like the Wang family. After all, the Wang family wasn't an ordinary martial arts family, but a branch of the Wang family. "Boss, don't think too much. My sister fell in love with you at first sight on the plane. She said that you were a hero who saved the damsel in distress, so..." Wang Benfen raised his eyebrows and gave Xiao Qin a knowing look. It was as wretched as it could get. "Forget it. You won't understand it even if I explain it to you. I guess you won't be able to figure out the problem." Xiao Qin sighed. Wang Benfen wasn't a schemer. He probably didn't know the hidden purpose of the Wang family this time. What problem can there be? I know it very well. There is definitely no problem. Wang Benfen knew that his sister was afraid that Xiao Chen would be ruined by her, so she wanted to marry Xiao Chen. However, Wang Benfen couldn't say it out loud. Although he was a tiger, he also felt that Xiao Chen was a good partner. If he made things clear, Xiao Chen definitely wouldn't agree, so it was better not to say it out loud. "And I got it," Xiao Chen said non-committally. "Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about other things. In Lan City, did the Kai family make any moves?" "Not really. The Kai family seems to have quietened down a lot. Wang Benfen shook his head. They suffered such a serious injury that time. I guess they won't be able to recover in a short time. Just as Xiao Chen and Wang Benfen were chatting, the Cheng family side courtyard also welcomed many important guests. The so-called Cheng family side courtyard was actually a newly built side courtyard in the suburbs of Songning City near the mountains. As the Cheng family was the head of the aristocratic families in Songning, it wasn't a big deal to build a side courtyard. In the past, Old Master Cheng would also stay here for a while during the summer. It was a good place to relax because of the beautiful scenery. Now it was occupied by Cheng Zhongfan and was used to entertain the brothers of the Quishan sect. He had already fallen out with the Cheng family, so he didn't hide it anymore. He brought his people to live here openly. Although Cheng Tianqiu was annoyed, he couldn't do anything about it. At this moment, Cheng Tianqiu's face was full of worry. In front of him sat Cheng Zhongming and Cheng Menjing. He regretted listening to Cheng Zhongfan and dealing with the Xiao family. Now, he didn't expect that the mastermind behind it was actually his other son. Oh no. That wasn't his son. When he thought of this, he felt very heartbroken. The two people he trusted the most were actually together. No wonder he felt that it was a little strange that the second madam got pregnant again. He hadn't touched the second madam for a long time, and she was pregnant again. However, calculating the dates, it was New Year's Day. He drank a lot and had a hangover one night. It was the second madam who took care of him. He couldn't remember what happened after he was drunk, but theoretically he shouldn't have done anything. What else could he do when he was that drunk? However, after the incident, the second madam insisted that it was so. He didn't think much about it. Now that he thought about it, there were indeed many suspicious points. Cheng Zhongfan has nothing to do with me, but he's your half-brother. Zhongming, what do you think? Cheng Tianqiu asked. Father, even though he's my biological brother, the crimes he committed are already unforgivable. Cheng Zhongming had been dissatisfied with Cheng Zhongfan for a long time. Now that he heard that Cheng Zhongfan wasn't his father's biological son, he felt even less affection for him. In a big family, the paternal bloodline was much closer than the maternal bloodline. A paternal cousin was a relative, but a maternal cousin was basically not. Therefore, even though they shared the same mother, Cheng Zhongming didn't feel much affection for her. Moreover, this gave him a reason to break off relations with Cheng Zhongfan. I'm glad that you can say that. Our Cheng family is irreconcilable with him. Cheng Tianqiu nodded. But now I've pushed the Cheng family into a dilemma. Even if I want to break off relations with Cheng Zhongfan, I was muddle-headed and agreed to the marriage between Menjing and his junior brother. If I go back on my word now, it's tantamount to completely harming the Cheng family. But if I agree, it's tantamount to letting down the Xiao family. Grandpa. Actually, you don't have to think too much. Cheng Menjing saw her grandpa in distress and couldn't help but say. Since her grandpa had realized his mistake and was bewitched by second uncle, Cheng Menjing also forgave him for what he had done before. She comforted him. It's actually not hard to make a choice. Chapter 689. Oh, how should I choose? Cheng Tianqiu was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Cheng Menjing to take the initiative to speak. In previous family meetings, Cheng Menjing had never spoken a word or two. Right now, the Kuei Mountain sect is concerned about the battle with the Xiao family's Xiao Chen. My matter is secondary. Cheng Menjing said, this way if Xiao Chen wins, then we won't be in a difficult position. We can just continue to repair our relationship with the Xiao family. If the Kuei Mountain sect wins, then we can only blame Menjing's fate. However, deep down, Cheng Menjing felt that Xiao Chen would definitely not lose. From the time she met Xiao Chen until now, Xiao Chen had never disappointed her. The strength he displayed every time could be described as stunning. Menjing has a point. Cheng Tianqiu's expression changed slightly. He agreed with her and praised, we can cope with the changes by staying the same. We don't have to rush to make a decision. We just need to wait and see. Yeah. Cheng Zhongming smiled bitterly in his heart. No matter how powerful Xiao Chen was, could he defeat the Kuei Mountain sect? He was afraid he could not. When the time came, the Cheng family would still become the Kuei Mountain sect's vassal. Sigh. Big brother Xiaofeng, little brother is going to let you down, but little brother has no other way. If I really enter the Kuei Mountain sect, I'll bear with it and investigate you in secret. If possible, I'll avenge you even if I have to die with you. That's the only thing I can do. In fact, Cheng Menjing had the same thought. Although she was confident in Xiao Chen could not win. What if he was defeated? Cheng Minjing's plan was to pretend to agree to the marriage. At most, after entering the Kuei Mountain sect, she could kill that so-called young master and end it all. A life for a life wasn't a loss. Unlike the anxiety of the Cheng family, Cheng Zhongfan was in high spirits, even though his face was full of injuries. Junior brother Yao, senior brother Nangong, senior brother Qian, nice to meet you. And these two are? Cheng Zhongfan squinted his eyes and greeted the 5 experts from the sects in front of him. This is my son Yao Baoong, and this is Martial Uncle Tsong of our sect. He's also the senior sent by our sect to help my son propose marriage. Junior brother Yao introduced the other 2 to Cheng Zhongfan. It was Martial Uncle Tsong. I used to be in charge of the sect's outer sect affairs and rarely went to the inner sect. I hope Martial Uncle doesn't mind. Cheng Zhongfan hurriedly paid his respects. Well, it doesn't matter. You're also working for the sect. It's fine if you don't know me. Martial Uncle Tsong waved his hand. So this is junior brother Yao's son. The last time I saw him he was still very young. Cheng Zhongfan smiled. Junior Yao Baoong greets Martial Uncle Cheng. Cheng Bowen walked over and quickly saluted with his fists cupped. Well said. Let's eat first? Cheng Zhongfan smiled. In his opinion, food was the biggest temptation for these brothers and martial uncles. Junior brother Yao was about to nod. The last time he came he had eaten his fill. This time he had been thinking about it. However, he also wanted to see Martial Uncle Tsong's opinion, so he quickly asked, Martial Uncle Tsong, what do you think? What's there to eat? Xiaoniu has been killed and you still have the mood to eat? Why aren't you going to kill Xiao Chen and take revenge for him? Martial Uncle Tsong snorted coldly and shouted. Yes. Everyone was startled and quickly agreed. Martial Uncle Tsong, shouldn't we take our time to think about it? That Xiao Chen has some tricks up his sleeve. In order to welcome the guests from the sect, Cheng Zhongfan did not eat in the morning. He was busy preparing. Now that he did not eat anything, it was really unbearable. Tricks up his sleeve? What kind of tricks? Martial Uncle Tsong frowned and snorted. According to what you said, he barely killed senior brother Niu. That's only about the level of a devil master. At most, he's at the level of a devil general. Do we need to think about it? This. Cheng Zhongfan did not know what to say. In his opinion, Xiao Chen was definitely not at the level of a devil general. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are empty talk. Martial Uncle Tsong said, Nangong, Xiao Chen, the 2 of you go and kill Xiao Chen. Then I will bring Xiao Yao and his son to the Cheng family to propose marriage. Cheng Zhongfan lead the way. As an elder of the sect, I will go and present the betrothal gifts. Yes, Martial Uncle. Both of us will go. I still want to watch the show. Nangong and Xiao Chen looked at each other with disdain. One of them was a level 2 devil general, the other was a level 2 pinnacle devil general. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for them to defeat Xiao Chen? Even if Xiao Chen was at most a demonic general of the first layer, wouldn't it be a waste of talent to send 2 people? Didn't you hear what I said just now? Are you deaf? Absolute power? What is absolute power? If one of you goes, I'm afraid that if that brat Xiao Chen is up to no good and injures you, it won't be worth it. Martial Uncle Tsong glared at the 2 of them coldly. Go. Make it quick. Who knows, we might not have completed the proposal yet. Yes. The 2 of them quickly nodded. Meng Chong, go and lead the team for your 2 martial uncles. They don't know where Xiao Chen's house is. Cheng Zhongfan turned to Cheng Mingxiang and instructed. But when you go, just wait in the car far away. Don't go near. Don't disturb your 2 martial uncles. Do you understand? I understand. Cheng Mingxiang wasn't stupid. How could he not understand the meaning behind his father's words? Cheng Mingxiang did not have much strength at all. If Xiao Chen could not deal with these 2 martial uncles, he might be driven to desperate measures and attack Cheng Mingxiang before he died. Cheng Mingxiang would not be able to dodge then and he would be in trouble. Alright, let's go now. Martial Uncle Tsong waved his hand. Immediately, these people split into 2 groups and went to the Xiao family and the Cheng family. Cheng Mingxiang drove his car and carried the 2 martial uncles to the Xiao family in high spirits. In Cheng Mingxiang's opinion, Xiao Chen was completely dead this time. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of 2 devil generals. This secular world is really good. Nangong looked at the bustling scene outside the car window. It made him yearn for it. It's really good for you to live here. What's that hamburger? It looks delicious. Also, why are the women sitting at the entrance of the bath center wearing such revealing clothes? It's winter, don't they feel cold? That hamburger, is quite delicious. After we kill Xiao Chen, I'll bring the two martial uncles to eat to our heart's content. As for those women, they're prostitutes, they're bitches. We can spend money on them. After we finish eating, I'll bring the two martial uncles along. Qing Mingqiang said wretchedly. However, in his heart he felt a little disdain. That fast food is only eaten when there's no food to eat. I'm already sick of it. As for the prostitutes in the bath center, I can't even be bothered to look at them. Only people like you who have never seen meat in the mountains can look at them. Okay. Although it's not good to let you spend money, it's still a token of appreciation from a junior like you. Nangong nodded. Xiao Qin's face was also full of desire. He looked outside and thought about his boring life in the Quishan sect. That's for sure. These are all gifts from Meng Qiang to the two martial uncles. Qing Mingqiang paused for a moment before saying, later, can the two martial uncles show mercy? That's impossible. Before Qing Mingqiang could finish, he was interrupted by Nangong. Don't try to bribe me with these things. So, you want to plead for Xiao Qin? Absolutely not. No, martial uncle Nangong, you've misunderstood me. Qing Mingqiang was shocked and quickly said, what I mean is don't beat Xiao Qin to death in one go. Show mercy. Beat him a few more times. It's best if you torture him to death. I hate him to death. Why would I plead for him? Why didn't you say so earlier? Of course there's no problem. Nangong heaved a sigh of relief. Wouldn't it be easy for him to torture Xiao Qin? He didn't mind doing Qing Mingqiang a favor. When the time came, this kid would treat him willingly. Martial uncle Nangong has misunderstood. Qing Mingqiang laughed. The car stopped at the entrance of the Xiao family's villa. Qing Mingqiang had been here many times to send Xiao home. He cursed in his heart. Bitch, how dare you ignore me? I'll snatch you back after I kill your brother. This is the place? Nangong got out of the car and looked at the Xiao family's villa. He was a little disappointed. It's not as imposing as the Qing family's villa. What kind of expert can come from such a broken place? It's strange that senior brother Niu died in a place like this. Senior brother Niu was also Nangong's senior brother. The seniority of the Quishan sect's disciples was determined by who entered the sect first. Therefore, it wasn't strange for a junior brother to be stronger than a senior brother. Every sect's disciples were ranked differently. Some were ranked according to the order of entry like the Quishan sect, some were ranked according to their age and some were ranked according to their strength. That's right, this is the Xiao family. Qing Mingqiang nodded. Martial uncle, look, there are the words Xiao family here. It's just a little tattered. Humph. Xiao Qian sneered. He kicked the door of the Xiao family's villa, sending the Xiao family's two iron doors flying and crashing to the ground. Oh, who are you? The disciple on duty near the door was shocked. He stammered, You're Qing Mingqiang? That's right. Call Xiao Chen out or we'll tear down the Xiao family and raze it to the ground. Qing Mingqiang pointed at the disciple and threatened. The disciple didn't dare to be negligent. He ran to the living room and shouted, Not good, young Master Xiao, someone came to our house to make trouble. Please go and take a look. Cause trouble? Xiao Chen was talking to Wang Fantian when he heard the disciple's report. He was stunned. Who's here to cause trouble? Qing Mingqiang from the Qing family brought him here. I don't know him. The disciple replied carefully. Qing Mingqiang? Xiao Chen immediately understood that it was the Quishan sect. He didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. How many people? Chapter 690. A total of 3. The disciple said. Xiao Chen nodded and took a deep breath. He didn't know the strength of the 2 people brought by Cheng Zhongfan, but he still said to Wang Explosion, Let's go out and fight. Do you dare? Then why don't you hurry up? But boss, you don't have any good weapons in your house. Wang Explosion suddenly got up and looked around, but he didn't find anything useful. Seeing that Xiao Chen had rushed out, Wang Explosion could only follow closely. The 2 people outside the door didn't hide their aura at all. Demon General 2nd level, Demon General 2nd level peak. Xiao Chen didn't expect the Kuei Mountain faction to actually send 2 experts to deal with him. They really think highly of me. However, Xiao Chen was already at his limit. Even if it was a Demon Master 10th level peak, it was still possible to deal with him. But facing a Demon General, Xiao Chen really didn't know how to deal with it. Moreover, there were 2 of them. I'm Xiao Chen. I don't know why the 2 of you are looking for me. Xiao Chen looked at the 2 people at the door coldly. At this time, Qing Mingqiang was very smart to hide in a car in the distance. He didn't want to be used as a scapegoat before Xiao Qin died. "You're Xiao Qin?" Nangong looked at Xiao Qin from head to toe and didn't see anything special. "Did you kill senior brother Niu?" "No," Xiao Qin said. "No." Nangong was suddenly stunned. "Then how did he die?" "He came here to seek death," Xiao Qin said in all seriousness. "Are you playing with me?" Nangong was suddenly angry. He originally saw that Xiao Qin didn't have much strength, and he also suspected the cause of senior brother Niu's death. When Xiao Qin denied it, he really thought, could it be that senior brother Niu died because of other reasons? However, he didn't expect Xiao Qin's next sentence to be a joke. He flew into a rage and threw a punch at Xiao Qin's face, forgetting that he would show no mercy. Xiao Qin's heart trembled as he countered with a palm. It was the dark flame palm. However, with Xiao Qin's current strength, this move was still too weak. No matter how Xiao Qin performed, there would only be one result. Xiao Qin was sent flying backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He landed heavily on the wall of the Xiao family courtyard, smashing a large hole in the wall. So strong. Xiao Qin only wanted to test the strength of the demon general. This was only a second-layer demon general, and it was already like this. With just a single move, it had beaten him to the point where he couldn't even fight back. There was still a second-layer demon general at the side. If Xiao Qin was not a cultivator, he would have been killed by this punch. Xiao Qin would not have been able to kill him. Dead. Nangong looked at Xiao Qin, who was sent flying and was suddenly stunned. I forgot. Sorry, little Qing, I directly killed him. That's it. Xiao Qin was also a little speechless. When he used that move just now, I saw that he was only a second-layer demon master. How could he kill senior brother Niu like that? That's not possible, right? Boom. Just as the two of them were puzzled and were about to turn around and walk back to Qing Mingxiang's car, they suddenly felt that the sky above their heads was blocked. Then there was a loud sound and their heads buzzed at the same time. Nangong and Xiao Qin both let out a blood-curdling scream. They saw a big iron door directly cut into their bodies. It was Wang Exploding Sky who used the iron door that Nangong kicked away as a weapon. The iron door was directly stuck in front of their chests, just like the splints worn by prisoners in the past. They couldn't move at all. The two of them were not much better off. Their heads were full of blood, just like a bloody gourd. The two of them were not prepared at all and were cut by this big iron door. And this iron door was at least 2 tons heavy. Even if the two of them were military generals at this moment, they were smashed until the sky and earth were spinning and they were somewhat dazed. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been smashed into meat paste. Although Nangong could send the metal door flying with a kick, he had to use his skillful strength. He might not even be able to lift the metal door, let alone hit the head. "Brother Xiao, I'm coming." Xia Jinfan held 2 pistols in his hands and didn't say much. He opened fire at the 2 generals, one on the left and one on the right. "Watch me," the double-gun old woman Xia Shibin. Nangong and Xiao Qin were dizzy and disoriented. Each of them had been shot several times. Although they had devil chi protecting their bodies, they were still badly beaten. Among them, Nangong had a bullet stuck in his heart. If it wasn't for his alertness, he would have been easily shot to death. Xiao Qin wasn't much better. A bullet hit the middle of his head, but it was stuck in his skull and didn't penetrate. Damn, these 2 people are so fierce. My guns can't penetrate them? After Xia Shibin finished firing, he threw away the magazines in the 2 pistols and was stunned. At this time, Xiao Qin had already finished healing his injuries. He didn't think that his 2 subordinates would really dare to play tricks. They didn't play by the rules at all. One of them used the iron door to smash fiercely, while the other used the gun to shoot randomly. These 2 martial general-level experts were beaten to the point where they couldn't fight back at all. Xia Shibin again. On the other side, Wang Exploding Sky came again. He ran over with another iron door in his hand. As he spoke, he slapped at Nangong and Xiao Qin. Nangong and Xiao Qin were both shocked. The 2 of them subconsciously wanted to escape, but the iron door was stuck in their bodies. At this time, the 2 of them wanted to escape in different directions. As a result, they were directly restrained. No one could escape. Wang Exploding Sky's side was already coming. Boom! Another iron door directly covered Nangong and Xiao Qin's heads. The combined weight of 4 tons directly pressed the 2 of them to their knees. On Xia Shibin's side, he had also finished changing his magazine. He directly took over Wang Exploding Sky's position and suddenly fired at the 2 of them. Little Ming burned them to death. Although Xiao Qin had finished healing, he knew that he was no match for the 2 devil generals. He directly commanded the Netherworld Fire to rush forward. As a result, Nangong and Xiao Qian caught fire with a whoosh. Nangong and Xiao Qian really wanted to cry but had no tears. The two of them knew that today would not end well. They were too careless. Originally, if Xia Shibin was the only one shooting at the side, the two of them could grit their teeth and make the bullets clip between their muscles and bones, not hitting the vital parts. However, the sudden flames directly disrupted their plan. Should they block the bullets or the netherworld fire? They could only choose one of the two. As a result, Nangong was unfortunately shot in the head. Xiao Qian had just blocked 2 bullets and was burned to a crisp. Before the two of them died, they stared at the people present with dissatisfaction and indignation, especially Wang Exploding Sky. They did not know where this freak came from. If he had not put the iron door on them, they would have run away even if they were not a match. However, with this thing on them they could not run away even if they wanted to. They could only passively take the beating. Their deaths were too aggrieved. These were probably the 2 devil generals who died the most unjustly in the martial arts world. The dignified devil generals were actually killed just like that. When Cheng Mingqiang saw the 2 pieces of trash being beaten up by a group of people, he knew that there was no hope. He started the car and ran away. Xiao Qian did not chase after him. Someone had to go back and inform him. He hoped that the Kuei Mountain faction would retreat in the face of difficulties. In fact, this result made even Xiao Qian a little speechless. To be able to kill a devil general like that, what kind of trap was this? Who dares to touch Brother Xiao? I will scratch him to death. Suddenly, a person ran out from the Xiao family compound with shampoo in his hair. Xiao Qian took a closer look. It was actually Yu Xiaochuan. This guy was probably taking a shower just now. When he heard the news that he was in trouble, he rushed out immediately with only a bathrobe on his body. Xiaochuan, the person who came is already dead. You go back and take a shower? Although Xiao Qian was a little speechless, his heart was very warm. It seemed that Yu Xiaochuan really cared about him, but why? Yu Xiaochuan's submission was a little strange. Xiao Qian's underlings, Xia Shibin, Wang Exploding Sky, and even Taoist Lu Li could be understood. Even Lu Jinming had his reasons. Only Yu Xiaochuan did not need to submit at all. However, this guy was more loyal than anyone else. Ah, he's already dead? Yu Xiaochuan looked and suddenly blushed. I'm wearing too little. I'll go back first. After that, Yu Xiaochuan ran back. Bro, who is this guy who is neither a man nor a woman? Wang Exploding Sky looked at Yu Xiaochuan with a puzzled face. Why is he still living in your house? Don't tell me you're into men, right? Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Qian shook his head. You may be very strange in the eyes of others. That big iron door that weighed a few tons was lifted directly. If it were someone else, they would have been scared to death. Okay. Wang Exploding Sky walked over and pulled the big iron door down. He kicked the 2 corpses aside and said, This door is quite handy. Put it aside first. I'll continue to use it next time. Xiao Qian, are you okay? Xiao Yuanshan and others also came over at this time. They looked at Wang Exploding Sky with eyes full of shock. Xia Shibin was fine. He had already seen Wang Exploding Sky's martial arts before. However, the other people in the Xiao family were completely shocked. What kind of martial arts is this? Everyone knew that martial artists trained their body, martial masters trained their strength, and martial generals trained their qi. However, even martial generals couldn't have this kind of power. 10 times the strength was almost the limit. However, the internal force of a martial master could be extended endlessly, and the internal force of a martial general could trigger some explosive moves. However, they had never heard of anyone who could lift a 4-ton iron door with one hand and walk like it was nothing. Wang Exploding Sky placed the 2 iron doors side by side on the edge of the courtyard wall. He clapped his hands and returned to Xiao Qian's side. Xiao Qian, your friend is not simple. Xiao Yuanshan looked at Wang Exploding Sky and his heart flashed with a touch of surprise. In the past, the reason why Wang Exploding Sky was close to Xiao Qian and was even brought to the house by Xiao Qian as a guest was definitely at the level of an aristocratic family. Wang Exploding Sky also couldn't cultivate internal force. Xiao Yuanshan knew this. However, who would have thought that after a few years he was actually such a powerful expert? Chapter 691. But on second thought, Xiao Qian couldn't cultivate in the past, and now he was so powerful that he almost couldn't recognize him. Damn, both of them are demon generals. A voice was heard. It was Wang Tietio. Although the person was dead, a master could tell the level of the deceased's strength from the corpse. Of course, they must have died not long ago. After a long time they wouldn't be able to survive. Your Shao family has a lot of enemies. There are even demon generals? Yes, Grandpa Wang, our Shao family has too many enemies. So in order to avoid implicating the Wang family, I think we should forget about this marriage. Xiao Qin said quickly. Yes, so you need the protection of our Wang family. You see, Bang Tian is here so you can escape today. What if Bang Tian isn't here? Maybe your Shao family is finished. Wang Tietio nodded in agreement. Although Wang Tietio's words weren't pleasant to hear, Xiao Qin had to admit that it was the truth. Today's battle was completely a fluke. The two demon generals were caught off guard and couldn't move. That was how Wang Tietio succeeded. Otherwise, even if Xia Shibin had a spear, even if he had the fire of the underworld, wouldn't they dodge? Wouldn't they take the opportunity to attack? It wouldn't be as easy as now, one-sidedly tortured to death. Grandpa Wang, what level of strength are you? Xiao Qin found that Wang Tietio didn't put the demon generals in his eyes. He was a little surprised, but he also wanted to change the topic. Oh, I'm just a demon master at the peak of the 10th level. Wang Tietio said faintly, but I have seen a lot of demon generals. I won't put 2 demon generals at the 2nd level in my eyes. Xiao Qin was shocked. Sure enough, the Wang family of the martial arts world had some strength. Wang Tietio said that he didn't put the demon generals at the 2nd level in his eyes. In other words, he had seen more than one demon general of a higher level. There were so many masters in the martial arts world? But why didn't I see them in the Hakanamata Desert? However, when he thought about it carefully, the mission level of the Hakanamata Desert was not attractive to demon generals at all. On the Shao family's side, everything went back to normal. Xiao Hai, on the other hand, contacted people to reinstall the gate and repair the wall. On Qing Mingxiang's side, he drove back to the Qing family crazily. It was too amazing. 2 devil generals were actually killed by Xiao Chen's men in such a despicable way. Qing Mingxiang thought, fortunately, I was smart enough to hide in the car before the fight started and escape in time. Otherwise, I would also be left there. At the same time, in the living room of the Qing family, Martial Uncle Tsong sat proudly in the main seat of the Qing family's living room. He looked at the Qing family members opposite him and said calmly, I'm here to represent the Quishan sect to propose to the Qing family and then bring the Qing family to the Quishan sect. Qing Qianxiu really didn't expect that these people would directly propose marriage. Shouldn't they be looking for trouble with Xiao Qin first? Now that things had turned out this way, how should he choose? He could only bite the bullet and say, the Qing family previously had an engagement with the Shao family. Elder Tsong, what do you think? Old thing, are you messing with me? When I first came, we agreed on an engagement with my family's Baoang. Why is there a Shao family now? Are you making fun of me? Little Yao immediately got angry. I've already brought Baoang here and you're telling me this? Little Yao, what right do you have to speak here? Qing Zhongfan pulled him and said, let martial Uncle Tsong decide everything. Yes. Little Yao was a hot-tempered person. He also realized that he had overstepped his boundaries and quickly stepped back. It's fine. Martial Uncle Tsong waved his hand and said calmly, the Shao family will soon cease to exist. Qing Tianxiu, think carefully. I've already sent people to annihilate the Shao family. A 2nd-layer devil general and a peak 2nd-layer devil general. The Shao family will definitely not be spared. Qing Minjing, who hadn't spoken all along, suddenly exclaimed at this time. Although she was confident that Xiao Qin would definitely be able to avert danger, there was also a limit to that. If a devil general went to find trouble, Qing Minjing felt that Xiao Qin would definitely have a way to deal with it. But with 2 devil generals, what else could he do? Thinking of this, her heart was about to break. She wanted to quickly run to the Shao family to take a look, but under the watchful eyes of everyone she couldn't leave. For a moment she was burning with anxiety. Xiao Qin, you mustn't have anything happen to you. This lady is still waiting for you to serve this lady for a lifetime. If this lady doesn't let you die, you can't die. Miss Qing, this humble one heard that Xiao Qin is unbearably naughty and a hedonistic son of a rich family. He has affairs with many women. This kind of trash is really not worthy of Miss Qing. From the moment Yao Baoang entered the Qing family's door, his eyes were fixed on Qing Minjing. At this time, when he heard Qing Minjing's exclamation, he hurriedly went up to speak. I heard that Miss Qing was previously dissatisfied with Xiao Qin and even insulted him as a servant. It's only because of the relationship between the 2 families. Qing Minjing turned her head away as if she didn't hear a word. A trace of anger flashed in Yao Boang's eyes. He had been favored by the heavens since he was young. Even in the Kuei Mountain sect, he was also a well-known figure among the younger generation. At such a young age he was already at the peak of the 10th layer Devil Master level. He was only one step away from becoming a Devil General. Such a young genius would definitely be valued in the sect. Previously, when he was asked to marry a woman from the secular world, he wasn't very willing. However, he actually understood his father's intentions. Although his father, Little Yao, was also a Devil General, he wasn't very outstanding. He couldn't be compared to those elders at all. Yao Baoang was a genius among the younger generation of the sect, but because of his background he wasn't nurtured as the core of the sect. As for the other sect masters, deputy sect masters, and the descendants of the elders, they didn't pay much attention to Yao Baoang. They felt that with his background he wouldn't be able to cause much trouble, so they wouldn't deliberately suppress him. As for Yao Baoang, he had always been aloof from worldly affairs. Therefore, at this time, once he married a woman with a background, he would be feared by the other younger generation with a background. When that time came, they would unite to suppress him, which was not something that Yao Baoang could bear. Now that Yao Baoang was marrying a woman from the secular world, it showed his position. He wouldn't participate in the competition among the younger generation of the sect. This was also a means of self-protection. In fact, this was just a trick of Little Yao to temporarily confuse everyone. When his strength grew in secret, he would inevitably participate in the competition of the sect. At that time he could completely turn Qing Minjing into a concubine and marry another one. This was the plan of Little Yao and his son. In front of outsiders, Little Yao was a hot-tempered man, while Yao Baoang was a lecherous playboy with some strength. There was now a rumor in the sect that Yao Baoang couldn't wait after seeing the photo of Qing Minjing that his father brought back. He even took out the photo every night to masturbate. However, this was just a rumor deliberately spread by Little Yao and his son. In fact, before this Yao Baoang didn't even know what Qing Minjing looked like. However, when Yao Baoang saw Qing Minjing's stunning face, he immediately abandoned the idea of finding a random woman from the secular world to deal with the sect. Such a beautiful woman was rare even in the martial arts world. He was determined to get her. You did something to the Shao family? And 2 devil generals went there? Qing Tianxiu felt the world spinning. He didn't expect the Quishan sect to be so vicious and send out 2 devil generals. It would be strange if the Shao family was not flattened. Haha, of course. I heard that old Master Qing always wanted to kill the Shao family. Now, in law, I have fulfilled this wish for you. You don't have to thank me. Ah. This was Little Yao's personality in front of outsiders. In fact, it was just a clever plan. You. Qing Tianxiu was furious. Previously he wanted to deal with the Shao family, but he was completely deceived by Qing Zhongfan. He thought that the Shao family was the culprit behind Qing Zhongqian's death. He didn't know that these things were actually caused by Qing Zhongfan and the Quishan sect. Now, the innocent Shao family was killed by him, and he had to compromise with the Quishan sect through marriage. I believe your sect is very clear about what is going on, so it's better to think about it at length. After a while, Qing Tianxiu waved his hand helplessly and sighed. I'm tired. Qing Tianxiu, will talk about it here if we give you face. If we don't give you face, what do you think the Qing family is? You're the one who agreed to the marriage and you've already signed it. Even if you bring this matter to the martial arts guild, we'll still be in the right. If you don't agree, we'll take her away directly. Martial Uncle Tsong obviously didn't expect Qing Tianxiu to be so untactful. He was instantly furious. He pointed at Qing Minjing and said, Yao Baoang, take your wife back to the sect now. Yes, he. Yao Baoang had a lewd look on his face. It was hard to tell if it was real or just an act. He walked toward Qing Minjing. Qing Minjing backed away in disgust and fear. She secretly prayed in her heart, Shao Qin, where are you? Oh no. Oh no. At this moment, a person rushed into the living room of the Qing family. He was crawling on all fours and his face was full of fear. Meng Chong? What's wrong with you? Qing Zhongfan recognized his son at a glance and was immediately shocked. Could it be that you're scared after seeing the bloody means of killing 2 senior brothers? Haha, children are like this when they see blood for the first time. Xiao Yao laughed and didn't care. By the way, where are senior brother Nangong and senior brother Qian? Dead. They're all dead. Qing Mingxiang panted heavily. In his opinion, he had escaped from death. If he was any slower, he would have been detained by Shao Qin. Dead? Qing Zhongfan and Xiao Yao were stunned. Stop joking. Where are they? They were killed by Shao Qin and his men. Qing Mingxiang cried. They're really dead. Chapter 692. What? Martial Uncle Tsung's expression changed. He glared at Qing Mingqiang and asked, "Is what you said true?" "It's true, it's all true." Qing Mingqiang nodded repeatedly, his face full of fear. He was really scared out of his wits. He gritted his teeth and ran back with all his might. The moment he entered the door, he collapsed to the ground. "What happened? Tell me in detail." Martial Uncle Tsung's expression turned ugly. He didn't think that Qing Mingqiang was lying anymore. Judging from his frightened expression, something must have really happened. "It's like this." Qing Mingqiang didn't dare to hide anything. He told him everything that happened at the Xiao family's doorstep, including how Xiao Qin didn't have much strength and used some tricks to kill his two uncle masters. "Xiao Qin, I'm going to tear you into pieces." Martial Uncle Tsung was completely enraged after hearing this. If Xiao Qin had killed his two martial nephews with his real strength, he might not have been so angry. However, Xiao Qin actually used a trick. They were two devil generals. No matter how big the Kuei Mountain sect was, they couldn't afford to waste them like this. "Little Yao, you and I will annihilate the entire Xiao family." "Yes." Little Yao Zi shouted with righteous indignation. However, he was secretly groaning in his heart. That Xiao Qin seemed to be very strange. What flame martial technique? What pistol? And there was even a person who could lift up a large metal door. Where did all these people come from? He didn't want to die. Even if he didn't die, he would suffer from injuries. He rolled his eyes and said, "Martial Uncle Tsung, we are currently discussing the marriage with the Cheng family. As Yao Boang's father, I can't just leave like this, right? It's a little rude. They're already dead. Why aren't you going? We'll talk about other things when we get back." Martial Uncle Tsung ordered with a wave of his hand. "Yes." Little Yao Zi had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow his martial uncle. Fortunately, this martial Uncle Tsung was highly skilled in martial arts and was a fifth-layer demon general. It would be easy for him to deal with Xiao Qin, and he might not even need to do anything himself. At this moment, the Cheng family was shocked. Qing Qianxiu looked at the unexpected scene. He didn't expect Xiao Qin to be able to kill the two devil generals. Although he used some tricks, they were still killed. Tricks were also a form of strength. How could Qing Qianxiu not know that? Qing Zhongming was a little gratified but also a little worried. Although Xiao Feng was gone, his son was so outstanding. It was really a comfort. But martial Uncle Tsung personally led the team to find trouble with the Xiao family. Could Xiao Qin still be safe this time? Miss Cheng's heart was fluctuating with Xiao Qin. Although she knew that Xiao Qin was safe, she was also worried that he wasn't a match for martial Uncle Kong. But even if she wanted to help, she couldn't. At this moment, Yao Baoang had completely lost the mood to tease Qing Menjing. The sudden change made him frightened. What kind of enemy was this Xiao Qin? He was different from martial Uncle Kong. Martial Uncle Tsung thought that Xiao Qin only used tricks to kill martial Uncle Niu, martial Uncle Nangong and martial Uncle Qian. It was just luck. But how could a person's luck be so good? Besides, even if he used tricks, he could do it once. Couldn't he do it a second time? It seemed that it was a mistake to come to the secular world to take revenge on the Xiao family. He shouldn't have listened to Qing Zhongfan's instigation and participated in it at all. However, he didn't have the authority to say anything. But he was secretly vigilant and regarded Xiao Qin as his #1 opponent. The Xiao family. A Wrangler convertible jeep rushed over in the cold weather. It was Old Master Jin and Jin Beibei. The news that the Xiao family was attacked by generals at the gate of the Xiao family was also spread to the Jin family. Gold Fur Lion King immediately came to help. But when he arrived, he found that the gate was quiet. Is the fight over? Gold Fur Lion King was somewhat puzzled. Looking at the broken gate, his heart sank. Could it be that, "Hey, what are you doing?" Jin Beibei suddenly saw a person who seemed to be a disciple of the Xiao family, measuring something behind the wall. "Huh? Are you talking to me?" The disciple was dazed and turned around. He was not a guard, so he didn't know Jin Beibei and Gold Fur Lion King. "You are here to install the gate, aren't you? It's the new year. You must be tired. Let's get back to work." "What?" Jin Beibei was dazed. "Install what gate? Weren't you invited by young Master Xiao Hai to install a new gate for the Xiao family?" The disciple found it odd too. "Then what are you here for? Nothing happened to the Xiao family?" Jin Beibei bulged her eyes. "What do you mean nothing? Can you not say such discouraging words during the new year? You look quite nice. Why are you talking like that?" The disciple was somewhat angry. "What do you want exactly?" "I'm looking for my cousin-in-law," Jin Beibei said. "Is he here?" "Your cousin-in-law?" The disciple didn't understand. Ah. I am Xiao Chen's sister-in-law. Do you understand me? Jean Bebe said angrily. Xiao Chen? You are Xiao Chen's sister-in-law? Oh, please come in. How should I address you? I'll go and report. Although the disciple's attitude had changed, he didn't believe her completely. My name is Jean Bebe. You don't have to report me. After saying that, Jean Bebe got into the car again and drove into the Xiao family's courtyard with Gold Fur Lion King. She is Jean Bebe. The disciple immediately came to himself. He hurried to take out his walkie-talkie and shouted, reporting to young master, Jean Bebe is here. Xiaohai was also dazed. Many people from the Xiao family had come today, but he didn't dare to be negligent. He hurried to inform Xiao Yuanshan and Xiao Chen. However, when they had just come out to welcome them, the disciple at the gate sent another message. Two people rushed in aggressively and didn't say anything. Before he could stop them, the two people disappeared. Xiaohai was immediately stunned. Then he saw two more people coming from behind Gold Fur Lion King and Jean Bebe's car. They were walking so fast that they almost caught up to the car. Who is Xiao Chen? Quickly come out and accept your death. The person who came was Martial Uncle Kong. His purpose in coming here was to kill Xiao Chen. Haha, it seems I've come in time. Gold Fur Lion King laughed and got out of the car. He had thought the news he had received was fake. Who are you? Master Tsong was stunned. He didn't expect Xiao Chen to have a helper. Judging from the general's aura on him, although he was only a level 1 general, Master Tsong had to pay attention to him. No matter how powerful Xiao Chen was, he was just a martial arts master who was good at tricks. It meant that he didn't have any martial arts background. So, it didn't matter if he was killed. However, Gold Fur Lion King was different. He was a general. According to the original covenant, generals were not allowed to stay in the secular world for a long time, unless this person was from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Thinking of this, Master Tsong suddenly remembered that Xiao Chen had a pistol. Moreover, it was an extremely rare pistol that could shoot armor-piercing bullets. This kind of gun was not easy to buy even on the black market. Moreover, Xiao Chen dared to use it so openly. Could it be that he had the support of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau? This made him hesitate. To be honest, he wasn't afraid of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. However, he didn't dare to make enemies for no reason. After all, the Supernatural Investigation Bureau had powerful armed forces. Even if they couldn't destroy the Kuei Mountain faction, they could cripple it if they were desperate. Of course I'm here to help. Gold Fur Lion King laughed. Are you from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau? Master Tsong asked in a low voice. It doesn't matter if I tell you. I'm Gold Fur Lion King, a disciple of the Heavenly Spring faction. Gold Fur Lion King told him the name of his sect. After this battle he would return to his sect. Heavenly Spring faction? Master Tsong frowned. Although the Heavenly Spring faction was considered one of the more famous sects in the outer martial arts world, compared to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, Master Tsong had nothing to fear. The righteous and demonic sects had been fighting non-stop. The Kuei Mountain faction and the Heavenly Spring faction had also fought before. Therefore, there was no need to be afraid of making enemies. That's right. Since you're from the Kuei Mountain faction, you should understand why I'm here. Gold Fur Lion King smiled coldly. Very good. Aren't you just meddling in other people's business? Master Tsong made up his mind. He instructed little Yao, go get rid of this old thing. As for Xiao Chen, I want to kill him myself. Little Yao was depressed. He was only a first-layer demonic general. Although he was slightly stronger than a first-layer general, there was a limit to how much stronger he could be. Could he get rid of the Heavenly Spring faction? Wasn't that a joke? Even if he could, he would have to pay a huge price. If he didn't do it well, it would be a suicidal move. He wanted to say that he would deal with Xiao Chen, and that he should deal with Gold Fur Lion King. However, he didn't dare to say it. Old thing, take this. Little Yao had no choice but to bite the bullet. He only hoped to end the battle quickly. He sent a flying kick at Gold Fur Lion King. However, Gold Fur Lion King didn't panic. He was calm and composed. He pushed out his palms and met the kick. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, was a little hesitant. At this time, Uncle Tsong had already unleashed his strength as a fifth-layer demon master. Xiao Chen was definitely not his match. Even if Xia Shibin and Wang Fangtian joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to fight him. The gap between the 5 levels was too big. Master Tsong was about to attack when he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He quickly turned around and saw a kid holding two metal doors in his hands. The kid was like a rock spreading its wings. In the blink of an eye, the door was about to hit him. Humph, insignificant tricks. Master Tsong saw Wang Fangtian and knew that he was the culprit behind Nangong and Xiaoqian's deaths. If he hadn't fixed the metal doors on the two of them, they wouldn't have been killed by a sneak attack. Therefore he didn't show any mercy. With a wave of his right hand, Wang Fangtian's body flew out. The two metal doors also fell to the ground, making two loud thuds. Although Wang Fangtian was extremely strong, he was no match for Master Tsong, who was a fifth-layer demonic master. Master Tsong only needed to use a demonic technique to beat Wang Fangtian until he vomited blood. The reason why he could successfully ambush Nangong and Xiaoqian was that they had underestimated him. They didn't expect that someone would be so strong as to use an iron door as a weapon. Master Tsong had come prepared, so Wang Fangtian was defeated before he could even get close. Chapter 693. With this level of skill, Xiaoqian, you better come out and accept your death. Be quick, and I won't take my anger out on the other innocent members of the Xiao family. Master Tsong said calmly with a hint of arrogance in his tone. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't want to kill the entire Xiao family, but there were many rules in the outer martial arts world. Especially now that the Kuei Mountain faction wanted to make a name for themselves and produce an outer demon faction's leader, it wasn't appropriate to violate the rules. Killing Xiaoqian was a crime committed by the perpetrator, but attacking an innocent commoner was illogical. Look at my dual pistols, Xia Shibin is here again. Xia Shibin's voice came from afar, followed by a series of gunshots. Multiple armor-piercing bullets were shot at Master Tsong, but this time, Master Tsong didn't dodge. With a wave of his hand, the bullets that were shot at him fell to the ground, as if they couldn't cause any damage to him. Ordinary firearms are useless against a level 5 general and above. Don't waste your time. Master Tsong said calmly, who are you? Xia Shibin from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Xia Shibin said, why? Oh, you really are from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. This has nothing to do with you, so I won't hurt you. You can leave now. Master Tsong waved his hand and Xia Shibin flew out. He fell to the ground and fainted, but he wasn't injured. Xiaoqian's heart skipped a beat. This Master Tsong was still wary of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Should I reveal my identity? He was hesitant. If he revealed his identity, he might be able to escape. After all, his status was much higher than Xia Shibin's. He was the deputy director of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. However, Xiaoqian didn't want to do so. Firstly, his identity was special, and it wasn't appropriate to reveal it. Once it was revealed, there might be a lot of trouble. Secondly, he and the Kuei Mountain faction were mortal enemies. Revealing his identity might not result in the desired outcome. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Xiaoqian didn't want to do so. On the other side, the Golden Fur Lion King and Little Yao were locked in battle. The two of them had similar strength. Although there was a small difference in their levels, the Golden Fur Lion King was very domineering and brave. As for Little Yao, he was the type who cherished his life. It was impossible for him to risk his life against the Golden Fur Lion King. You're Xiaoqian, right? Junior Master Tsong pointed at Xiaoqian. Among these people, he was the only one around the same age. That's right. Xiaoqian nodded with a serious look on his face, but his mind was constantly thinking about how to force the enemy to retreat. Xiaoqian no longer thought about killing them. It was somewhat unrealistic. Elder Heaven Ancestor, what should I do now? Xiaoqian asked. What else can we do? The Elder Heaven Ancestor said helplessly. That's the advantage of being a cultivator. If we can't beat them, we can run. You have a flying sword, so what's there to be afraid of? Even if he's a demonic general, he can't fly. What can he do to you if you fly into the sky? Xiaoqian also knew that escaping was the best strategy. However, he could not leave. He believed that once he left, the people from the Kuei Mountain sect would attack the people around him. Besides, even if they could not capture him back, they would not attack the people around him. As for the young mistress, she was being forced into a marriage. It was simply treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Very well, since you admit it, then die. Junior Master Tsong's gaze sharpened as his demonic aura surged. He revealed his full strength as he slowly raised his right hand. He was like a king of the martial arts world, standing at the pinnacle and looking down at Xiaoqian as though he was looking at a dead man. Xiaoqian was on full alert as he used his Yuan Qi to protect himself. He took out his flying sword and held it in his hand. At the instant Martial Uncle Tsong made his move, Xiaochen also moved. He stabbed his sword at Martial Uncle Tsong's heart. In his opinion, even though he was not Junior Master Tsong's opponent, if Junior Master Tsong wanted to hit him, it was inevitable that he would be stabbed. He would not die if he took a blow, but if the flying sword pierced through his heart, he would definitely die. In fact, this was also Xiaochen's test to see if Junior Master Tsong would have any scruples. Of course, if it was an ordinary person, Junior Master Tsong would not care at all. After all, his other hand was free. It would not be difficult for him to block the sword. However, Xiaochen's speed was extremely fast. Almost as soon as Junior Master Tsong made his move, Xiaochen also made his move. It was too late for him to block. However, what surprised Xiaochen was that when the sword stabbed out, Junior Master Tsong did not dodge or evade. Instead, he still aimed his palm at Xiaochen's chest. A majestic pressure hit him in the face. Before Junior Master Tsong's palm reached him, Xiaochen already felt an overwhelming pressure. Xiaochen finally understood why Wang Fantian and Xia Shibin were sent flying with just a wave of his hand. To put it bluntly, the strength of these two people was too low. Even if he could withstand it, it would still be a little difficult. Boom! Almost at the same time that the long sword stabbed into Junior Master Tsong's chest, Xiaochen was also hit by his palm. However, at this moment Xiaochen was a little shocked and a little sad. When the long sword stabbed into Junior Master Tsong's body, it was as if it had stabbed into an iron plate. Because of the pressure, the entire body of the sword was bent into an arc. After Xiaochen was sent flying, the long sword also flew out and then returned to its original shape. This was a refined flying sword. If it was an ordinary sword made by hand, it would have long been bent and broken. The long sword actually could not pierce into Junior Master Tsong's body. It was unknown whether Junior Master Tsong had the devil's chi to protect his body, or his own flying sword was not sharp enough. In short, Xiaochen was sent flying and was seriously injured. On the other hand, Junior Master Tsong was completely fine. Pa! Xiaochen felt that he did not fall to the ground but was caught by someone. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, Xiaochen finally saw who it was. It was actually Yu Xiaochuan? Brother Xiao, are you okay? Yu Xiaochuan's voice was a little sharp and mournful. I came late? I'm fine. Although Xiaochen's injury was not light, he would not die. If it was not for Xiaochen using primordial chi to protect his chest from Junior Master Tsong's attack, he would have been killed at this moment. Fortunately, even if he was injured, the primordial chi in his chest would nourish the injury immediately, so that the injury would heal in an instant. You old bastard, you dare to hurt Brother Xiao, I will scratch you to death. Yu Xiaochuan put Xiaochen aside. Tang Tang, take care of Brother Xiao. As he spoke, he dashed towards Uncle Master Kong. Who are you? The sudden cold killing intent made Junior Master Tsong's whole body cold. He had not felt this kind of killing intent for many years. Ever since he advanced to the 5th layer of the Devil General, his opponents were like ants in front of him. Although there were still many experts above him, under normal circumstances, it was difficult for those people to go against him. I will scratch you to death. Yu Xiaochuan did not say a word, crossed his hands and slashed at Junior Master Tsong's body. Junior Master Tsong was caught off guard. Although he dodged in time, the clothes on his chest were inevitably affected, and actually turned into a few strips of cloth, directly falling to the ground. Junior Master Tsong was shocked. How could this person be so fast? He had clearly dodged, but he was still hit. What shocked him the most was that he could not see the strength of this person. He did not seem to have any strength, but he was astonishingly fast. If he had not sensed the danger of this person and quickly dodged, he would have been injured by now, right? Yu Xiaochuan did not say much when his attack did not hit. Before his body landed on the ground, he only saw his body lightly leap in the air, and without any leverage he continued to attack forward. The fingertips of both hands, like a sharp sword, stabbed towards Junior Master Tsong's throat again. Junior Master Tsong's eyes narrowed. This person was so strange. Looking at his lithe figure, one would have thought that he was a beautiful woman, but his moves were ruthless and it was shocking. Especially that strange movement technique, it was as if he was using Qigong to the extreme. He took a deep breath, not daring to fight recklessly. Previously, when he fought recklessly with Xiaochen, he did not think much of Xiaochen's flying sword. But now it was different. His instinct told him that if he were to be careless, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Junior Master Tsong quickly retreated again, but even so, he still felt his face burning. It turned out that the strong wind from Yu Xiaochuan's waving hands had swept him. Junior Master Tsong could not help but feel lucky. Luckily he did not fight recklessly, or the consequences would be unimaginable. But before he could regain his senses, Yu Xiaochuan's third round of attacks followed. Junior Master Tsong was furious. Why did this person not know to stop? Looking at him, if one attack did not hit, the next attack would come straight at him. Did he not even give me a chance to catch my breath? Who fights like this? If everyone was like you, how could others live? What the hell are you practicing? In a battle between martial arts masters, everyone knew that no matter how strong they were, it was impossible to continuously use moves. There must be a small pause between each move. Damn, there's a cooldown period when playing games. You're not done, are you? This time, Junior Master Tsong's neck was accidentally scratched by Yu Xiaochuan. He could not help but feel a little depressed. Xiaochuan sat cross-legged on the ground to heal. This was also the first time he saw Yu Xiaochuan in action. He was shocked, but Yu Xiaochuan's aura made him feel a sense of familiarity. It was not the aura of a martial arts cultivator, nor was it the aura of a demonic cultivator. If he had to say something, Xiaochuan felt that he was more like a cultivator. Could it be that Yu Xiaochuan's chrysanthemum treasure book was also a cultivation method? Damn, are you done? This was already Yu Xiaochuan's 10th non-stop attack. Are you trying to set up a combo? In shock, Junior Master Tsong could not help but curse. This person was definitely the strongest opponent he had ever met in his life. If he could not dodge in time, he could be hit. Knowing that continuously retreating was not the solution, Junior Master Tsong's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He decided even if it meant getting injured, he had to get rid of this person. Otherwise, once his energy was depleted, he would be in danger. Go to hell! Junior Master Tsong shouted. He immediately channeled his energy and struck out with both palms, attacking Yu Xiaochuan's vital points. Chapter 694. But he didn't expect that Yu Xiaochuan actually ignored him and continued to attack him in a frenzy. Boom! Yu Xiaochuan's chest took a direct hit. His face turned pale and a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed onto Master Uncle Tsong's face. The blood was mixed with blood clots and bruises. Looking at his chest caved in, it was obvious that his injury wasn't light. It could even be said that it was extremely serious. Just SOSO. Master Uncle Tsong sneered. He had used all his strength. Although Yu Xiaochuan's hands had slashed across his neck, because he had reacted in time, the wound on his neck was merely a bloody mark. It wasn't a big deal. But, being drenched by Yu Xiaochuan's fresh blood made him feel disgusted and annoyed. Master Uncle, be careful. On the other side, little Yao Zi's peripheral vision was also paying attention to the movements over here. After all, his main goal was to delay and didn't go head-to-head with Golden Fur Lion King. He still had plenty of time. Seeing that Master Uncle Tsong had met with a strong opponent, he naturally paid attention. Seeing Master Uncle Tsong's palm strike Yu Xiaochuan, he was still very happy. But at the next moment he was a little surprised. He saw that Yu Xiaochuan's body didn't fly out from Master Uncle Tsong's palms. Instead, he drew an unbelievable arc in the air and attacked Master Uncle Tsong once again. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After Master Uncle Tsong heard little Yao Zi's shout, he couldn't help but be stunned. But his eyes were blinded by Yu Xiaochuan's fresh blood, so he couldn't see the situation in front of him clearly. But at the next moment he couldn't say a word. Yu Xiaochuan's two hands swept back and forth in front of Master Uncle Tsong's body. Up, down, left, right. Under the sunlight, one could even vaguely see that between Yu Xiaochuan's 10 fingers, there seemed to be 5 thin lines connected, and Master Uncle Tsong's body in the next moment, split into pieces as if he was cut by these thin lines. Suddenly, it exploded and fell to the ground, turning into square pieces of minced meat. It was like the square pieces of meat that the chef in a restaurant cut before making braised meat. Ugh. While little Yao Zi was shocked, he couldn't help but feel nauseous. He was completely shocked. What kind of people were beside Xiaochuan? Why were they all freaks? While he was distracted, he suffered a blow from the Golden Fur Lion King. However, it was also because of this blow that little Yao borrowed the momentum to fly backwards. After landing on the ground, he broke into a run. His speed was so fast that it was shocking. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. After Yu Xiaochuan killed Martial Uncle Tsong, he suddenly fell to the ground and started coughing out mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, Xiaochuan's emotions were very complicated and moved. He never thought that Yu Xiaochuan would fight to the death. Even if he had to risk his life, he would kill his opponent. Of course he was even more shocked. Yu Xiaochuan's martial arts were strange and ruthless, far beyond Xiao Chen's imagination. Yu Xiaochuan, how are you? Xiao Chen's injuries were almost healed. He quickly stood up and ran to Yu Xiaochuan, bending over to support him. Brother Xiao. I'm afraid I can't make it. Yu Xiaochuan was left with his last breath. When he saw Xiao Chen coming over, his face revealed a satisfied smile. Coupled with the blood stains at the corner of his mouth, he looked especially mournful. I'm very happy to be able to do something for you. I'm very envious of Tang Tang. The first part of Yu Xiaochuan's words made Xiao Chen very touched and grateful. However, the second part was somewhat inexplicable. Envious of Tang Tang? Could it be that Yu Xiaochuan's injuries were too serious that he became muddle-headed? However, for Xiao Chen, as long as Yu Xiaochuan was still breathing, there would still be a chance. Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered to say more. He directly grabbed the meridians on Yu Xiaochuan's chest and circulated the mantra. He continuously transferred his yuan qi over. Suddenly Xiao Chen was shocked. He looked at Yu Xiaochuan with some amazement. In the past, when he healed others, his own yuan qi was passively transferred to repair the meridians, bones and internal organs of the injured. But this time, although the yuan qi was initially transferred by Xiao Chen, it seemed that Yu Xiaochuan's aura guided Xiao Chen's yuan qi to repair it in his body. This was the first time Xiao Chen encountered this situation, but Xiao Chen saved his energy. He didn't have to bother to sort out Yu Xiaochuan's meridians and bones one by one. These things were completely done by Yu Xiaochuan himself. However, the huge consumption shocked Xiao Chen. The yuan qi in his body that had just been restored was actually sucked dry by Yu Xiaochuan. What was gratifying was that Yu Xiaochuan's pale face gradually became ruddy. After a long while, Yu Xiaochuan coughed violently twice. After coughing out some blood clots, he opened his eyes. Brother Xiao, you saved me? I'm not dead? And don't talk. Just a little bit more. Xiao Chen didn't know what attitude to take toward Yu Xiaochuan. Although Yu Xiaochuan had always claimed that he was his own younger brother, there was not much real contact and communication between Xiao Chen and him. It could be said that there was no heart-to-heart. In Xiao Chen's opinion, this younger brother was completely subdued because of his own strength. Once he had strength that exceeded his own, he would immediately turn against him. But to Xiao Chen's great surprise, Yu Xiaochuan didn't do so. Even though he had strength, he was still loyal to him. This kind of loyalty seemed to have reached an outrageous level. Knowing that he was courting death, he still went to fight recklessly. Yu Xiaochuan didn't know that Xiao Chen could heal his injuries. In his situation at that time, he was undoubtedly going to die. This made Xiao Chen draw countless question marks in his heart. He really didn't understand why he was like this. Brother Xiao, you are so good to me. Yu Xiaochuan smiled happily. Tang Tang watched from the side and couldn't help but frown. She wanted to say something but stopped herself. Yu Xiaochuan's injuries recovered quickly. Although he was a little weak, his life was no longer in danger. With Tang Tang's help, he returned to the villa to rest. After bidding farewell to Xiao Chen, he left. He had overdrawn too much of his physical strength previously. At this moment he had to go back and cultivate in seclusion. Golden Fur Lion King's Qinggong was not good. After chasing a street, he still didn't see little Yao's figure. He could only return resentfully, feeling a little depressed. That kid ran too fast. I couldn't catch up. He must have gone back to inform the others. Forget it. Xiao Chen waved his hand. Little Yao was not the only person in the Kuei Mountain sect. Even if he killed him, the other party would still come for revenge. Even if he didn't inform the others, the Kuei Mountain sect wouldn't know where these people died. Thank you for helping Grandpa Jean, but when did you become a general? Xiao Chen felt that this world was a little crazy. Not only was Yu Xiaochuan's strength outstanding, but even Golden Fur Lion King had become a general. I'm just injured, so my strength can't improve. However, I have the foundation. These years of cultivation have long accumulated to the point where it can explode. As long as there's an opportunity, my strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Golden Fur Lion King said, Xiao Chen, since there's nothing else, I'll take Bei Bei back first. Alright, thank you, Grandpa Jean, for your help today. If you need any help in the future, Xiao Chen will not hesitate. Xiao Chen was very grateful to Golden Fur Lion King. Otherwise, even if Yu Xiaochuan helped today, the situation would not be salvageable. Although little Yao's strength was not high, Xiao Chen and the others could not deal with him. Previously they killed the two devil generals by pure luck. They didn't expect that Wang Fangtian, a boorish man, would use the big iron door as a weapon. Now both little Yao and Master Tsong were prepared. It was impossible for them to use this trick again. Therefore Xiaoqun really had no choice. Cousin-in-law Yu Xiaochuan seems to like you. Jean Bebe waved at Xiaoqun and was about to get into the car. Don't talk nonsense. Xiaoqun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Jean Bebe didn't say much. After getting into the car she shouted at Xiaoqun, cousin-in-law Bebe is leaving. You have to miss Bebe. Of course. When will you go back to the villa after the spring festival? Xiaoqun asked. Let's talk about it later. Jean Bebe was a little confused. Golden Fur Lion King started the car and the two of them drove away. Xia Shibin and Wang Fangtian woke up slowly at this moment. After getting up they were a little shocked when they saw the minced meat all over the ground. Holy sh*t boss, are you serious? So cruel? Xia Shibin opened his eyes wide. Did you stuff these two people into a meat grinder? Clean up first. We'll talk about it when we get back. Xiaoqun told Xia Shibin. Although the Xiao family was located in a remote area and there were not many people around, it was better to clean up such a cruel scene as soon as possible. Yes. Xia Shibin answered and went to clean up with Wang Fangtian. When Xiaoqun walked into the courtyard of the Xiao family he saw a back. It was Wang Tietio. Obviously Wang Tietio was alerted by the fight just now, but he didn't help. Xiaoqun didn't think much about it. After all, Wang Tietio was only at the level of a martial master. If he came he would be killed. Wang Fangtian could help because he was an unusual person. At this moment Wang Tietio was also a little shocked. It seemed that he had to re-evaluate Xiaoqun's strength. He didn't expect that Xiaoqun had so many masters around him. This time he had verified the rumors with his own eyes. As expected, Xiaoqun could heal the injured quickly. Previously he heard that he showed this skill at the Righteous and Demonic Songning Summit. However, it was mostly a rumor. Now that Wang Tietio saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but be shocked. Xiao Yuanshan was already somewhat numb. During this period of time, many martial masters and martial generals had died in the Xiao clan. Before this, even a 10th layer Great Perfection Cultivator would be a high and mighty existence to Xiaoqun. But now these experts were like cabbages being cut up, chopped to death with a so-so sound. Xiao Yao was really scared out of his wits today. He ran all the way. In his heart, he felt lucky that he didn't fight with Golden Fur Lion King. If he was injured after the fight, even if he killed Golden Fur Lion King, he wouldn't be able to escape. He would probably be a pile of minced meat by now. This was simply unequal strength. Fortunately he was quick-witted and ran fast. Chapter 695. Martial Uncle Tsong was killed by one of Xiaoqun's freakish companions. Little Yao's voice was trembling. Senior brother Qing Zhongfan, what did you say back then? Didn't you say it would be easy to take down the Xiao family? Are there no experts in the Xiao family? What's going on? Our Quishan sect's experts are falling one after another. How am I going to explain this to the sect when I get back? At this moment, little Yao Zi wanted to kill Qing Zhongfan. Originally, he wanted to find a woman for his son to marry in the secular world to show the sect that Yao Baoang did not want to participate in the competition for the core disciple position. He wanted to quietly improve his strength in secret. But now, all the experts of the sect had fallen because of this matter. Even martial Uncle Tsong had died. Would the sect let him go when he got back? In this way, no matter how outstanding Yao Baoang was, he would be thrown into the cold palace. Little Yao's heart was bleeding. He went for wool and came home shorn. If he had known this would happen, he would not have come to the secular world. Why did he have to find someone from the Qing family? I don't know either. Who would have thought that Xiaoqun would have such a powerful ally? Qing Zhongfan was also very depressed. When this matter returned to the sect, he would definitely be the first to be punished. You really got me killed? Little Yao's face was bitter. Now, the only thing I can do is to return to the sect quickly. Qing Tianxiu, pack your things and return to the sect with me. Qing Zhongfan said coldly. Today's matter has already happened. We are bound together. Don't think that the Qing family can stay aloof. We won't leave Qing Zhongfan. Let's forget about the marriage. Qing Tianxiu was also unyielding now. Xiaoqun had killed most of the experts of the Quishan sect. What was there for the Qing family to be afraid of? What did you say? You old fart, let me tell you, I can't do anything to Xiaoqun, but I can kill you. Of course, Qing Zhongfan knew why Qing Tianxiu was so stubborn. He immediately flew into a rage. If you don't want to die, then be quick. However, before Qing Zhongfan finished speaking, his cell phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Qing Zhongfan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't want to answer it, but he didn't dare to. He could only answer it with trepidation. Hello? Xiaochen. Young swordsman? Qing Zhongfan, I won't waste any more words with you. I give you until tonight. Take those idiots from your sect and scram from the Qing family. Otherwise, I will lead my companions to attack you. Don't blame me if you die, said Xiaochen coolly. You. Qing Zhongfan was fuming with anger. I don't need you to say that. We are about to leave. Oh, and Minjing's engagement has been cancelled. I hope you won't harass her anymore. There is a saying that you won't die if you don't court death. Your senior brothers and martial uncles have already courted death. Now it's up to your performance. Xiaochen reminded him. I got it. Qing Zhongfan gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to disagree. After hanging up the phone, Qing Zhongfan waved his hand and said, Junior brother Yao, junior nephew Baoong, let's go. Then Qing Menjing. Yao Baoong was stunned. Xiaochen is watching. If you don't want to die, continue? Qing Zhongfan said angrily. Oh? Yao Baoong was not stupid. When he heard Xiaochen, he immediately shrunk his neck. The three of them didn't stay any longer. They quickly left the Qing family and returned to the sect. No one mentioned the feast that they had mentioned before. Watching the three of them leave, Qing Tianqiu breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled bitterly and said, I don't know if our Qing family is lucky or not. Father, we were all deceived by Qing Zhongfan before. Now, our top priority should be to repair our relationship with the Xiao family. Qing Zhongming suggested. The Qing family and the Xiao family were on good terms again. This was what he had always wanted to see. It was also an explanation for his missing sworn brother, Xiao Feng. You're right. Let's go to the Xiao family immediately. Qing Tianqiu nodded. He would no longer claim to be the master of the first aristocratic family in Songning. Because from tomorrow onwards, everyone would know that the Xiao family was the first aristocratic family in Songning. Minjing, why don't you come with us? Qing Zhongming said. Qing Minjing suddenly felt a little shy. She began to worry about personal gains and losses. She knew that her father and grandfather were going to visit the Xiao family. That meant that they were going to re-establish the in-laws between the two families. Then she and Xiaochen. Thinking of this, Miss Cheng's face flushed with anticipation. Am I looking forward to it? How is that possible? Haven't I always disliked Xiaochen? When she knew about this engagement, she had always been very resistant and wanted to cancel it. But now, when it was about to resume the engagement, Miss Cheng had an inexplicable excitement in her heart. In her mind, the bits and pieces of her time with Xiaochen flashed involuntarily. From the first time he moved into the villa to the first day of school when he had a dispute with Lu Jinming and Ma Gangmen. These extremely ordinary things became beautiful and sweet memories. Every time she thought of it, Qing Menjing would laugh unconsciously. What's wrong, Menjing? Qing Zhongming saw that his daughter was suddenly in a daze. He felt a little strange. Don't you want to go? Then let's go. Qing Menjing nodded. She felt like an ugly daughter-in-law who came to visit for the first time. She was a little scared, but she also hoped to get the approval of the Xiao family. What am I thinking? While her imagination was running wild, Qing Minjing followed her grandfather and father out of the house. They got on the car and arrived at the entrance of the Xiao family's courtyard in a daze. At this time there were some workers repairing the gate. A few construction vehicles were busy. Qing Zhongming found a gap and drove in. But just as he entered, he was stopped by the disciples of the Xiao family. They thought that it was another person looking for trouble. When they saw that it was the Qing family, they were a little nervous and quickly took out the walkie-talkie to call. Of course, when he heard that it was Qing Zhongming, Xiao Hai naturally wouldn't treat him as an enemy and personally came out to welcome him. Old Master Qing, why did you come personally? Xiao Hai saw that Qing Tianqiu was among the people who got off the car and was a little surprised. Previously, the disciple only said that Qing Zhongming came in a car, but didn't say who else was in the car. Xiao Hai, before this old man was biased against your Xiao family, I'm really sorry. I hope that the Xiao family can give the Qing family a chance to make up for it. Qing Tianqiu was a person who was more daring to admit his mistakes, otherwise he wouldn't have said this to Xiao Hai. If he wanted to say it, he would have said it to Xiao Yuanshan. It's all Qing Zhongfan's fault. I understand that it has nothing to do with old Master Cheng. Please come in. Xiao Hai laughed and didn't pursue the matter. He led the three members of the Qing family into the guest room. Xiaochen didn't expect that Qing Tianqiu would come, and Xiao Yuanshan obviously didn't expect it either. He thought that only Qing Zhongming came. Old brother Xiao, how have you been? Qing Tianqiu saw Xiao Yuanshan and quickly walked over. Xiao Yuanshan coldly snorted, but didn't have a good attitude. It was obvious that he was still brooding over what happened before. I can also be considered as your brother-in-law? Qing Tianqiu was a little embarrassed. Brother Xiao is an elder, can't you forgive your little brother's mistake? Seeing that my grandson is amazing, you're sticking to me again? Xiao Yuanshan looked at Qing Tianqiu mockingly. I say, why are you so shameless? Qing Tianqiu's face was a little red. Although he was indeed a little snobbish before, most of it was because he was deceived by Qing Zhongfan. However, he did indeed cause harm to the Xiao family. So at this time he was very embarrassed. He didn't know how to explain and could only look at Xiao Yuanshan with a bitter face. Grandfather, it's rare for Minjing to come as a guest. Let's let bygones be bygones. Xiao Qin didn't want to pursue the matter with Qing Tianqiu. No matter what, this person was Qing Minjing's grandfather. Since he was able to save him in the historical remains, he didn't want to continue pursuing the matter pointlessly. For my grandson's sake, let bygones be bygones. Xiao Yuanshan then said, Qing Tianqiu, you wouldn't have come to my Xiao family to propose marriage again, right? Qing Tianqiu was really, but when Xiao Yuanshan said it with a mocking tone, he really didn't know how to reply. He could only bite the bullet and say, the matter between Minjing and Xiao Chen was decided long ago. Qing Minjing lowered her head. She didn't know what to do. Her heart was incomparably perturbed. Hearing Xiao Yuanshan's words, it seemed like he didn't want to acknowledge this marriage. In that instant, Qing Minjing was incomparably disappointed. As for why she was disappointed, she didn't know either. Previously, she was still thinking about what kind of attitude Xiao Yuanshan and the rest of the Xiao family would have towards her. She didn't expect it to be like this. Xiao Qin saw the young Miss awkwardness and smiled. Grandfather, since Grandfather Qing has already admitted his mistake, let's not dwell on the past. Isn't dinner ready? Let's have a lively meal together. That's right, that's right. Zhongming, take out my treasured wine. Qing Tianqiu looked gratefully at Xiao Qin and said to Qing Zhongming. Old thing Qing, let me tell you. The marriage, that's Minjing's. I've always acknowledged her as my granddaughter-in-law. But you, think about it yourself. Xiao Yuanshan chuckled and didn't say anything more. Xiao Yuanshan's words made Qing Minjing instantly heave a sigh of relief. Her heart was bashful and happy. But she was also a little worried that the Qing family and the Xiao family would have an unhappy relationship in the future. Actually, Xiao Yuanshan was just taking advantage of his words. He was already very happy that Qing Tianqiu was able to lower his head in front of him. Now he was just making things difficult for him. In the dining room, Xiao Qin was naturally arranged to sit together with Qing Minjing. But someone was unhappy. Qing Minjing? Why are you here? When Xiao Xiao saw Qing Minjing, she instantly frowned. The dense hostility in her eyes made Qing Minjing a little confused. Oi Xiao Xiao. Hello, Happy New Year. Qing Minjing stood up and gave her blessings with doubt. She thought to herself that it couldn't be because of Qing Mingxiang's matter, right? The Xiao family has been turned upside down by your Qing family. How can they be happy? Xiao Xiao curled her lips. Another typical example of sticking close to my brother after seeing that he has strength. Just like Xinjing Xian. Chapter 696. Qing Minjing looked at Xiao Xiao in astonishment. Xiao Xiao didn't pay any more attention to her and sat on the seat that belonged to Qing Minjing next to Xiao Chen. On the other side of Xiao Chen sat Tang Tang and Yu Xiaochuan. Qing Minjing didn't have a seat. Xiao Xiao Yu. Xiao Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why was Xiao Xiao so hostile to Qing Minjing? Sister Minjing, why don't you sit down? Xiao Xiao smiled innocently and looked at Qing Minjing, who was stunned with anger. Xiao Chen, I order you to sit here. Qing Minjing said and pointed to an empty seat next to her. She was a little exasperated. You have such a bad temper. No wonder my brother likes Xinjing Xian instead of you. Xiao Xiao looked at Qing Minjing with pity. You. Qing Minjing was furious with Xiao Xiao. Forget it, Minjing, you sit here with me. Tang Tang stood up and gave the seat to Qing Minjing. She didn't care. There were many opportunities to contact with Xiao Chen. She would live in the Xiao family for a period of time, and Qing Minjing was a guest. I'm fine. Qing Minjing sat down in disappointment. She was too embarrassed to sit on Tang Tang's seat. She was a little annoyed. Do you think I like to sit next to Xiao Chen? Who cares? Xiao Qin sighed in his heart. He found that Xiao Xiao was not hostile to Tang Tang, but she had a deep grudge against Xin Jingxian and Qing Menjing. Fortunately, Xiao Yuanshan, Xiao Hai, Qing Tianxiu and Qing Zhongming did not see this scene. They had not sat down yet and were chatting on the sofa at the side of the dining hall. Xiao Xiao, don't talk about Menjing like that. She's actually quite nice, Xiao Qin whispered to Xiao Xiao. Okay? I think she's a silly girl. Xiao Xiao didn't think much of it. On one side was his sister and on the other side was his fiancée. This put Xiao Qin in a difficult position. Fortunately, they didn't have much interaction. He would return to the villa after Chinese New Year, and Xiao Xiao wouldn't be able to see Qing Menjing then. Qing Zhongfan, Qing Mingqiang, Little Yao, and Yao Baoang returned to the Kuei Mountain sect. They had come in a group, but only 4 were left when they returned, including Qing Zhongfan and his son. Is everything settled? The one who asked the question was Xiao Yao's master, Zhong Qixing. He was puzzled as he did not see anyone else. Xiao Tsong, where is your martial uncle Tsong? Didn't they follow you back? Master, I was wrong. Qing Zhongfan knelt on the ground without another word. Zhong Qixing was also his master. Zhongfan, what do you mean? Zhong Qixing was puzzled. Master, martial uncle Tsong, senior brother Qian and senior brother Nangong were all. Qing Zhongfan paused as he spoke up to this point. He carefully looked at Zhong Qixing's expression. When he saw that Zhong Qixing's expression was normal, he said, they've all perished. What? Although Zhong Qixing was puzzled by Qing Zhongfan's hesitation, he never expected that 3 experts from the sect would be killed by Xiao Chen. Master, I shouldn't have gone to the secular world to seek marriage for Baoang. That's why this happened. Master, please punish me. Little Yao knelt on the ground. Don't be in a hurry to punish them. Tell me first, what exactly is going on? How is it possible that Xiao Qin is so powerful? Zhong Qixing felt the world spinning around him. He forced himself to calm down and asked. This matter was too important. He had to figure it out immediately and report it to the sect. Qing Zhongfan and Little Yao Zi were both witnesses of the 2 battles. The 2 of them quickly reported the situation in full detail, not daring to hide anything. Zhong Qixing could not be bothered to scold the 2 disciples. He hurriedly went to discuss with the sect's higher-ups. The higher-ups of the Kuei Mountain sect were sitting in the conference room. Although the Supreme Elder was in seclusion, the sect master was present. The sect master of the Kuei Mountain sect was called Ma Qinjia. His strength was unfathomable. Sitting beside him was his son, who was also the young sect master of the Kuei Mountain sect. The candidate for the Devil sect master position was, of course, predetermined. His name was Ma Longting. Sitting beside Ma Qinjia were a few elders. Zhong Qixing was one of them. That's how it is. Zhong Qixing slowly recounted the course of events before saying, Sect leader Ma, please make a decision on this matter. This Xiao Qin actually has such strength? And his lackeys all have their own unique skills? Ma Qinjia frowned. We can't blame Zhong Fan and Little Yao for this matter. They were just following the sect's instructions to deal with the Xiao family. But in this case we have to adjust our plan. We can't fight the Xiao family recklessly. Sect Master Ma, what kind of deep hatred does the people behind us have with the Xiao family? Why do we have to deal with the Xiao family? And why don't they do it themselves? Zhong Qixing was puzzled. This was also the question the other elders wanted to ask. All I know is who they are trying to lure out. As for the specific reason and situation, I don't know either. You should understand that the reason why the Kuei Mountain sect can become the #1 demon sect in the outer martial arts world is because of their help. It's best not to ask about things that we shouldn't know, lest we get into trouble. Ma Qinjia's expression changed and he shouted sternly. Yes. Zhong Qixing quickly nodded. But in this case, how are we going to deal with Xiao Qin? That kid doesn't play by the rules, and the experts around him are also very strange. Even if we send more people, we might still be wiped out. I understand. I will ask them before making a decision. Don't provoke the Xiao family for the time being. Now is the crucial time for the Demon Sect's sect master election. We don't have the energy or so many experts to waste in the secular world. Ma Qinjia made the final decision. This matter will come to an end for now. I will ask the people behind me before making a decision. Yes. Zhong Qixing responded, but then said, But are we going to forget about Yao Boang's marriage? Isn't that the Qing family? Is it still affected? Ma Qinjia asked. Here's the thing. Qing Menjing used to be Xiao Chen's fiancé, and Xiao Chen also warned Qing Zhongfan to As he spoke, Zhong Qixing told the sect master about Qing Minjing's complicated situation. Why is it so complicated? Ma Qingzhe suddenly frowned. Why didn't you make it clear at the beginning? I didn't know at the beginning either. Zhong Qixing smiled bitterly. Besides, even if I knew at that time, I didn't think there was any problem. After all, who would have thought that Xiaoqin was a variable? Why don't we tell Xiao Yao to forget about it and find a woman from another family for his son, Baoang? Forget about it? How can we do that? Ma Qingzhe shook his head. If we can't even deal with an aristocratic family in the secular world, how will other sects think of us? We are the #1 demon sect in the outer martial arts world, and we can't even deal with a woman from an aristocratic family in the secular world? Won't we be laughed at? That's true. Although he said so, Zhong Qixing was criticizing in his heart. Isn't the Xiao family also a secular family? Won't they be laughed at after being killed by Xiaoqin? It's obvious that they are angry at Xiaoqin and have nowhere to vent. Now they want to take it out on the Qing family. He could only bite the bullet and said, but now Xiaoqin has said that he will protect the Qing family. If we insist on doing this, won't we provoke Xiaoqin again? Who knows what that kid will do then? Ma Qingzhe was also a little aggrieved. This Xiaoqin, a small character that he didn't take seriously at all, actually suddenly trembled. Is there a marriage contract? At this time Ma Qingzhe spoke. Of course there is, but this kind of thing has no binding force after all. Zhong Qixing said. Elder Zhong, have you forgotten that the marriage contract in the outer martial arts world is protected by the Outer Martial Arts Guild? At that time, we only need to take the marriage contract to the Outer Martial Arts Guild to complain and say that the Qing family did not keep the contract. At that time, the Outer Martial Arts Guild will send people to enforce it. Even if that Xiaoqin has 3 heads and 6 arms, he can't compete with the Outer Martial Arts Guild. Ma Qingzhe smiled and said, at that time we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only will we deal a blow to Xiaoqin, but we can also fulfill the marriage contract without losing face. Young master is wise. Zhong Qixing's eyes suddenly lit up. How could he forget about the Outer Martial Arts Guild? The so-called Outer Martial Arts Guild was a branch of the Warrior Guild in the Outer Martial Arts world. It belonged to the same system as the Warrior Guild in the secular world. It was responsible for coordinating and supervising all matters in the Outer Martial Arts world. This Outer Martial Arts Guild was formed by the secular world's Supernatural Investigation Bureau and some masters in the Inner Martial Arts world. The Warrior Guild that Xiaoqin met in the Hakanamata Desert was actually under the jurisdiction of the Outer Martial Arts Guild. Of course, for the sake of face, the sects in the Outer Martial Arts world rarely asked for help from the Outer Martial Arts Guild. That was equivalent to asking for help from the Outer Martial Arts Guild because they were not strong enough. They would be looked down upon by the other party. But this time it was different. This time the target was the Qing family in the secular world, not the Outer Martial Arts world. In this way it was equivalent to the Quishan sect exerting pressure to find people to deal with the Qing family. The Qing family would not dare to look down on the Quishan sect at all. Dragonfly's idea is not bad. Zhong Qixing, bring the victim Xiao Yao and his son and immediately go to the Outer Martial Arts Guild to complain. Let the Outer Martial Arts Guild intervene in this matter. Then let's see what that Xiaoqin will do. At this point, a cold smile flashed across Ma Qingzhe's lips. If Xiaoqin doesn't know what's good for him and kills a few people from the Outer Martial Arts Guild, haha, then there will be a good show. We don't even need to do anything. The Xiao family will be ruined. Master, what a brilliant plan. Zhong Qixing heard this and immediately laughed. In their opinion, it was impossible for Xiaoqin to understand what kind of existence the Outer Martial Arts Guild was. If he accidentally offended them, hee. Chapter 697. Things were settled in this way. Little Yao took Yao Baoang to the Outer Martial Arts Guild to complain. After the meeting, Ma Dianzhu secretly contacted the sect behind him. Elder Yen and Ma Peizhe. With the development of technology, the communication method in the martial arts world had also changed from pigeons to real-time phone calls. Sect leader Ma, how's the matter with Xiaoqin? Elder Yen asked. Something happened. I'm going to report this matter to Elder Yen. Ma Peizhe said carefully. Tell me, did you fail again? Elder Yen asked faintly. It's like this. Ma Peizhe explained the matter. Although the Kuei Mountain sect seemed to be a little embarrassed, he did not dare to hide anything. With the ability of the sect behind him, it was not difficult to find out the truth. In other words, you can't do anything to Xiao Qin for the time being? Elder Yin asked emotionlessly after listening. Ma Pei's heart skipped a beat. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Please forgive me, Elder Yin." "Well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, we don't have to kill Xiao Qin to lure that person out. There are still other ways." Elder Yin smiled indifferently. "What other ways?" Ma Pei asked quickly. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. From now on, the Kuei Mountain sect will focus on planning for the Outer Martial Arts Devil Sect's sect leader election. Don't bother about other things." Elder Yin said in a strange voice. "Yes." Ma Pei's heart skipped a beat. He did not dare to say much and nodded in agreement. On the other side, although Elder Yin did not say anything, he did not blame Ma Pei either. This made Ma Pei feel relieved. Although he did not know how the sect behind him could lure that person out, it had nothing to do with him for the time being. Thinking of this, he quickly walked out of the secret room and prepared to discuss with other elders about the Devil Sect's sect leader election. Outer Martial Arts Guild. In fact, the Outer Martial Arts Guild was also known as the Warrior Guild to outsiders. However, because the Outer Martial Arts Guild was full of martial masters and martial generals, they preferred to call it the Outer Martial Arts Guild. Calling him a martial artist would mean lowering his status. "Vice President Yin, you have to stand up for me." Yao Baoang recounted his bloody history with tears and snot. In his account, the Cheng family became shameless people who forsook morality at the sight of profit. Not only did they want to break off the engagement, but they also sought help from the Xiao family to kill several experts from the Quishan sect. Vice President Yin was one of the vice presidents of the External Martial Arts Guild. Now that it was the Spring Festival, he was the vice president on duty. After hearing Yao Baoang's tearful complaint, he did not immediately express his opinion. He wasn't stupid. If the Kuei Mountain sect was going to propose, then so be it. Why did they have to bring so many Devil General level experts along? Wasn't that just idle? He didn't believe that there was nothing going on between you and the Xiao family. Of course, the engagement might be true, but it might not be true with the Xiao family. These words could be heard from both sides. He just said lightly, "Oh, you guys sent the Devil Generals to the secular world. There is no enmity or grudge between them. If they get into conflict with the secular world and die, it's just because they are not skilled enough. Each side will be punished 50 times and this matter will be over." Yes. Yao Baoang didn't dare to tell the truth. After all, it was the Kuei Mountain sect who wanted to deal with Xiao Qin. This couldn't be known by outsiders. Moreover, his main purpose wasn't to attack the Xiao family but the engagement. "The marriage contract is here. Vice President Yin, please take a look." "Oh, let me see." Vice President Yin took the marriage contract and read it. She didn't find any problems, so she said, "Okay, in that case I can accompany you to investigate. If it's true, I'll make the decision to force the Cheng family to fulfill the engagement." "Thank you, Vice President Yin." Yao Baoang was overjoyed. He was confident that this marriage contract was real. As long as Vice President Yin supported it, the Cheng family would have to marry off their daughter in the end. "Ihi Cheng Minjing, who asked you not to dump me? Won't you obediently become my person in bed? Xiao Qin, you fool. Even if you're strong, what's the use of it? Your fiancé is also mine." "Well, that's it." Vice President Yin nodded. "Vice President Yin, when do you think we should go to the secular world?" Yao Baoang couldn't wait. "What? Do I need you to make arrangements for me?" Vice President Yin snorted, which gave Yao Baoang a fright. Although not everyone in the External Martial Arts Guild was very strong, and this Vice President Yin was only a third-floor general, because of the involvement of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, he had armed forces in his hands. Yao Baoang knew very well that heavy machine guns and rocket launchers were trivial. They could call armored vehicles and bombers with just a phone call. No matter how powerful the Quishan sect was, they were only experts at the demon general level. They were still afraid of these things. "I don't dare," Yao Baoang said quickly. "Well, my shift ends tonight. Tomorrow morning I'll go to Songning City. You can go too, but I have to investigate first before making a decision." Vice President Yin said. "Okay, then I'll prepare the car and come over early tomorrow morning." Yao Baoang said happily. "There's no need for the car. We have a car." Vice President Yin said, "Let's meet at the Cheng family." "Yes." Yao Baoang didn't dare to say more. "Then I'll leave first." After Yao Baoang left, Vice President Yin laughed and took out her phone to dial a number. When it was connected, she said, "Old Xia, long time no see. Happy New Year." "Your old Xia?" The person who answered the phone was a little surprised. You old man, didn't you just call a few days ago to wish us a happy new year? As for meeting, it's difficult for you to come over, right? We're all on the same side. I understand. Haha, isn't there a chance this time? It just so happens that I have a mediation mission. I'm going to the secular world. Songning City, if you're free, come over. Let's get together. Vice President Nian said with a smile. It's been a long time. It's been more than 10 years since I was assigned to the outer martial arts world. Yeah, I didn't expect you to have a mediation mission in the secular world. That's really strange. Old Xia said, I'll make some arrangements here. I'll go over tonight. It just so happens that I have an acquaintance in Songning City. Let's go over and have a meal together. Okay, no problem. Vice President Nian agreed readily. See you tomorrow. The next morning, when the sky was still bright, Vice President Nian drove to the secular world. At the intersection of the highway, she saw a car from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Old Xia, you're quite early. Vice President Nian opened the window and greeted the car. I just arrived too. Old Xia said with a smile. Let's go. I've booked a hotel and asked the hotel to prepare a banquet. The two cars drove one after another. Old Xia led the way in front while Vice President Nian followed closely behind. On the way, Old Xia dialed a number and said, Xiaoqin, where are you? I'm in Songning City. An old friend is here. Do you want to come out and have a chat? It turned out that Old Xia was the deputy director of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, Xia Zhili. He and Vice President Nian were bosom friends. When they were young, both of them were the backbone elites of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. They did missions together and practiced together. However, Vice President Nian was later assigned to the Outer Martial Arts World Guild, and Xia Zhili was promoted step by step. Both of them were far apart and could only rely on the phone to contact each other. Xia Zhili looked for Xiaoqin, so Xiaoqin naturally agreed. He was harassed by Xiao Xiao for a whole night yesterday, which made him feel exhausted. He felt that it was more difficult than fighting with others. Fortunately, Xiaoqin felt a glimmer of a breakthrough in the latter half of the night. Perhaps the life-and-death battle during the day had made him feel the way. He spent the latter half of the night in the midst of a breakthrough, so Xiao Xiao naturally did not dare to disturb him. However, what made Xiaoqin a little depressed was that although he had successfully become a cultivator at the second level of the Foundation establishment stage, all the spiritual jades and spiritual stones that he had obtained in the Hakinamada desert had been taken away. When he woke up in the morning, he felt refreshed. He happened to receive a call from Xia Zhili, so he rushed to the hotel as agreed. Old Mr. Nian, let me introduce you. This is my right-hand man in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Xia Zhili waved at Xiaoqin, who was walking over, and introduced him to Vice President Nian. Xiaoqin, Deputy Bureau Chief Yang. What? Vice President Nian was stunned. Of course, there were 3 reasons why she was shocked. Firstly, this person was called Xiaoqin. Wasn't he the person that Yao Baoang mentioned when he was complaining to her? Secondly, why was this person's surname Xiao, but he was called Deputy Director Yang? What kind of address was this? Thirdly, this person was already the Deputy Director of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Why was he still Xia Zhili's subordinate? Are you confused? His identity in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau is called Yang Jianan, but his real identity is Xiaoqin. Xia Zhili explained with a smile. He thought that Vice President Nian was shocked because of this. Yang Jianan? He actually became the deputy director? Vice President Nian was stunned. She knew about Yang Jianan, but she was a little surprised about Yang Jianan's promotion. This is a long story. Let's talk about it while we walk. Xia Zhili didn't want to hide it from Vice President Nian. It was obvious that the two of them were very close. When they were young, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were friends for life and death. After entering the private room, Xiaoqin automatically took on the role of a waiter and poured tea for the two of them. In Xiaoqin's eyes, Xia Zhili was always a senior that he was indebted to. So, no matter if his ability would surpass Xia Zhili in the future, he would always be respectful to Xia Zhili. And this elder was Xia Zhili's friend. So, Xiaoqin was naturally very respectful to him. After listening to Xia Zhili's story of Xiaoqin's legend, Vice President Nian couldn't help but be amazed. So there are such twists and turns. But old Xia, do you know why I'm here this time? Why? Xia Zhili was stunned. I'm afraid this matter is related to Xiaoqin. Vice President Nian couldn't help but smile bitterly. If I didn't know Xiaoqin and didn't know that you are old Xia's capable subordinate, I'm afraid I wouldn't be in such a difficult position. But now, Chapter 698. Oh. Xiao Qin frowned slightly. Along the way he already knew Vice President Nian's identity and knew that he was in charge of the disputes of the outer martial arts world. However, he did not expect him to be here for his own matter. He could not help but be a little shocked. Vice President Nian, it seems that I'm not related to the outer martial arts world, right? Yes, Elder Nian, what's going on? Xia Zhili also frowned. The Outer Martial Arts Guild can still interfere with the Supernatural Investigation Bureau of the secular world? You're also from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, right? This old Xia, you've misunderstood. Our matter this time started because of the Kuei Mountain sect, and the person involved is the secular world's Xiao Qin, not the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's Yang Jianan. Vice President Nian said, actually the matter is very simple, it's like this. As he spoke, Vice President Nian recounted what had happened. He also mentioned the purpose of his trip, which was to facilitate the marriage. He had no intention of finding trouble with Xiao Qin. It was just that this matter involved Xiao Qin. What? This Yao Baoang is really shameless. How can he say such things? Xiao Qin's face was a little gloomy. He did not expect these people to not let it go after being humiliated. They were so good at stirring up trouble and actually came to the Outer Martial Arts Guild to stand up for them. Vice President Nian, Cheng Menjing is my fiancé. The Cheng and Xiao families have an engagement first. How can it be the Kuei Mountain sect? There are such twists and turns in this matter? Vice President Nian's face was a little ugly. Yao Baoang did not mention this previously. Xiao Qin, tell me what exactly is going on. Actually, I have to start from the beginning. I also want Vice President Nian to help me analyze the Kuei Mountain sect's intentions and why they have been secretly targeting our Xiao family. Xiao Qin had long wanted to find someone to find out about the Kuei Mountain sect. This time, Vice President Nian happened to come knocking on his door. How could he miss this good opportunity? Go ahead. Vice President Nian nodded and said, let me see if there is any way to turn this matter around. This has to start from my father's disappearance a long time ago. As Xiao Qin spoke, he told Vice President Nian everything he knew and what he had found out from his investigations. Since this person was Xia Zhili's good friend, he was also someone who could be trusted. Xia Zhili and Vice President Nian listened to Xiao Qin's narration without blinking. Even after Xiao Qin finished, the two of them were still frowning and thinking about the information contained in this matter. If the whole thing was really like this, then it was really too shocking for them. The Kuei Mountain sect had been scheming to deal with a worldly family that had nothing to do with them. A third-rate family, not even a real family. Xiao Qin Xiaolong. If Qing Zhong Fan wasn't a member of the Kuei Mountain sect, then everything he did might have been a scheme to swallow up the Xiao family. However, his current identity meant that he couldn't care less about a small family like the Xiao family. There was something strange about this. Also, Qin Xiaolong wanted to lure someone out, but who could it be? Vice President Nian also thought that the Xiao family did not have anyone to lure out, and the Xiao family did not have any backing from the outer martial world. If that's the case, although it's strange, I have no clue. Vice President Nian said honestly, although I'm the Vice President of the External Martial Arts Guild, I don't know much about the internal affairs of each sect. I really can't guess the purpose of the Quishan sect's actions. It doesn't matter. Xiao Qin smiled bitterly. This was something he could guess in advance. After all, the matter was too strange. Then the Cheng family's engagement. I am naturally on your side in this matter. Vice President Nian said, but do you have an engagement document with the Cheng family? I can help you, but I can't go against the principles of the Outer Martial World Guild. Even if I help you, if the Kuei Mountain sect is not satisfied, they can go back and complain to others. Then things will become more difficult. I understand. Xiao Qin smiled understandingly. Of course, there is an engagement document. It was signed by my father and Cheng Menjing's father. I can take it out. That's good. You also have an engagement document, and the time is before the Kuei Mountain sects. Then I can help you to make their document invalid. Vice President Nian said. Thank you, Vice President Nian. Xiao Qin said gratefully with his fists clasped. He knew that this was all for Xia Zhili's sake. Otherwise, why would they bother to care about him? Since the Kuei Mountain sect had the document, they could directly determine the validity of the engagement and bypass Xiao Qin. The Outer Martial World Guild naturally had to give some face to the sects in the Outer Martial World. Xiao Qin, go and get the document first. I will go to the Qing family in a while. We will go together and have a confrontation. Vice President Nian instructed. I will go back now. Xiao Qin did not dare to delay. He stood up, said goodbye to Xia Zhili and then hurried out of the private room. When Xiaoqin came back, the two of them were almost done eating. They went to the Qing family together. In the parking lot of the Qing family, there were also a few cars parked. Obviously, the people of the Kuei Mountain sect had arrived first. Their people had been waiting here all this time. When they saw the martial arts guild's car, they hurriedly welcomed them. However, when they saw that Xiaoqin was actually among the people who got off the car, Qing Zhongfan and Little Yao were both stunned. This Vice President Nian he. Xiao Yao pointed at Xiaoqin in confusion. He did not understand why Xiaoqin was in the same car as Vice President Nian. You said that you have an engagement with the Qing family. I naturally have to investigate it. However, according to my investigation, this Xiaoqin also has an engagement with Qing Menjing. There is also an engagement document. What do you say? Vice President Nian asked directly as soon as she got off the car. Qing Zhongfan's face changed. He knew that the Xiao family and the Qing family also had an engagement document. He did not expect that Vice President Nian would investigate it, and that Xiaoqin would come and interfere. He had an idea and said quickly, Xiaoqin, the Qing family has broken off the engagement with you. This is known to all. Why are you pestering them endlessly? Yes, Qing Menjing doesn't want you anymore. How can you be so shameless? Pestering them endlessly or something. Yao Baoang, who had the support of Vice President Nian, also jumped out at this moment. He pointed at Xiaoqin's head and scolded, You are Qing Menjing's servant. Do you know what a servant is? Do you want to be a toad that wants to eat swan meat? Are you showing off in front of me? Xiaoqin's eyes turned cold. This stupid guy still coveted Qing Menjing. If there weren't so many people here, Xiaoqin would have slapped him to death. He had just made a breakthrough yesterday and he was worried that there was no one to practice with. What's wrong with showing off? Are you envious? Do you need me to show off and fly with you? At this moment, Yao Baoang was not afraid of Xiaoqin at all. He was confident that with the people of the External Martial Arts Guild present, Xiaoqin would not dare to do anything to him. Xiaoqin slapped Yao Baoang and directly sent him flying. He said disdainfully, How dare you show off and fly? Bang! Yao Baoang fell flat on his face. Of course, with Vice President Nian around, Xiaoqin couldn't kill him. He only taught him a lesson and made him look a little pathetic. However, Yao Baoang was flustered and exasperated. He crawled up from the ground and glared at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin, you dare to make a move? This time I let you show off and fly. Next time if you show off in front of me, I will disable you. Xiaoqin's face was full of disdain. What? Do you still want to fight? Do you dare? You. Yao Baoang was so angry that he was fuming. Xiaoqin, how dare you? Qing Zhongfan pointed at Xiaoqin and said angrily, The Vice President of the External Martial Arts Guild is here. Do you not take him seriously? Alright, Yao Baoang was the one who provoked Xiaoqin first and said some nasty words. Xiaoqin didn't kill him either, so let's call it even. Vice President Nian waved her hand and said, If you have any questions you can complain to me but don't make personal attacks. Yes. Qing Zhongfan was so angry that his teeth itched. Although this matter was a punishment for both sides, he was still the one who suffered a loss. However, he did not dare to disobey Vice President Nian's words, so he could only say, The Qing family and the Xiao family broke off the engagement. This matter is known to everyone. Vice President Nian, please investigate. Oh, is there a document to break off the engagement? Vice President Nian asked. No, but there is no need for a document to break off the engagement. Qing Zhongfan was stunned and quickly explained, The situation at that time was that the Qing family and the Xiao family broke off. How could the two families sign the document calmly? This is just your side of the story. I'm looking at the evidence. Vice President Nian said, I've looked at both documents. The marriage contract on Xiaoqin's side was dated earlier, so it is judged that the marriage contract signed earlier is valid. The marriage contract between the Xiao family and the Qing family is valid. The marriage contract between the Quishan sect and the Qing family is invalid. Do you have any objections? How could this be? Little Yao was stunned. He looked at Qing Zhongfan and wanted to ask him to think of a solution. Vice President Nian, you are biased. Qing Zhongfan said with a bitter smile. What do you mean? I'm acting according to the evidence. How dare you say that I'm biased? The two pieces of evidence are placed in front of us. Anyone can see that the Xiao family is in the right. Vice President Nian said resolutely. She directly placed the 2 marriage contracts on the table for everyone to see. But Cheng Zhongfan looked at the dates on the 2 marriage contracts and did not know what to say for a moment. Little Yao and Yao Baoong also looked depressed at the moment. Could it be that things are not going to work? Then this time, looking for the outer martial arts guild to stand up for them was really lifting a rock and dropping it on their own feet. It was simply asking for trouble. Oh right. Cheng Zhongfan looked at the signatures on the 2 marriage contracts, and his eyes suddenly lit up. According to the rules of the martial arts circle, the validity of a document must be approved by both parties who signed it. If one party has a dispute, this party must show reasonable evidence. Chapter 699. That's right, but the Xiao family and the Qing family have no objections now. Qing Zhongming, Qing Tianqiu, do you have any objections? Vice President Nian asked. No. Qing Tianqiu and Qing Zhongming shook their heads. Okay then Xiao Qin, do you have any questions? Vice President Nian continued to ask. No. Xiao Qin shook his head. That's it. No one has any objections. What else do you have to say? Vice President Nian looked at Cheng Zhongfan and asked. No, what I mean is, on this marriage contract it was signed by Xiao Feng of the Xiao family and Qing Zhongming of the Qing family, but I suspect that Xiao Feng's signature is fake. This is forged by the Qing family's wishful thinking. Cheng Zhongfan waved his hand and said while shaking his head. What? Qing Zhongming couldn't help but be furious after hearing it. Qing Zhongfan, don't talk nonsense. The Xiao family didn't say that it's fake. Why do you have a problem? The Xiao family didn't say it, but it doesn't mean that it's not fake. Cheng Zhongfan said, according to the rules of Wulin, the signatories of both parties who sign the contract must be present at the same time to prove that this document is real. Other people's words don't count. Unless you have evidence to prove that this document is signed by Xiao Feng, otherwise, find him for a confrontation. You. Qing Zhongming was furious. Don't you know how brother Xiao Feng disappeared? You still have the face to say this. You want to find him? I'm just stating the facts. Qing Zhongfan didn't care and looked at Vice President Nian. Vice President Nian, the authenticity of this document may have a problem, so I'll ask the Xiao family to show the evidence. Is there any problem? This? Of course not. Vice President Nian didn't expect Cheng Zhongfan to come up with such a move, so he was caught unprepared. This document was signed by Xiao Feng. According to the rules, there was no problem finding Xiao Feng to confront, but Xiao Feng had disappeared. Where could they find him? If that was the case, he would have to pay attention to the doubts of the Qing family. He couldn't just jump to a conclusion. Moreover, Qing Zhongfan was a member of the Qing family. Even if Qing Tianqiu and Qing Zhongming had no objections, he couldn't ignore Qing Zhongfan's objections. This involved the reputation and prestige of the Outer Martial Arts Guild. Even if he wanted to help Xiao Qin, he was powerless. He could only look at Xiao Qin in a deep voice and said, "What evidence do you have to prove that this was signed by your father, Xiao Feng?" "I have some other handwriting written by my father. We can bring it together for judicial appraisal." On Xiao Qin's side, he also thought of a way to deal with it and said calmly, "In that case, how can you prove that these were written by Xiao Feng?" "Unless you find Xiao Feng and let him write a few words personally for appraisal. Otherwise, I have reason to suspect that you have been faking it." Without waiting for Vice President Nian to express her opinion, Qing Zhongfan raised his doubts again. To be honest, Qing Zhongfan's approach was a bit unreasonable. There was always legal evidence to prove that this document was signed by Xiao Feng personally. But the key problem was that the Outer Martial Arts Guild didn't care about these. Many of their customs still retained the ancient traditions. The greatest evidence was the witness. Without the witness, the others could only be regarded as auxiliary evidence. If there is no evidence, then our documents are naturally the most effective. Qing Zhongfan said, "This has the signature of Qing Tianqiu and Xiao Yao, so please give us justice." Vice President Nian. Looking at the overbearing Qing Zhongfan, Vice President Nian felt a headache coming on. He was incomparably furious, but he couldn't say anything to refute. The other party had seized on this point of disagreement and expanded it infinitely, leaving him unable to deal with it for a while. Ahem. Vice President Nian coughed twice and looked at Xiao Qin to see what he would say. Xiao Qin was also a little depressed. He didn't expect Qing Zhongfan to make an issue of the signature. If he insisted that this was not signed by his father and was fake, then he really couldn't take out any evidence. Even if he took out, he could deny it. After all, his father wasn't present. May I ask, Vice President Nian, according to the rules of the martial arts circle, must there be a witness? Xiaoqin didn't say much nonsense and just asked. This is a must. Vice President Nian nodded and said, in the martial arts circle, this is the most convincing. People in the martial arts circle pay particular attention to confronting on the spot and questioning face to face, so. Speaking of this, Vice President Nian smiled bitterly. He didn't continue, but in fact he was also hinting to Xiaoqin that he would definitely help if he could help. But now there was no reason to refuse and he had no other way. Xiaoqin frowned. He didn't expect Cheng Zhongfan to be so difficult to deal with. Looking at his arrogant look, Xiaoqin really wanted to kick him to death. But even if he wanted to give face to Vice President Nian, he couldn't do so. After thinking about it, Xiaoqin said, in this case, is the opinion of the person involved not important? In the martial arts circle, the orders of parents, family and masters are more important than anything else. Vice President Nian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Xiaoqin, if you don't have other supporting evidence, then I will make a judgment on this matter. Cheng Minjing was originally quite happy. Seeing that Xiaoqin took out the marriage contract and dealt a blow to the Quishan sect, and Vice President Nian's words were obviously supporting Xiaoqin, she felt relieved at this moment. She felt that Xiaoqin really had a way to deal with the Quishan sect's tricks again and again. But she didn't expect her second uncle, Cheng Zhongfan, to come up with such a bad move. Cheng Minjing felt very sad. Why did grandma like Cheng Tiannu? Why did she give birth to a traitor like Cheng Zhongfan? As a woman, Cheng Minjing found it hard to understand why a woman would betray her husband in a marriage. She felt that if she was with Xiaoqin, she would be faithful to him and would never have feelings for anyone else. I won't have feelings for Xiaoqin. I'm just giving an example. No matter what, although Cheng Minjing comforted herself in her heart, she was very anxious at the same time. She didn't want to marry Yao Baoang. She might as well die. However, looking at Xiaoqin's helpless look, Cheng Minjing's face turned pale. Was there really no other way? Yes, how could there be any other way? Looking at Cheng Zhongfan's cunning smile, Cheng Minjing was a little resentful. She should have been more ruthless and let Xiaoqin kill him. Vice President Nian, even if I go to find evidence, I need time, right? My father is missing and I have to find him. Xiaoqin suddenly said, I believe you should also understand that this marriage contract is real. It's just that Cheng Zhongfan is nitpicking. Uncle Cheng Zhongming and my Xiao family both approved it, but he insisted on doubting it. So please allow me to find a witness, which is my father. Oh. Vice President Nian was in a dilemma. Hearing Xiaoqin's words, her eyes suddenly lit up and she laughed. That's right, Xiaoqin, you're right. Your contract seems to be real. You just lack a witness. In that case, I'll allow you to find the witness and then make a decision. Thank you, Vice President Nian. Xiaoqin cupped his fists and smiled. He was overjoyed in his heart. This was simply a trick of delaying. Anyway, you're letting me find the witness. Why do you care how long I take to find him? If I can't find him forever, you'll have to wait. Sooner or later you'll die. Vice President Nian, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate, right? Cheng Zhongfan frowned. He thought it was foolproof, but he didn't expect Xiaoqin to come up with such a suggestion. What's inappropriate about it? My judgment is fair and just. Do you have any objections? Do you want to object? Vice President Nian snorted. Of course not. How would I dare to object? On the contrary, I also feel that Vice President Nian's decision is extremely wise. But what I mean is, even if you want to find a witness, there should be a deadline, right? We can't wait forever just because Xiaoqin said so, right? By then it would be too late. Cheng Zhongfan said with a smile. Xiaoqin's face darkened. He didn't expect this guy to be an old fox. He even guessed his plan. It seemed like the plan wouldn't work. You're right. Let's do it this way. Let's use 3 years as the deadline. If Xiaoqin can't find a witness within 3 years, then the Cheng family will naturally fulfill the marriage agreement with the Quishan sect. Vice President Nian said. Generally, the agreement in the martial arts circle was 3 years. It was the same for martial arts competitions. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to say 3 years. But if it was a little more, it would be a little biased. No one could find fault with it now. Of course, but we have a condition. Although 3 years was a little long, it wasn't impossible. This year, Cheng Minjing was only 19 years old. 3 years later, she would be 22 years old. People in the secular world got married at this age. Therefore, Cheng Zhongfan agreed. What condition? Vice President Nian asked. Cheng Minjing must accompany us back to the sect. Qing Zhongfan said. How can this be? What if you bring her back and force her? Xiao Qin immediately objected. This definitely won't happen. Our Quishan sect is also a big sect. We still have this bit of credibility. Little Yao Zi also stood up at this time and promised resolutely. He felt that this matter could be fought for. Yes, we have evidence now. We can't say that you're looking for evidence. We'll just let it go. This is also a kind of compensation for us. Otherwise, we're afraid that you'll do something desperate and hide Qing Minjing. Qing Zhongfan also said. This. Xiao Qin couldn't help but look at Vice President Nian, asking him to make a decision. Xiao Qin, their request isn't too much. The Cheng family can go to the Quishan sect. In the name of the External Martial Arts Guild, if the Quishan sect dares to violate the agreement and touch a single hair of Cheng Minjing, we will punish the Quishan sect. Vice President Nian thought for a moment and said slowly. In fact, he had no other way. It was unreasonable to look for evidence. If the Quishan sect went back and appealed to the External Martial Arts Guild, it might change the verdict. Chapter 700. Therefore, in order to cut the Gordian knot, Vice President Nian had no choice but to satisfy their request. Fortunately, he was supervising this matter. In his opinion, Cheng Minjing would not make any mistakes. The Kuei Mountain sect did not dare to do so. After all, this could anger the Outer Martial Arts Guild and damage their reputation. Why would they do such a thing? Although Xiao Qin did not want to agree, he knew that he had to agree when he saw Vice President Nian's expression. This was not a compromise to the Kuei Mountain sect, but a show of respect for Vice President Nian. Since the Outer Martial Arts Guild was involved, it was not something that Xiao Qin could change alone. However, Xiao Qin also knew that it all came down to strength. He originally thought that he was already very strong now. Killing a few devil generals through trickery made Xiao Qin's confidence almost burst. However, he calmed down now. Sneak attacks and trickery were not the way to go. If he had the strength to destroy the Kuei Mountain sect now, would the Kuei Mountain sect dare to talk nonsense with him? Even if they had the marriage contract in hand, they would pretend that it did not exist. Strength. Xiao Qin clenched his fists. He had to improve his strength. Fortunately, he had time. In 3 years, Xiao Qin was confident that he could look down on the Kuei Mountain sect and even the outer martial arts world. Alright, I believe you. However, you have to remember that in 3 years I will be looking for evidence. In these 3 years, I don't want Minjing to be unhappy. Xiao Qin took a deep breath. Suddenly he felt a sense of loss and reluctance. Was the Missy leaving too? Originally, he thought that he could return to the villa after the new year and resume his previous life of sharing a house. He did not expect that in the blink of an eye she would be leaving. Xiao Qin could not stop it. Fortunately, Vice President Nian was his guarantor. Otherwise, Xiao Qin would not be at ease to let Cheng Minjing live in the Kuei Mountain sect. At this moment, his heart was filled with a deep sense of unwillingness. Cheng Minjing breathed a sigh of relief. Although she was also a little disappointed, she also knew that this was the best outcome that Xiao Qin could fight for. At the very least, he had delayed it for another 3 years. It didn't matter if she could find Xiao Feng within 3 years. Cheng Minjing believed that Xiao Qin would have the ability to take her away from the Quishan sect within 3 years. That would be enough. Alright, if that's the case, I hereby announce that the time limit is 3 years. Within these 3 years, the Cheng family will only stay in the Kuei Mountain sect temporarily. No one is allowed to interfere with her personal freedom or force her to do anything. Violators will be punished by the External Martial Arts Guild, and even the Kuei Mountain sect will be implicated. Vice President Nian announced, Xiao Qin, go find evidence. I have no objections. After Qing Zhongfan finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Qin and chuckled. Xiao Qin, good luck. I hope you can find Xiao Feng within 3 years. Ah. In Qing Zhongfan's opinion, Xiao Qin would not be able to find him even if he was given 30 years. Xiao Feng had been missing for so long and should have died long ago. Therefore, Cheng Minjing must be a member of the Kuei Mountain sect. He never thought that Xiao Qin would have the ability to shake the Kuei Mountain sect. After all, the power of one person and the power of a sect could not be mentioned in the same breath. I have no objections either. Xiao Qin took a deep breath and said, in that case, Qing family, pack up your things and follow us back to the Kuei Mountain sect. Qing Zhongfan said to Qing Tianqiu with a smile. Qing Zhongfan, since I've already agreed to your request, I won't go back on my word. However, Menjing and I have lived in the same villa for so long. It's not a big deal for us to have a farewell dinner together, right? You won't disagree, right? Xiaochen looked at Qing Zhongfan indifferently. You better not provoke me. Otherwise, who knows what I'll do. You. Qing Zhongfan felt threatened by Xiaochen and was instantly enraged. Although Vice President Nian was there, Vice President Nian could only guarantee the smooth implementation of his decisions. As for whether Xiaochen would play any tricks, it was out of her control. Therefore, Qing Zhongfan had no choice but to say, "Of course, go ahead. We'll set off for the sect tomorrow." "Let's go, Missy." Xiaochen waved to Qing Menjing. "Who wants to have a farewell dinner with you?" "I don't care." Qing Menjing felt that it was a little embarrassing to be waved away by Xiaochen. She couldn't help but say, "I'm just going to the villa to get something useful." However, in Yao Boang's eyes, he was extremely surprised. It seemed that this was just Xiaochen's wishful thinking to fulfill the engagement. Qing Menjing didn't like him at all. Then his opportunity had come. As long as he launched an attack at the sect, if Qing Menjing was willing to be with him, then it would not be forced. At that time he wouldn't have to wait for 3 years. He might even be able to get intimate with her. At that time, even if Xiaochen found Xiao Feng as a witness, and Qing Menjing had become a broken flower, he wouldn't want her anymore. It would be convenient for him. Qing Menjing silently followed behind Xiaochen. After eating the Qing family dinner, they got into the car. The two of them were a little silent. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became a little cold. Obviously, Qing Menjing didn't know what to say. At this time of parting, any words would only add to the sadness. "I'm sorry," Xiaochen suddenly said. "I couldn't let you stay. It's not your fault." Grandpa was deceived by Qing Zhongfan, so he signed the engagement document. Qing Menjing sighed and was a little silent. After a while, she suddenly raised her head and stared at Xiaochen with her bright eyes without blinking. She asked word by word, "Xiaochen, tell me the truth. Do you really want to fulfill the engagement between the Xiao family and the Qing family?" Xiaochen was slightly stunned. Under Qing Menjing's gaze, he was a little evasive. "Yes, do I really want to fulfill the engagement? Do I really like Qing Menjing? I should like her." Xiaochen recalled that there was no passion between him and the young lady like there was with Xin Jingxian. There was no sweetness and warmth between him and Tang Tang. There was only a plain and ordinary relationship between him and her. However, thinking about it carefully, Xiaochen had regarded Qing Menjing as his woman from the beginning because she was his fiancée. At that time, Xiaochen thought that this beautiful girl would become his woman no matter what. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to her, nor did he care that much. He didn't even take the initiative to pursue her. However, when he recalled the time in the villa, the two of them were together day and night. Although there was no passion or sweetness, there was the kind of faint mutual help between a husband and wife. It was true that it was plain. "I know. You want to help me. You don't want me to marry into the Quishan sect." Qing Menjing saw that Xiaochen was stunned and didn't answer. She couldn't help but laugh at herself. "Yes, I am overbearing, willful, unruly and arrogant. How could Xiaochen like me? Otherwise he wouldn't have cheated on me with Xin Jingxian under my nose. He even got together with Yi Xiaoya. And Tang Tang? No, I've always regarded you as my fiancé." Xiaochen turned to look at Qing Menjing. He no longer evaded her gaze and said solemnly, "Menjing, I'm sorry. I admit that I hurt you a lot by pursuing Xin Jingxian in front of you. This is not what a fiancé should do. Therefore, after I became your servant, I tried my best to make it up to you. However, at that time I thought that I had lost you, so I could only silently protect you. However, after that, I gained strength. I used Xiao Chang's identity to win Grandpa Cheng's approval and made you my fiancé once again. At that moment I was so happy. Only then did I understand that I had always treated you as my. You make it sound so disgusting. Who wants to be your fiancé? Let me tell you, I just feel that the engagement was made by Uncle Xiao. Now that he is gone, we should abide by it as juniors. Don't think that I like you. I won't." Qing Menjing snorted, but she suddenly felt inexplicably happy in her heart. "Give Bei Bei a call and tell her that we are waiting for her at the villa for dinner." Okay." Xiaochen picked up the phone with a smile. Although he was a little sad, he pretended that nothing had happened. However, on the other side of the phone, there was a notification that the phone was turned off. Xiaochen was a little surprised. "Menjing, Beibei's phone is turned off." "Turned off?" Qing Menjing was also very puzzled. Maybe it ran out of battery and went to charge it? This girl is always too lazy to charge it. Send her a text message. She may see it when she turns it on later. Xiaoqin nodded and sent a text message. He told her that he and Cheng Minjing had gone to the villa and asked her to come over when she saw the text message. The car stopped at the door of the villa. When the familiar door opened, they saw Yi Xiaoya lying on the sofa lazily and watching TV. She was holding a super invincible dog in her arms. If it were any other time, Cheng Minjing would definitely mock Yi Xiaoya. However, now that they were leaving, she didn't have the mood to do so. Instead, she felt a little reluctant. Hey? Xiaoqin Minjing? Why are you back? It's not the end of the new year? Yi Xiaoya saw the two of them and was a little puzzled. Nothing, Xiaoya. I'm leaving. I came back to have a meal with you. Cheng Minjing said with some melancholy. In the future, in the villa, no one will quarrel with you. What do you mean? You are leaving too? Yi Xiaoya was stunned and looked at Cheng Minjing in disbelief. You are not lying to me, right? Today is not April Fool's Day, right? Why would I lie to you? Who else is leaving? You are leaving too? Cheng Minjing asked a little impatiently. Bebe came back last night and said that he was leaving. He asked me to give you this letter. As Yi Xiaoya said this, she picked up an envelope from the coffee table and handed it to Cheng Minjing. So, I was surprised when you said that you were leaving too. What? Bebe left? Where did she go? Cheng Minjing was suddenly shocked. She took the envelope and said in disbelief. I don't know. She didn't tell me. She just said that you would know after reading this letter. She would tell me then. Yi Xiaoya shrugged and said, she left in a hurry yesterday and didn't have time to talk to me. Chapter 701. Cheng Minjing was greatly alarmed after hearing that. Did something happen to Bebe? Recalling that Xiao Chen's phone was turned off when he called earlier, Cheng Minjing hurried to open the envelope. There was only one piece of paper inside. Cousin Minjing, cousin-in-law, Bebe is leaving. Don't worry. In fact, Bebe is going to the mountain to learn martial arts. Grandpa is already a general. So, according to the rules of the sect, he is not allowed to stay in the mortal world. Therefore, our family has moved to the Heavenly Spring sect, where Grandpa is from. Don't worry. As an external disciple, Bebe will be back in 3 years. He won't run into any trouble in the sect. After all, Grandpa will take care of him. You don't need to miss Bebe and you don't need to visit him. After all, as an external disciple, outsiders are not allowed to visit him. Bebe has some work to do every day too. In 3 years, when you and your cousin-in-law are both grown up, you will be able to get married. Bebe will go back to attend your wedding. Alright, time is limited. Let's not talk about it anymore. Grandpa is afraid that the sect will blame him. So he took me away overnight. So you don't need to look for me anymore. I will certainly contact you after I settle down. Rich Jean Bebe. Reading the content of the letter, Xiao Qin and Cheng Minjing found it hard to accept it. Jean Bebe had left just like that? Why would she leave just like that? But sometimes things were just so unexpected. For other people, Cheng Minjing had left just like that too. In fact, Xiao Qin vaguely guessed something. Yesterday, the gold fur lion suddenly helped him and revealed his capability as a general. As a result, his capability had been exposed. If the so-called rules of the sect were true, he had to return to the sect as soon as possible. I didn't expect that. Bebe would leave just like that. Cheng Minjing was silent for a long time before she said gloomily, Xiao Qin, I feel like I'm dreaming. I feel that everything is a dream and Bebe and I are back after I wake up. But I don't think so. Yes, no. Xiao Qin nodded. Bebe, I chose to leave because of old Master Jin's help. Yesterday, Martial Uncle Tsong of the Kuei Mountain sect attacked with Little Yao. If it wasn't for old Master Jin's intervention, you might not have seen me. So, it's not wrong to say that I left because I wanted to leave. No, it's all because of me. If not for me, why would the Kuei Mountain sect look for you? Cheng Minjing shook her head. Grandpa Jin is helping you in name, but he's actually helping me. Let's not discuss this issue. Xiao Qin waved his hand and said, Cheng Zhongfan has wanted to deal with me for a long time. He has never given up. However, it seems that Bebe is not in any danger. I can rest assured about this. Yes. Cheng Minjing nodded. Jean Bebe was different from her. She went to the Kuei Mountain sect with an awkward identity, but Jean Bebe was an ordinary outer disciple. It's actually a good thing that all of you left. After the new year, I have to return to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau often. I've taken over Yang Jianan's identity, so I have to be frequently assigned tasks. So I can't return to the villa often. Xiao Qin comforted her. Who cares? Do you think I'm staying here because of you? You're so full of yourself. Qing Minjing snorted. Hurry up and cook. I'm hungry. Okay. Xiao Qin nodded and went to work. During this time Yi Xiaoya didn't interrupt them. Instead, she listened quietly and didn't seem to understand. During the meal, Yi Xiaoya finally understood that it was because of the Kuei Mountain sect. Hearing the 3 words Kuei Mountain sect, Yi Xiaoya could not help but be silent. Xiao Qin, although you're a disciple of the Devil Star sect, you can't compete with the Kuei Mountain sect. They are the top demonic sect in the outer martial arts world. I know. I'm just a little unwilling. Xiao Qin sighed. But during the day, although I'm unwilling, I still have to give face to Vice President Yan. Then, are you really going to find your father? Yi Xiaoya asked. Are you confident that you can find your father within 3 years? No. Xiao Qin shook his head and said, I'll definitely find my father, but I won't entrust this kind of thing to this kind of unknown thing. Let's see. I have some plans. Xiao Qin, don't do anything rash. Qing Minjing was shocked after hearing Xiao Qin's words. Since Xiao Qin did not intend to find his father to solve the problem of the Kuei Mountain sect, did that mean he wanted to fight head-on? But how could Xiao Qin be his opponent? If Xiao Qin died because of her, then Qing Minjing would rather stay in the Kuei Mountain sect. Previously, Xiao Qin was chased out of the family because of his uncle, Qing Zhongqian. Although it was not because of Qing Minjing, it was more or less related. At that time, Qing Minjing felt guilty. Otherwise, she would not have secretly taken care of and protected Xiao Qin. Now that she heard that Xiao Qin might do something impulsive, she immediately became a little nervous. Although she usually acted as if she was superior and did not put Xiao Qin in her eyes at all, in fact, deep in her heart, Qing Minjing still felt that she owed Xiao Qin a lot. It was the Qing family that owed him, which meant that Qing Minjing owed him because she was also a member of the Qing family. Xiao Qin had repaid evil with good and had already helped the Qing family too much. How could she ask Xiao Qin to take risks because of her? How could she face Uncle Xiaofeng? Qing Minjing did not want to, and she was even more unwilling to do so. Therefore, she would rather be wrong than let Xiao Qin do it by force. The current development of the matter had obviously exceeded the scope of Xiao Qin's ability. Even if she had confidence in Xiao Qin with the involvement of the External Martial Arts Union, Xiao Qin had to give them face. This was not just a matter of the Quishan sect. Don't worry, I won't act recklessly. Xiao Qin said with a smile. If I die, won't you be a widow? You're so annoying. Qing Minjing glared at Xiao Qin. You're still joking at this time? I'm not joking. You're my fiancé. I cannot care. Don't think too much. It's okay. Xiao Qin said with a smile, but he secretly made a decision in his heart. Previously, with Vice President Yan in front of him, it was not easy for Xiao Qin to complete the plan. Now that he had calmed down, a set of plans had already formed in Xiao Qin's mind. However, whether it could be useful or not, he could only leave it to fate. Do your best and leave it to fate. Some things were different from not doing it. At least, Xiao Qin had to work hard to have a clear conscience. Minjing, I have a suggestion. Do you want to hear it? Yi Xiaoya suddenly said. Qing Minjing looked at Yi Xiaoya with some surprise. What kind of suggestion would she give her? Didn't this girl always disagree with her before? Since it's a foregone conclusion that you'll go to the Quishan sect, I think you can practice the mantra and become a diabolical cultivator while protecting yourself. Yi Xiaoya said, you're going to marry Yao Baoang in the future, so if you want to practice, they will only be happier. They will think that you've given up and don't think highly of Xiao Qin, so they will be very supportive of you. Oh? Qing Minjing nodded, not really understanding. However, Yi Xiaoya's suggestion seemed to be really good, so she still said, Xiao Qin said he'll take me away. I know that. Yi Xiaoya didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why are you so silly? Of course I know he can take you away, but you stayed there for 3 years. Did you just stay there for 3 years? You used his resources to practice, and then you can help Xiao Qin in the future. If you become a master diabolical cultivator, you won't have to worry about bringing trouble to Xiao Qin anymore. Instead, you'll become his helper. Do you understand? Yes, yes. Qing Minjing's eyes lit up. She understood. Also, I suggest that you try to choose the mantra that only first ladies can practice. By the way, did Xiao Qin reject you? Yi Xiaoya suddenly looked at Qing Minjing with a faint smile, sizing her up. Oh, how is that possible? I'm not that easy to reject. Qing Minjing was embarrassed. Her face turned red and she was a little embarrassed. Why did you choose this? What little Yi means is that Yao Baoang has feelings for you. Although there's the supervision of the Outer Martial Arts Guild, it's hard to guarantee that he won't be overwhelmed by his lust. You're practicing this mantra, which is equivalent to adding an extra layer of protection. Before the mantra is completed, he can't touch you, and the sect won't allow him to do so. Xiaoqun explained. That's right. The Qishan sect is the #1 diabolical sect in the outer martial arts world. They have many mantras, so they should have it. At least you'll be much stronger there than in the Devil Star sect, and your strength will improve faster. Yi Xiaoya nodded. I see. Qing Minjing was a little embarrassed when she heard the words, overwhelmed by his lust, but she still agreed. She thought to herself, if I don't succeed, will Xiaoqun also not be able to touch me? Who cares? I won't let him touch me. If he wants to touch me, he can touch Xinjingshan. In fact, if you think about it from another perspective, it's a shortcut for you to embark on the road of devil cultivation. With the level of the Qing family, it's absolutely impossible for them to provide you with these superior conditions. With all due respect, although you're Xiaoqun's fiancé, whether you're a martial cultivator or a devil cultivator, your lifespan will also increase when your strength improves. Without strength, you'll soon grow old while Xiaoqun is still in the prime of his life. How can you two be together? I'm afraid that at that time Xinjingshan and I will accompany him, or maybe Jin Beibei. You can only stand aside. Yi Xiaoya said ruthlessly. Unexpectedly this time, Qing Minjing didn't refute Yi Xiaoya's responsibility and sarcasm. Instead, she was lost in thought and seemed to have heard it all. After a while, she nodded heavily and made up her mind, I'll practice hard. Xiaoqun, you don't have to worry about me. Thank you, little Yi. You were always against me before, but I didn't expect that you would give me some useful advice at the critical moment. Chapter 702. Quarreling is one thing. You can continue quarreling after you finish your studies. However, we're good friends after all. We should work together when it comes to external affairs. Yi Xiaoya shrugged. Well? Qing Minjing smiled. She knew that Yi Xiaoya also had feelings for Xiaoqun, but she wasn't angry. Instead, she felt that Yi Xiaoya was more sincere. It's getting late. Minjing, I'll send you back. It's not a good time to make trouble now. Xiaoqun cleaned up the tableware on the table and said to Qing Minjing, Vice President Nian is still here. We have to give him face. Okay. Qing Minjing had made up her mind, so the knot in her heart was untied. She was not so resistant to going home. After saying goodbye to Yi Xiaoya, Xiaoqun drove Qing Minjing back to the Qing family. However, at the door of the Qing family, Xiaoqun said, Minjing, I won't go in. You can go back by yourself. It will only make it more awkward if I go. Okay. Qing Minjing sighed. She was also afraid that Xiaoqun couldn't help but fight with Xiao Yao again. If that happened, the loss would outweigh the gain. Goodbye. Tomorrow will you send me off? All right, I'll do it. Xiaoqun nodded. Okay. Qing Minjing turned around and strode into the Qing family. Looking at her back, Xiaoqun didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stepped on his flying sword and wandered around the Qing family's mansion. Soon, Xiaoqun landed in an independent courtyard. Looking at the two vague figures in the villa's hall, he couldn't help but sneer. This was where Xiao Yao and Yao Baoang stayed. Xiaoqun lay on the edge of the villa and listened to the conversation inside. Damn it, Nian is really good at stirring up trouble. Is he biased? Yao Baoang complained with some resentment. If it weren't for him, it would have been a good thing. Now we have to wait for another 3 years. You can't say that. In order to ensure fairness, the Wulin Guild must investigate in advance before making a conclusion. The Xiao family did have an engagement with the Qing family before, so it became a place of wrangling. Fortunately, senior brother Qing was quick-witted and made up the excuse of a witness. This is also in our Wulin. If it were in the secular world, this reason would not be tenable. Little Yaozi waved his hand and said, Haha, others might not know about that Xiao Feng, but how could we not know? After being schemed against by the sect, they would have long died somewhere. How could they find them? So what if you drag it out for 3 years? Won't Qing Minjing still be yours by then? And you don't have to worry. Your purpose is just to confuse the sect and make them think that you don't fight for anything. That's enough. Alas, it was like this at first, but now when I see Qing Minjing, I feel a fire in my lower abdomen. She's so beautiful, so beautiful. Speaking of this, Yao Boang's eyes flashed with a touch of intoxication. Now I can't wait to bear it for a while. Little Yao Zi sighed and said, now that the Wulin Guild has intervened, even if we are the #1 devil sect in the Wulin Guild, we can't openly violate it. Haha, it's naturally impossible to openly violate it, but when Qing Minjing comes to our Quishan sect, isn't it still up to us? At that time we will give her some medicine and then she will take the initiative. It has nothing to do with us. Yao Baoang smiled and said sinisterly. Aha, of course it's up to you. Little Yao Zi also laughed. Scum. Xiao Qin clenched his fists. It seemed that his risky plan was correct. If he let Qing Minjing go to the Quishan sect, then little Yao Zi and his son would probably pretend to agree but oppose him in secret. At that time he would have no place to reason with them. Even if he had the strength, what could he do if he killed them? Yi Xiaoya's suggestion was indeed correct. Even if he did not succeed, if Qing Minjing really did according to Yi Xiaoya's suggestion, she could still keep her chastity. Xiao Qin didn't have the slightest confidence in a head-on clash against a devil master at the peak of the 10th layer and a devil general at the peak of the 1st layer, but he quietly instructed an little demon to wait for an opportunity to act. Then Xiao Qin directly rushed into the villa. The door of the villa was not locked at all, and little Yao Zi and his son did not believe that any thieves could break in. Of course they were not afraid even if they broke in. Who is it? Little Yao Zi heard the movement and shouted. Although their previous conversation did not involve any secrets, it was still disrespectful to the external martial arts guild. If it was spread out, it would not be good. You are so shameless. You actually thought of such a despicable method. Xiao Qin pointed at little Yao Zi and his son, angrily, and scolded with his whole body trembling. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be Trash Xiao. When Yao Baoang saw that it was Xiao Qin, he immediately laughed mockingly. So what? Are you going to bite me? Do you dare? Don't forget that Vice President Yan is still here. Yao Baoang could be said to be fearless. Although Xiao Qin's strength was relatively abnormal, so what? This matter was decided by the External Martial Arts Guild. Xiao Qin did not dare to do anything to them. At this moment, little Yao Zi was also calm and unruffled. He looked at Xiao Qin indifferently. Don't say so much useless stuff. I have the marriage contract in hand. If you are capable, find a witness. If not, leave quickly. For the sake of Vice President Yan, I will not kill you. Little Yao Zi also trembled. He knew that Xiao Qin did not dare to make a move here, so he deliberately said so. In fact, he was afraid that Xiao Qin would make a move. But he knew that Xiao Qin did not dare to make a move. Sure enough, Xiao Qin was so angry that his chest was heaving, but there was nothing he could do. Good, very good. You will get what you deserve. I will definitely find a way to find my father to prove the authenticity of this marriage contract. Go. Who touched me? Little Yao Zi was stunned. He felt that his body was touched a few times. When he turned his head, there was no one behind him. Don't interrupt. Xiao Qin sneered in his heart, but on the surface he snorted and said, don't change the subject. I will definitely find a way to stop it. You don't have to be happy too early. Do whatever you want. Yao Baoang looked at Xiao Qin, who was almost going crazy, sympathetically. However, he also felt that his body was touched a few times. He frowned and said, Dad, did you touch me just now? Are you two okay? Are you trying to change the subject? Okay, then do whatever you want. I'm leaving. See you later. Xiao Qin turned around and walked out of the villa angrily. However, he was overjoyed in his heart. These two fools were so unvigilant. They couldn't be blamed for their low vigilance. It was because Xiaoma came and went without a trace. After touching them, she hid under the sofa. They couldn't see her even if they were beaten to death. Moreover, their attention was on Xiao Qin. In their opinion, Xiao Qin definitely wouldn't dare to do anything to them here, so they weren't vigilant. Otherwise, Xiao Qin wouldn't have succeeded so easily. One had to know that these two were not ordinary people. They were 10th stage Great Perfection Devil Masters and 1st stage Peak Martial Generals. If they used even a little bit of devil chi to protect themselves, Xiao Qin's plan would have failed. However, under this favorable environment, these two people still fell for it. Xiao Qin didn't leave. Instead, he lay under the window of the villa again and listened to the movements inside. This Xiao Qin is really AF * king idiot. He's looking for trouble. Yao Baoang shook his head. He's probably at the end of his rope. He has no other tricks, so he came to take advantage of us. Little Yao smiled and said, let's not care about him. Let's rest early and return to the sect tomorrow morning. Yes. Yao Baoang nodded. Suddenly he felt the heat in his lower abdomen become more intense. He immediately frowned. The desire was growing and it seemed to be out of control. On the other side, little Yao also had a reaction. His whole body was hot, and a hint of lust flashed in his eyes. He said, Baoang, I heard that the bathing center in the secular world has that kind of special service. Let's go and take a look together? It turned out that when Xiaoma was playing tricks just now, she had sprinkled some of the medicine that Yang Jianan had asked Xiaoli to steal from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's warehouse in the room. Although it wasn't as effective as consuming it, there was still some effect when it turned into powder and was inhaled into the body. This. Yao Baoang hesitated for a moment but said, forget it. The mental cultivation method I cultivate is quite special. I must have an obsession to pursue. Now, my obsession is to push down Qing Menjing. This is my first goal. I can't give up halfway. If I release my inner demon on other women, I will give up halfway. I must endure it. When the day comes, my state of mind will also improve by leaps and bounds. Alright, then I'll go first. Little Yao couldn't wait any longer. He ran out of the villa quickly and called Qing Zhongfan as he ran. Yao Baoang, on the other hand, went to the bathroom. He planned to take a cold shower to calm himself down. Looking at the actions of the father and son, Xiaoqin secretly cursed Yao Baoang for being too troublesome. Damn it, what inner demon? Why are you so troublesome? What the F***ck? Everything that had been planned was ruined by you. Xiaoqin was really angry. Everything went smoothly before and Xiaoma didn't disappoint him. Who would have thought that this Yao Baoang cultivated a **T mental cultivation method? He even wanted to form an obsession in his heart. This made Xiaoqin really speechless. But fortunately Xiaoqin still had a backup plan. He could only leave unwillingly. When he returned to the Xiao family, it was already late at night with stars. Xiaoqin pushed open the door with some physical and mental exhaustion, but he saw Xiao Xiao lying on his bed reading a book. When she saw him, she put down the book and reached out, "Brother, hug." "Xiao Xiao, why aren't you sleeping yet?" Xiaoqin looked at the time. It was already midnight. "I'm waiting for you," Xiao Xiao said bitterly. "If you don't come back, I'm afraid. I can't sleep. There's no sound of firecrackers anymore. Why are you still afraid?" Xiaoqin was a little inexplicable. "I'm afraid that something will happen to you. I also heard about what happened to the Qing family. I'm afraid that you will fight with them, but I don't dare to look. I'm afraid that I will cause you trouble." Xiao Zhao's little face was a little pale. "Brother, is Menjing leaving?" You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.